Better late than never. Only 2 minutes this time. Now, if someone like Blair or Illuminati could learn to just give things up, a lot of things would just be hunky dory. Because, frankly, given everything I know about this lawsuit, this guy, she is trying to sue, pretty much have to crowdfund money. So, what is she really getting from the lawsuit? For anyone not educated, Blair, Illuminati a while ago, you know, got into some trouble. It started with an accusation about plagiarism or being ripped off by someone else from Mr. Legal Eagle. And that turned into a whole shit show. And what's the term for it? The Streisand effect took effect. And finally, a whole bunch of her dirty laundry came out. But funny enough, down and out, not really putting out any really videos nowadays from her sort of content farm where it's proven she pretty much ripped people off because that's what you got to do with content farming. She's deciding to sue her former employee opposed to, the people who legitimately knocked that girl down. Okay. They came up and mopped up. That is correct. But let's get the information from Oz Media himself here.
That will be explained there, as there are numerous factors in my personal life that I've recently had to heavily consider and prioritize minimizing or even removing causes of stress. That being said, I have no issue, hesitations, or fears in connection to proceeding with this lawsuit. I am confident in the direction things are going, and I just want to offer.
Just to be clarified, he's being sued by Blair, I believe, Zon, or the YouTuber known as Illuminati. Hell, there's a lot of problems with her. She even was on Tommy C, and Tommy C was nice enough to be like, you should correct your ways and get your ways. That woman is just quite a big mess. And the fact that she's suing this guy who is the crowdfund to defend himself legally, I don't even understand it. It can't be money she's in it for. So I can only guess her last sort of revenge on the few people she think she can get away with. And even then, the sort of details here, I don't think it's going to turn out well for her. She's just going to try to outspend them. But if people support people like Oz Media and the Click, I believe, Felix, I believe he refers to him,
that had to end this before stuck in this for years on end. This will be further explored in the outro. As stated in my September update video, Blair and I dated, just in case this context is missing. It was never my goal to make any of this about relationship drama. However, despite the actual timeline of events which have occurred, Blair is trying to paint her entire downfall on YouTube as being nothing more than my actions towards her as a jealous ex. I'm not jealous towards your current partner.
Yep, and it wasn't initially him that sort of took her down, okay? Not at all. They came in after the fact and, brought some very interesting ideas. It was a domino effect of defense after defense after defense. And Oz Media, he sort of was put on pretty much like a Roosevelt camp. If your employer, you're dating your employee, I mean, I'm not really into the power imbalance, but that's still fucked up. But when you rely on your house, your car, and most of your financial stuff, that's sort of like some serious brain rot logic with whoever you're dating. There's even a guy that she dated before who did a video that it didn't turn out well. It came out before. Let's not get into it, but I don't think she has a very good relationship with actual people.
Blair, only sympathetic. I encourage all of you to fact check this timeline as I go. I'm being both as detailed and as quick as I can here because, again, Blair, in my opinion, is actively obfuscating the timeline in her lawsuit in an attempt to paint herself as a victim who did nothing to deserve the scrutiny delivered onto her. On April 20th, 2023, the story begins with a tweet produced by Blair which attacked Legal Eagle for copying her style. Legal Eagle would quickly...
Yes, correct. The first lawyer in this case that I want to go over. Not going to pull Act Man, but you can watch this video yourself because I'm just going to hit up the relevant stuff. This is sort of the slow introduction to this. Legal Eagle, the first domino effect in her downfall.
Retort, explaining he had been using these standard practice editing styles, which included standard documentarian effects such as the classic skeuomorphism torn paper effect, as well as the simple action of highlighting text, which all can easily be found as stock templates online. In this Twitter thread, Blair had also levied accusations against members of Legal Eagle's team as proof of this copy.
Yes, and it was a plugin that they inquired about. One of the editors of Legal Eagle inquired about because that's sort of a thing beyond editors. Okay, when you're trying to get things out fast, there's sometimes plugin for editors that make things go along. So hell, she must not know shit about editing, which makes sense overall.
By showing an editor of Legal Eagle asking for help with how a certain effect is achieved. This is standard practice amongst YouTubers and editors. Blair responded to Legal Eagle by deleting these accusations and did not provide a public apology or any form of public justification for her actions. This further stirred the pot and made people ask questions. This same day, April 20th, H-Bomber Guy would post a tweet publicly displaying an example of Blair copying a documentary herself, although he used the word plagiarism. At the time, I found it incredibly telling that H-Bomber Guy had such a specific clipped comparison ready to go that same day, with an exact video. I do wonder if Blair had the same realization that I did, that the only way Harris would have a clip like this is if something major was in the works. Foreshadowing is a little... On April 23rd.
I do like that cut of his, okay? I don't know if anything was in the works, but Harris explains it that, hell, he noticed this doing his own research. Research is paramount, okay?
3 days later, we would see Click post his Twitter thread. I emphasize the 3 days portion because at this point, Blair was still yet to address the Legal Eagle scenario, pushing Click, a former collaborator of hers, to publicly distance himself from her to avoid the flack that her actions had been causing for any and all who were at any point associated with her. This is not an accusation. I am just stating the unforeseen cause and effect of Blair's documented actions. This same night, from a bathtub apparently, Wonderstruck, now known as Hi, I'm Wonder, would post his Twitter thread detailing his prior dealings with Blair, as well as the harm that he felt he suffered when close to her. I was unaware that Wonder was going to make this tweet. He and I normally are on voice call when he's in the tub. This will be important later when we move into the details of the lawsuit, as Blair claims Wonder and I had essentially masterminded her downfall. I didn't know about the thread until I received a now deleted DM from Blair asking me what she should do, followed by several
And I think the Oz Media felt bad because it's not really needed. He sort of helped Blair because he was under her financial and probably emotional stranglehold here. Okay, just filling in some of the context that probably isn't necessary for this, but
calls from her. I wish I had a record of his Discord DM, but by the next morning, this DM would be deleted. Because Blair did not publicly provide a reason or explanation towards her actions, and with the emergence of H-Bomber Guy, Click, and Wonderstruck's threads, it left Twitter frenzied for answers. Those who were familiar with my connections to Blair, as it was public knowledge we were roommates, would begin to DM me or brigade my livestream chats with questions on the situation. Questions such as if I still supported Blair and if I could provide a reason or explanation for her actions. It was because of users constantly asking me to answer on behalf of Blair, as well as my past colleagues, finally speaking out, that I broke my silence and posted my thread. A thread where I took accountability for my actions in support of Blair and defended the credibility of my colleagues. I posted my Twitter thread April 24th, 2023 at roughly 4 a.m. my time.
Yeah, so the Click and Oz Media were on uneasy terms. Oz Media had some guilt because he knows what was going behind the scenes because he was sort of being pressured in. And I do believe that to be the case for Oz Media, okay, with everything that's known and the fact that Blair, with her response to H-Bomber Guy, Legal Eagle, and the Click, pretty much throwing him under the bus, I believe. It sort of brought him in and it led to her own demise. She's still around and kicking, but her credibility is below zero at this point.
That same morning, I have this text message interaction with Blair. Please note, it is only because of the current trajectory of this lawsuit, with myself awaiting litigation privileges on these matters, that I am no longer leaving my information redacted, as I had previously intended to do so now 1 year ago. Blair, Monday, April 24th at 8:24 a.m. So I just saw your tweets, and now I understand why when I called you, you didn't answer. I'm going to take some time to formulate my thoughts, but ultimately, Oz, I hope you really do find your happiness in life. I hope you find your peace, your satisfaction, your perfect black cat, all of that. I'm not sure
We
what
can
you want from
pass
an out
this.
relationship too. I
There's
care about all of it.
not much
You hurt me as
more
a
the
person
lawyer
too, and ripped
talk here.
everything wide open today. And if doing this all to me
Just
helps you
this.
feel better, then that's okay. I'll take it. I'm sorry, Oz. I hope this helps you find your
Media,
peace.
look at that.
Except you aren't. You're going to
Oh,
continue to
he's
drag my
doing the
name through the
legal
mud.
fee right
You're going to
now.
continue to be who you are. And that's okay. I just hope that you stop painting people.
He's still streaming for the legal fee, okay? But this is some serious crap here. Let's listen to that.
Therapy and have a PTSD diagnosis. Instead, I gave myself chemical burns because I was too scared to say no. I'm afraid of you, Blair. I'm getting a second opinion on the PTSD. I don't want it to be true, and I don't trust Talkspace to that extent. What
Yeah,
the
I
hell are
don't
you
know about
talking
that.
about with chemical burns? And this purple portion here is Blair airing her mental health. I'm leaving this censored. I don't want to drag.
Sure. Not pull her mental health. It's a mental health war, okay? Everyone's having trouble with mental health. Okay, I think we're past the legal eagle shit right at the moment now. As I said, you can watch the video if you want. Yeah, I definitely would recommend it. Now, let me jump to the second lawyer for the little break that I want to take. Good little introduction to that. That's all you need to know. Oz Media, the lawsuit saying he, as a jilted ex-boyfriend, started this campaign is complete bullshit if that is the thing. Anyone who knows about this won't do it, okay? He has a whole little section where he doesn't blame the judge for letting this actually go to trial. I can sort of understand his reasoning there, and I can understand the position the judge is in. But for this particular thing here, let me try to highlight something quite interesting that I went over. I never like to take things at a certain angle personally. So, back in the days, we had a little powwow session. Hell, there's a couple of little things in here that I could include, but let's start. If ever wants to give me anything, will it? I'd save myself a little bit of trouble by putting on a little bit of the stream, a review. Me and Gray's thoughts about this. Here, a little retrospect on this drama, and it's not involving Blair. It involves a movement lawyer defending the girl, okay, which I found quite comical at the time for many different reasons. And this is where I'm going to rope in the iDub stuff. Now, if you ever want to load, oh, it just wants to hate on me all day. So I'll do that. There was actually an update to it that sort of brought that out of the limelight. So let's see here. And oh, still giving me buffering. You hate me. You gotta hate me, internet. Why has this been happening here? Okay. I'll let that load a little bit while I go over what I originally cut because there was a little bit more out there. So give it today for the movement lawyer for the leftist mafia. And I need to share this tab instead. I'm learning to manipulate this a little bit better. Okay, so it wants to hate me. I need to really figure out why this shit. Find out why. Why? Wonder why.
Yes, hi.
Oh.
Hey, we got one for you. Here.
All right,
Yeah, there's
people,
a
you might want to
literally
turn down
for
the
you.
volume.
I know. I see my name.
Yep. Your silence about Blair is suspicious. You wonder about this. So, you want to know the backstory about this particular thing? little old Blair was part of this leftist mafia thing where, it's in the name. They try to bully people with their leftism, I guess. Okay, that might not be fair, but at least it's a fun way of saying how that is. Oh. And this is constantly killing me. Oh. Okay, this a setup is not gonna work. You just want to fuck me over because I'm trying to do a little things a little bit different. I see how you are, internet, YouTube. Don't want me to stream. Maybe I will pause this little bit here and see if that gives me a little bit of a go. Oh, not going to give me anything good here. But the leftist mafia, I can probably banter on this. If not, just shit. Not going to give me anything good. But okay. Let's just listen. Give myself a break and let this, if it plays. Oh, sheesh. No one's hearing that but me.
All right. So
Yeah.
I guess they've
Go,
made
go,
it
great.
official through meme.
No, basically we had to decide whether one specific member, Blair, aka Illuminaughtii, was going to stay with the show after these videos came out. And people have been asking us about it for weeks. And at first, I think we thought, at least this is from my perspective, I thought it was just YouTube drama, and those first videos were titled as such. And then more videos came out, and more videos came out, and gave us a much larger sort of view of what was really going on. And it was mixed in with some of that like YouTube drama stuff that we just assumed it all was at first, but it wasn't all that. Some of the issues were very serious.
It wasn't all that. I wanted to make a joke there about the Nickelodeon show, all that. Sorry.
And I think we had a meeting, which is actually the first time we met when we weren't doing a show, just to let you all know how serious we took this.
Wow.
And,
First
I
meeting.
think-
No, that's on Saturday. On Saturday.
It was Saturday.
Yeah.
And I think we decided that the combination of how serious some of these allegations were, combined with the fact that unfortunately Illuminaughtii was not addressing the more serious allegations, and also she had mentioned that if it became too much, she would have stepped away on her own. But we decided that it was detracting from our work and what we do, and the
Little bit of seriousness there. So I guess the joke was just an icebreaker. I was just wondering how long they would be milking it out and sort of mealy mouth try to walk it back.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's weird that they'll let the joke speak more than they actually will. I don't know. It's odd that the joke is somehow more clear than the actual words coming out of their mouths. I don't know.
Yeah, they don't want to turn on each other. Cancel culture and all. Or as Lindsay Ellis called it, the beast.
allegations weren't good, and we couldn't really stand by without any sort of addressing of the situation on her end. But it just wasn't happening in the weeks that we gave her the chance to do it. So as of today, the leftist mafia is Mike Figueredo, David Dole, Olay, Lance, and me, Matt Binder, and that's it. The five of us.
Mm-hmm.
We'd also decided that based on how the past few weeks went, every month our audience will vote on which one of us gets kicked off the show next.
I vote Lance.
Okay, yeah, vote Lance. Tim debate, horrible. Okay. Sorry.
But yeah, they had their
Over that
first
and just
meeting,
leave
and
that.
it's official. There's only 5 of them now. Like this is shocking.
And they're down Olay now. Okay. I don't know. You can go back and watch the stream. Don't want to get too deep into it. Let's get into. I'll play it a little bit more. Let's see if I can sort of load up the next thing I want to sort of get into, because that's where the funny bit. Good old Ian iDubbbz. I wonder why Olay is no longer on the leftist mafia. She moved on. Her defense of Blair was just that awesome that they thought she should go on her own. But the way they treated her, we're about to see a little bit of the iDubbbz bend the knee. Now, not even gonna load for me. Thank you.
Wow.
Then they were 5. Like, okay, Christie little play. I wonder what little Indian next will be taken out, because frankly, it is a mess. I don't know if you saw, but sort of, I am going to tie it back to the Dane issue. Vosh, he got in some drama with. He didn't get into drama, but
I believe it was the Katie who dragged him into that.
yes, our dear.
Oh,
Vosh
got into
A little
drama.
bit worse than Uncle Tom.
Memories.
So, Dane's going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
Not that I think he watches Vosh very much. If you watch my video,
I mean, he's been able to take in like the coconut analogy and a few other things. The haircut, you know, he's got certain aspects of Vosh down.
That's
But
enough
yeah,
memories.
I don't think
I'm gonna have to have a little powwow at another time. So let's have fun with this. Let's see iDubbbz being shamed by the woman who defended Blair. Well, she was using as a lawyer, her lawyer defense. And let's see how she does the lawyering with iDubbbz and this rather underappreciated section. There's just so much drama to come out of iDubbbz. I don't blame people for missing out on this particular cringe here.
And Black people in general have had to deal with the environment that me and other creators have made.
Because if we had the ability to cancel you, you wouldn't have been successful in the first place.
And
Yeah, this whole thing is beautiful. I might not even have to go into this whole little shenanigans. This intro says it all. Yeah. Yeah, joking about the N-word, getting Tana Mojo, bullying the darn Jinx, who was fucking pretty much ripping off people's content with just a few silly react. Yeah, I've had streams on iDubbbTV. I've had streams on freaking Dark Viper, but going into it, it's something quite
I
interesting.
totally get Francesca's feelings of like, you can't like undo 5-10 years of harassment that I've received.
Like, not being a racist, not being a bigot is the bare minimum. We're not giving out cookies for that.
Oh.
I want to preface this video with a disclaimer. If you are somebody who
Disclaimer, I'm a bitch who can't be trusted, okay? Do not trust it. Oh, does she actually bring that up even?
it is about problem solving, and it's about recognizing very real realities, very different kinds of harms and different perspectives and opinions people are entitled to have around harm that is caused. I interviewed iDubbbz, or Ian.
I was being very just generally uncaring.
But before I show you that interview, I need to first give you a little backstory and explain to you why I interviewed him, so you have the proper context to view it in. Because again, this is not about him as an individual. He is a case study, which is why I first interviewed Francesca Ramsey, an amazing writer, comedian, actress, and also somebody that iDubbbz had personally attacked and caused a harassment campaign to wage.
Hint, no, he didn't. This is a lie. There is no evidence of this ever happening.
Against her for years. I started thinking about this because I co-host a show called The Leftist Mafia. And a couple of months ago, we had to remove one of our co-hosts, iilluminaughtii, when substantial evidence was brought to the table to show that she had a history of attacking and harassing every creator that seemed to cross her path. But more.
And despite that, you still brought out several defenses for her on leftist mafia. Okay. But distancing yourself from the place where, hell, you and Lance were probably the biggest stands of iilluminaughtii, giving her some cover. Don't blame you. You're a lawyer. Lance is sort of an idiot overall. But that's besides the freaking point there.
More than that, we learned that she had done what I like to call the leftist rebrand. It's when white content creators build platforms on what they call edgy but bigoted content.
Oh, is this, you're trying to gatekeep iDubbbz, make him bend the knee before he goes into all this shit?
edgy, bigoted content. Beautiful.
And then after years of causing harm and attacking absolutely anybody who criticized them,
And this is such fucking cope. Bringing this up in the beginning of the iDubbbz video. Oh, fucking hell. This is like insult to injury. This is just like kicking the man in the balls and cutting them off. Hell, Nisa probably talked him into this shit. Ritual humiliation of iDubbbz seems to be a sort of kink for her, at least from what I hear. Allegedly. Got to put those allegedlys out there.
for it. They simply apologize to their audiences who not only never cared that they did it, loved them precisely because they did it. And that audience, of course, forgives them because it was never their harm to forgive. And they go on business as usual. The problem with these redemption arcs or rebrands, however you choose to characterize it, is that one, you never really know who's being sincere versus just making some kind of pivot for their own financial or professional gain. Two, there are rarely any concrete acts of atonement made to or for the individuals or communities that were actually harmed. And they're usually left entirely out of the conversation. Three, while it does theoretically make sense to want to forgive people for doing something wrong and then recognizing that and wanting to do better, little exploration is had into whether or not giving out that forgiveness so freely incentivizes other white creators to build their platforms this way, knowing they will be excused.
Other white creators, okay? So she's protecting the black women.
In the
Beautiful
future.
stuff.
And four, little exploration is had into why those creators didn't seem to realize their behavior was apology worthy when the communities they were harming.
Okay, enough subtext. Jump over this. It's a fucking goddamn lie that iDubbbz had any part in Francesca Ramsey's sort of harassment here, okay? He apologized for the N-word, maybe even apologized to Jinx for, calling him out on clear, ethical, fucked up things during the day. So let's see the shame session now. And Red, I should get you, but it's always funny when I get these things. That game
Very
is,
delighted.
of course.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to.
You both little down and out content creators trying to build each other up. You're trying to go with you're trying to get the support from the white power redemption arc and bring in iDubbbz in the fold. Great sort of a plan there. But you know what? Sort of repair, make people forget about, your leftist mafia, and you were the biggest offender of Blair, trying to give her advice of how she could have gotten away with all her shenanigans, and sort of trying to use this as a way to come back. It's just hilarious to me.
Expand my horizons a little bit. 2016 me, probably wouldn't.
Listen, I'm surprised 2023 you were doing it either.
Oh, hell yeah. I appreciate that. I take that as a compliment.
Yeah, listen, I honestly want to start off by saying that I very much so respect that you were even trying to take all the accountability and the ownership of it all. I respect that you were even coming over to my side.
Oh, her side. Yeah. Her side, racial investigator. What about ethics? What about anything like that? And I think she's going to be pulling one of these, what I call a shit sandwich. Start off with a whole bunch of complimentary things before really get into this sort of shame session. Nice boobs, I must say. Okay. I'll get the end to the creators clash. We all know how that turned out to be. Okay, rebranding. I don't think he was making a leftist rebranding. That's a little bit too much for iDubbbz. So she sort of failed here to bring him to the side. He's just sort of a impotent, sort of no nonsense, stupidity, cuck leftist. Okay, not even leftist, leftoid, because I don't see him spouting anything. Him talking about leftist critical theories in here. Bring up the black boys.
Interaction after interaction, it kind of added up to me saying, like, yeah, something needs to be said.
Yeah,
at least.
And I feel that, and I understand that, and I very much so am glad that you at least even came to that spot, because that's more than most ever do. But what I guess I wonder is, why not then? Because a trend I've realized very often, I see this in the space a lot, is a tendency for white content creators to be called out for things present day that were racist and bigoted then. But there were always black people and people present and marginalized people telling them that then. Why not hear it?
But was it racist to sort of point out the double standards that was going on within the community there?
when they say it.
I think generally, I think for me, it was, I think a sort of a policy or like a just very black and white thinking. Like as soon as because for me, I think it's about caring about how other people are feeling, period. Not necessarily just marginalized people. I think I personally had an issue with like caring about people's feelings at all, because I felt like as soon as I would open that door, then like I felt like I would be a lot less safe to, you know, do and say whatever I wanted. And now that's kind of like an in, I guess, for people to criticize, or an in for, you know, people to, you know, because I'm essentially exposing myself as like, oh, I'm now thinking about how other people are feeling, you know. And but I guess to your point, I don't have any black friends. I have some friends who are people of color, but you know, it's never. I grew up in.
Oh, you don't have any black friends. Figures as much. You probably have poor ass white trash friends, though. Okay. This is how you're end up in the boat that you're in, and going over to California and probably being shame is probably what got you to this point.
Why should people
And
join
you
us
have the
on-
whole fucking little Francesca. You gotta shame him with that, even though really based on a lie.
From iDubbb's videos and the fear she felt in not knowing what this person is for her. And I think why I asked the Tana question is this. And I think you're right to apologize to Tana. I don't think you're wrong to apologize to Tana. I think what I really want.
Well, Tana Mogun, Mojul, however you say that particular name, doesn't really agree with that particular thing there.
Unpack is the decision
But
to
that's
apologize for her
besides the
exclusively,
point.
because if you watch that
Bouncing
video as someone like
around
me who
the
didn't watch your
scene.
content and who isn't familiar of the larger array, you would think that this is the only person, you know, or maybe the way I read it was, okay, he's been in trouble for using this kind of language and racial slurs and all of this, but the only person he individualizes is a white woman. And he says, you know, he apologizes maybe to the black community in large, and it would lead you to believe that no black person was individually picked on or targeted, and that's not the case. And I think
Look at the sort of brain rot logic she's going through. I mean, it's really fascinating how iDubbbz is absorbing people who fucking go to school for law and fucking end up on YouTube talking about basically what was an idiotic, edgy left guy, normie left guy, and sort of trying to get the rebrand. And yeah, getting back into this, the whole rabbit hole of
watching, you know, videos, and I saw a content cop you did on Jinx
on camera.
You don't get a break in the beginning. No resting.
Jinx deserved that fucking content cop. He deserved a lot more than that. Okay, he deserved to be criticized, made fun of, so much else.
100% 24/7 grind.
Damn, this nigga's on the grind. That shirt shouldn't say it's about that time. It should say it's about that grind. 4 videos a day, non-stop editing. I'm like an animator. I put so much work in my videos. I'm like sitting there keyframe after keyframe trying to figure out how to put this fucking video in the corner of my screen. Grind, mad grind, 24 hours a day.
Yeah, I know. So much editing. So hard to just sit there, not say anything except for, it's why my face isn't on screen. You know, all the ladies gonna go to the yard, giving the milkshake. No, joking. Probably scare some people away and attract all the wrong people.
7 days a week, nothing but grind. I'm on the grind. My house, this ain't a normal house. It's a grind house.
You gotta eat, sleep, and shit, YouTube.
You gotta suck dick and shit, YouTube. Oh, this is so motivational. Holy shit. Oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna sit on my bed. I'm gonna sit on the end of my bed. I'm gonna set up the camera, and I'm gonna watch some fucking videos. Fuck editing. Fuck that shit. What am I, a faggot? Dude, you can edit your video? No, what do I look, fucking gay?
And I wonder why a Jinx wouldn't receive an apology, someone, or what.
I'm really surprised she didn't bleep out some of that stuff right there. It's just very surprising to me overall. But didn't really think. I guess not really one for censoring the slur. Faggot.
Because I think and I credit you for this in your apology, I actually did really like this, the part where you acknowledge I didn't feel comfortable in my own ability to be funny, or my own ability, in my own personality, or whatever it is. And so I leaned on this, and I get that. And because on some level, on a human level, I understand things, but on a content creator, on a public figure level of making things, I understand what it is to have insecurities, and I respect. I think it's big to admit that. But on the other level, I think to myself, well, did you know that then, right? Are you aware now of this insecurity, or did you know it then? And if so, why is the same not grace shown to a person like Jinx when you decide to make a content cop about them? And, basically what you're honing in on is saying is they're untalented, or there isn't work that goes into their videos, right? Why isn't it sufficient enough to have your platform, right? You already have your platform that is in some way being boosted.
What in the fuck is this logic she's going off on? Oh, because he's black. That's the fundamental problem with this, isn't it? And she throws in another
Singled out in the apology, and I wonder why it is that that's the case. Love it.
They can't stand to see us, and this is not just exclusive to Black people. This is marginalized people. Period. This is what you're seeing happening during Pride, right? This idea that if I,
how many people did iDubbbz sort of target because they're black? Jinx, and it wasn't because he was black. It was for his dog shit react content. What sort of fucking cope is this? Her concentration on Jinx in this particular issue, and he's got Tana Mongu because she sort of shamed people. For anyone who didn't forget, she sort of shamed people for using the N-word, even though she used it when she was younger. So, she became big. iDubbbz is like, this is fucking hypocritical. Let me fucking do this. Pulled off a great stunt. Beautiful. And the fact he fucking apologized for it. Some dipshit behavior there.
think you are less than me, how dare you like yourself? How dare you be happy? How dare you be successful?
Are they even talking about iDubbbz? What sort of brain rot is this? Okay. You could say this about a couple people. Even this might apply more to Keemstar. I don't think it would apply to Keemstar. Apply to a lot more people before any of these fuckers who they want to sort of go after just because they're edgy. Fucking hell.
Yes.
When throughout history, I've been told that my whiteness and me doing the bare minimum is the standard.
Yes.
And now y'all taking my jobs, you taking my views, you out here taking my partners. Like you are living the life that I'm supposed to have.
Yes.
And I'm just minding my business.
Okay. How is that clip relevant to this? This is just such a fucking dog shit thing.
Well, I think Jinx specifically, I think all of these creators to varying degrees that I've made content cop videos on, I think they deserve, their own apology in their own way. I think Jinx is definitely one of them. I think that
Cuck. Sorry. Was cuck the right word? Probably not. But I'll say it because it's funny. And other people call him cuck because Anissa does OnlyFans.
Type of content he was making, in the same way that I felt I guess it wasn't necessarily that, Jinx making reaction content, like, nowadays that's like, it's commonplace, right? So, he, in a lot of ways,
he was a pioneer. He was a pioneer of the fucking react content that's nowadays that everyone just does apology of from, even though it has no transformative value to it. Hell, that's why I jump around in all of this. Okay, because don't. Well, why not? Okay, I'm picking on him for his ideas and not for anything he can't do.
Personally talking
Anything
to
about
Jinx or whatever he might be open to.
Yeah, I mean, because listen, I think I don't think it's that there's an aversion to forgiving you, right? Like if I think of myself as a proxy representative for the Black community right now, I don't think it's that anybody.
Oh, proxy representative. I mean, you got to love this from this movement lawyer here. She tried to have this big ass cope trying to give Blair advice of how she could have gotten away with her ethical malfeasance. And when it became too bad, she gave up on the lawyer thing and tried to lump this. It's clear from the beginning of this video that she was trying to, this is her saving grace. Oh yeah, she might have did a soft defense, maybe even a medium to hard defense for Blair on the leftist mafia. But she's getting iDubbbz after he apologized to bend the knee to her, the representative of the Black community. Bravo. Stunning and brave. Has it really helped you out? Shit.
as the
Let the
aversion
girl
to
do
giving
what
you. I
she
think it's the
does.
recognition that it doesn't matter whether we do or don't. Because if we had the ability to cancel you, you wouldn't have been successful in the first place. Because Black people have a problem with you now, had a problem with you then. They were just being ignored. And so
The Black people who had a problem with her, him, sort of so cocked by it, need his girlfriend. I do not apologize about misgendering him. I'm just correcting the record here, okay? Just fucking hell. Blast from the past. Forget how bad this was.
similarly, what I think is the thing that I really want to unpack is this. Is that you're allowed to apologize, whether or not you don't or you do come forward. And I appreciate the approach that you've taken and that you've chosen to on your own without a larger controversy be forced to. But the thing is, what I noticed when I went down the deep dive is most of the Black people that you did single out are no longer making YouTube videos. They're no longer content creating in one way or the next. They've in some way been run off the platform or been terrified through years of
There's enough here, and I'm gonna jump on to the a sort of absurd analysis of bad criticism by Ant-Man himself. Everyone's been covering it. I want to give my own take on it. So this isn't going to take much longer.
Harassment.
Enjoy the
Francesca was harassed so much that it's a part of her Wikipedia page that she went through a series of harassment. And I think that's what's notable to me, because I watched Tana's response to your apology, and she talks about how she also respected it and how she would be open to a world where she talked to you and how she herself has been canceled.
No, she literally said he didn't need to apologize. It helped her open up her eyes to how stupid she was. Is this before? Is this after? Is she getting this from some sort of secondhand knowledge? No. After the apology, Tana Mongeau sort of like, oh, you didn't need to do that. Okay. I realized in retrospect, yeah, it was sort of cringe what I did.
And her different pivots. And I think that is the thing that really is the ire of the community, and seeing that is that you have the ability to make a platform on bigoted content, attack a black content creator.
I would like to know how many Black content creators or Black people took offense to going against Jinx for his shit ass React content, or even him doing the N-word to Tana Mongeau. I really would like to know a poll, because this sounds like a load of bull crap. I was just going to accept it because she's the representative of the Black community. Speak truth to power, woman.
Doing similar things, or basically target them as not talented or not this or whatever it is, and essentially run them off the platform. But white content creators, even the ones guilty of doing those things, are able to pivot. And
oh, Jesus Christ. What sort of skill set did Jinx besides making stupid faces is? Okay, as stupid as iDubbbz has become, he does have a certain skill set. He's just not using them nowadays, not fully realizing things, because, well, put your own theories out there.
Say sorry and move on.
I think that's an extremely valid fear. And I think that's kind of what, from what I heard from Francesca, that's really frustrating. And I don't think it's fair. I think, it's good for people to change, obviously. I think the level that I would say the response that I've gotten anywhere from, one end of the spectrum where commentary channels are saying I don't think he has any reason to apologize, to maybe Francesca Ramsey at the other end saying this isn't even close to being enough. Because a lot of, Black creators and Black people in general have had to deal with the environment that, me and, other creators have made. And so, I think that entire range of reaction is appropriate. And so, I mean,
what? Yeah, it's appropriate. He's not saying anything. Oh God, this is so devoid of anything. He's just like, let me talk. Words are coming out of my mouth. I don't want to piss anyone off.
For me, it's sort of expected, right? Because I think a lot of the people who say that I shouldn't have apologized or something like that, they are so far from arriving to where I'm at.
Yeah.
And I totally get Francesca's feelings of you can't undo 5-10 years of harassment that I've received. So I get it. I wish.
What? And how does iDubbbz? How do you play a part in that? You were tangentially responsible for creating this edgy atmosphere. Fucking hell. And how much harassment did she get? And there's just so many problems with this. He's just like, yeah, harassment's bad. Yeah, shit. No shit. Harassment's bad. I don't think any of these people deserve harassment. Make fun of them. Yeah. But what do you consider harassment? Fucking soft ass people with that.
I mean, all I can think of, at this point is to communicate my headspace and like where I was at the time and how I came to terms with like understanding like my role and responsibility in our community, and just like communicate that to people, because that's as close as I can get to like undoing things or like fixing things.
Yeah. And how did you, like, when you made the final decision that you were going to make the video, like, this is it, like, what happened there?
I think there's been a lot of things. I think, number one, I think like doing this whole creator clash thing has opened my eyes to it in a big way.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've had to interact with, boxing is a community that has a lot of marginalized people in it. There are a lot of Black people in boxing, Mexicans. I mean, it is super.
Oh, what the hell? What the hell? And how did that make you change your ways? Did they talk to you about your past and what this? You interacted with different people. And what the fuck did they think about what you thought before? Jesus Christ. Yeah, small bubble. It's a small world after all.
Just makes my confidence in a lot of these like ideas that I've developed over the years be like less and less confident in them, because it's like, oh, holy shit, like these are real people, and they're as fucking,
yeah, no shit, they're real.
Compassionate.
Okay?
And,
how did you,
I don't know.
How did your actions?
I get it.
How did,
I mean, I went to boarding school in West Virginia. So, and I was the only Black girl in my senior class. So I have been people's first, many white person's first introduction to a Black person that in any way departed from a caricature or a stereotype they had in their mind. And I think, listen, I actually think you're in a better position than most if you think about it, because you're not the only white person. There are tons of white people, even the ones I'm sure condemning you, guilty of similar behavior, or at the very least being complicit on the spectrum of racism. So you're not alone. You're in.
Of course, with the sort of probably framework you're doing, if you're not an ally, you're complicit in racism. So you're definitely not alone. By certain, I don't know if Olay's logic, but it does seem that way. Typically, that her logic would place a lot of those white people in that racist checkmark box.
In a country full of company, right? So that's not.
Yeah.
So in that respect, very often, I think, when we talk about racism, all kind of white people, if they were able to, if there were video logs of their platform or how they've lived their life, I'm sure they have a community of Black people who would be upset or who they've wronged or they've fostered attitudes and things too. But they don't have the benefit, I think, in your case. You actually do have the benefit of knowing who and what. Like, you can't contain, once you spread like toxicity, you can't spread what your audience does. You can only try to course correct, and I respect that you are doing that, right? So you can't do anything about whatever Black people were on the receiving end of, who your audience members or those things. But you do know which individual Black people, that you made content cups about, or that you singled out, and what those videos made in revenue. You have the ability to look at these things, and I think you do have a way to definitively, concretely do some things, and especially when we tie it back to you earlier saying you have no Black friends. And listen, even if you didn't tell me that, I knew that.
Okay. Yeah. Have we seen him suffer enough? Have I suffered enough going over iDub suffering? I mean, this is just grade A humiliation by a woman. Okay. He's getting practice. Anita probably be like, here, go to other women, get humiliation, get your humiliation from other women, because you're going to be dealing with this for quite a long time. Get used to it, man. Okay. And probably smart overall that she's doing this. Okay. Let the screen play a little bit more.
Yeah. I've heard of corn bread tube. That's funny. I like that.
You get it. So if there's anything you wanted to say to them directly, please, this is your moment.
I mean, maybe I'd have more to say if I was like familiar, but is there like more? Is there any like
that's where everybody is? All of the cat blacks, or that's where.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that's our side.
I guess I'll just say, like, out of the, the I've watched. I mean, I tend to want to stay away from a lot of the reaction videos to like my apology and stuff, because mentally it's just tough to deal with.
Yeah.
But there have been a few that I've watched fully, and Cat Black is one of the videos that I watched, and I mean, I would say,
why watch Cat Black? Why not watch other people? Fucking hell, you just getting your jollies off by being sort of shamed. Again, maybe he's always had this kink. Maybe this is why he did stupid stuff. He wanted people to shame him for so long, and they loved it. They loved his goofy "I'm gay" antics there. And he's like, oh, this isn't working. I'm trying to make a complete ass out of myself, and no one's fucking shaming me. They're loving it. So, yeah, go with that.
Out of any of the reactions to watch, in my opinion, it would be Cat Black's response, because she definitely comes from, obviously a perspective of, being someone this apology might be appropriate for. And she essentially says, like, hey, I'm probably not going to watch. I'm not like an iDubbbz fan or anything. I'm probably not going to watch any of his videos going forward, but I at least feel a little bit more safe if he's like at a convention or we pass by each other.
Oh, safe because of your jokes. You should be such a threat. Okay, let's get back on the Illuminati bandwagon. Let's hope it's going to work out for me this time. Internet, share this tab instead. Let's get it going. Let's get into the legal stuff. Make sure we got it at the right speed, not too
This is where my
fast,
September
not too
video
slow,
partially begins to
just
come into
right.
play. Unfortunately, due to the slow crawl of legal processors, I would only be aware of half of Blair's actions at this time. On August 22nd, 2023, Blair began the official proceedings to put my home into foreclosure. If you are unaware of the details on this, please see my September upload titled Let's Talk Illuminati.
Yeah, I think he even skipped the whole car part. Was that him or someone else? I think it was him. So it went from repossessing the car to repossessing the home. She had a stranglehold on this man's life financially, even probably emotionally, from what it seems like. Okay. And he's probably trying to keep it short here. And yeah, a house is a little bit more important than a car, but I could be misremembering that.
Naughty drama update. In this video, I explain the details of how I even ended up in this position. This foreclosure process was based upon a debt that I had accrued with her while we were dating. I had no
valid
warning,
point.
no notice of behind payments, no communication that this would be happening. Instead, I found out from a realtor who excitedly told me my condition of foreclosure and asked to purchase my home from me.
Yeah, so great. X. You just learn from a realtor. This is she's such a fucking bitch. Okay, such a cowardly bitch here. Okay, and I don't know this guy as media. Tend not to want to know or read about these things, but everything in count and her side of the story is complete and utter garbage now.
What a way to wake up. To further clarify, as I stated in my September video,
Yeah,
I was indeed behind
That
on
was
payments.
Olay.
It is my opinion that Blair
Cringe.
introduced a payment structure that she knew I would be destined to fall behind on. I, originally, wasn't concerned, as before I foolishly signed those deeds of trust, Blair assured me that the only way she would get her payments was if I paid or if the home was sold. I never took the time to realize that she meant she could sell my home through foreclosure. If I knew it granted her this power, I would have never signed those documents. Again,
I don't know about that. You seem like a rather naive kid. Young, stupid kid. Probably not much better, but yeah, you're getting a good dose of reality now. Okay. So this is a lot of crap being put on some stupid kid.
but against her in April, she would not have put my home through foreclosure proceedings. With these actions timed alongside the lawsuit, it does make me firmly believe, in my opinion, it's retaliatory in nature. The restraining orders in question were to, once more, prevent publication of any information on Blair. In this restraining
Restraining order again. Fucking hell. What's with this legalese thing? Probably going to make a claim that he could fight physically a restraining order. I would like to see those documentations. Well, if I was a law tuber, okay. Probably going to try to use that as a post hoc rationale. Look, I got this restraining order. So obviously, I'm worried about my physical safety. Yeah. Let me not read too much into that.
order, Blair directly cites the video I was originally producing as a documentary on her actions as grounds to allow this pseudo-gag order to proceed. Quoting this TRO, here, however, plaintiff's request for relief will cause defendants no harm because they simply must refrain from publishing what is essentially an online op-ed piece, which they have admitted will lambaste plaintiffs. Should the
Yeah, and it was a response to one her claims. Okay, it seems like she's leaving a lot of these points out. Okay, I'm skipping ahead. Fair
more than a
use and
week
all,
after my
guys.
September video was published, I had elected, out of respect for the legal system, to remain silent until now. It's not that I'm lacking respect for it with the publication of this video. I'm lacking respect for Blair and the escapades she's elected to throw me into. The legal proceedings have been grueling. From a mix of anxiety-laden sleepless nights to curveballs that throw off my entire day. It can be very difficult to live a normal life when every day is filled with stress and anxiety. Every email notification laced with dread.
Okay. Also, something he's not putting out, I think in one of Blair's videos or maybe one of her tweets, she sort of brought up someone's suicide letter. Okay. And that he was suicidal and used that as a way to shame him or hurt his credibility, calling him mentally unstable. Just a crazy. This guy's just crazy. You shouldn't listen to this crazy guy that I used to date. Just a jilted ex-lover. Such fucking gaslighting attempts from what I'm seeing. I'm gonna try to be fair. It could be the other side. I'm really not believing that she could put out
But
this.
two
And
videos
back in-
covering Blair's prior acts of plagiarism. One being a 40-minute section within a 4-hour-long, 20 million view video, as well as an individually uploaded.
Yep, this all came out before pretty much all this shit hit the fan. It was the H Bomber guy video that sort of wasn't really the H Bomber guy video that hit her. Wasn't the start, but it definitely was the freaking knockout punch for whatever credibility she had in the end. Because people were talking about this for a while on commentary.
20-minute video with over 3 million views focusing exclusively on Blair. More people are aware of Blair because of H Bomber Guy than they are for any of the other drama-related reasons surrounding her. This time
Correct.
for the following chapters. Again, I implore all of you to double check, as I was only focusing on videos related to the lawsuit in question, as well as all and any first-party sources. This now leads us to Felix. Through the last 9 months, Felix and I have been wading through the murky waters of a lawsuit Blair has set forth. If you're unfamiliar with the nitty-gritty of the legal proceedings at play and still don't recognize who Felix the Kit Kat is, again, this is a former Discord moderator for Blair turned employee at Pyramid Entertainment, the leading plaintiff, in this lawsuit Blair has hoisted us into. As of the time of writing, Felix's motion to dismiss was denied, and he will be proceeding through standard legal proceedings with Blair. I will be going into the specifics of the judge's order shortly, and to firmly clarify, the judge is not connected to or well-educated on the YouTube space, nor the drama which is
Not many judges are. Okay. I really think we should start educating the legal system with all this internet stuff. Hell, fucking politicians need to fucking be educated on this shit. Boomer, humor, crap like that.
The legal system is far more complicated than an episode of Law & Order may lead you to believe. As a reminder, the lawsuit isn't even at the starting date. This could turn into an exhausting fight ahead of all of us, and is far from over for those of us who are directly involved. It'll be my purpose here to
Yep, exactly. Lawsuits can drag out for a while, and Blair is probably just doing this as he said, a retaliatorial act. Revenge, okay? I don't see her getting any money out of this. Just the satisfaction of taking someone else and making someone else suffering is really the only thing that I can understand about this lawsuit. Revenge.
8-minute chapter within Blair's video, thoroughly, in my opinion, clearing his name. I would also like to give the information specifically in this case to Blair and her lawyers that I did not reach out to Felix nor had contact with Felix since his departure from Pyramid Entertainment LLC until April 24th, where Felix would initially reach out to me as seen here. He would later reach out once again shortly after Blair's public video, where he felt
Okay, yeah, it's looking about right. If you ever need a StarCraft, been on that FF grind, good on you. Final Fantasy, I hope. Usual, probably 14. Maybe one day I'll play a Blizzard game again. Understand, getting away from Blizzard. Have many people that want to play, but I'm afraid they'll never put it down if I pick it up. Blizzard? Yeah, that can get addicting. And Final Fantasy 14, if that's what they're talking about. Okay, I'm not addictive personality. Thought I might point out that you were the owner of the Sad Mill Reddit. If you're not one, a place that people could discuss without being censored by Blair. I'm not one to stir the pot personally. Don't care much for drama. Her outright lie about how the Click's past came up. Guess this Felix is in the Click. Okay, interesting. Felix, there's another name that came up to it that I was not too aware of, I guess. Addressed the rest, the staff wrong, rubbed me the wrong way. She heavily... Okay. So this is not the Click, but still strained relationships I hear all around people who leave. Just like it sounds a little bit like Scientology. If someone leaves Blair, sort of a sphere of influences, she has to get the dirt, in case they turn on her. Great way to sort of safeguard yourself overall.
Felt that Blair had improperly retold events, as Felix was a direct witness to
probably.
what had transpired with Click. Felix, of his own volition, wanted to help set the record straight on information unrelated to the operations of Pyramid Entertainment LLC. Within Click's video, the final chapter includes screenshots from a redacted individual. This individual in question was Felix the Kit Kat. In these screenshots, Felix provides documentation of Blair offering him $200 to sift through prior Sad Milk recordings to find evidence of Click using the R word. These screenshots in question
The R word. God, I swear to God, so soft, so lazy, and I'll put this back on. God. And this is
however,
quite
is the screenshot
interesting
evidence
overall.
provided by Felix of Blair owning the alt account that was created to harass Click, as well as his cohorts in 2020. Take this information as you will. Blair is willing to sue over a DM.
Yeah, it almost does seem like harassment when she's spreading unfavorable rumors that definitely is used to discredit the Click. Sort of like how she sort of weaponized the fact that there was a predator in the Click's Discord, that she tried to, in her deleted response video, tried to be like, he wasn't responsible enough for getting rid of the person. It was like he was asleep. The Click was asleep, and they banned him before he even woke up and got any notification. Trying to use that on someone is some low down, dirty shit. And this Felix claim, it looks like he's got a
where
claim here.
he's broken down each filing for the layman, as well as Evangelina Skov, and more recently
Yeah.
Tamimi. Up first, as claims against Felix, whose full name will be censored using orange. Defendant Felix is a former employee of plaintiffs. As a note, his employment began at or around the time of May 5th, 2021. As disclosed in the factual allegation number 18, Blair states, defendant Felix signed a confidentiality agreement on May 5th, 2021, signed the Felix agreement, which all employees are required to sign as a condition of employment, 63. Felix is in violation of this Felix agreement by turning over private messages between himself and Blair to another YouTuber, Mark Drek, to exploit in a YouTube video made to slander plaintiffs.
Here, here.
This video is available at, then YouTube link, and is titled Illuminati and Sad Milk. The video was not produced, as Blair stated, to slander plaintiffs. This video, made by Click, was in self-defense from Blair. Felix came to the aid of someone defending themselves. What Blair has done in this lawsuit is completely remove any and all instances or references of her public statements to make it appear as though any attack against her is slanderous. Please recall the previous removal of factual allegation 34 from the prior version of the lawsuit. Again, 34. Regarding the
Okay. About a public post. Yeah. I mean, this is going to be some shitty ass stuff if she tries to try to get things off the record, like her deleted video, because I could see this argument. I deleted the video. So why don't they delete their videos? Because it's still known. Still, it's in the public ethos. People are talking about it. Okay. You are public figures, motherfuckers. Okay. Don't fucking throw dirt if you're not ready to take the heat. And the legal eagle stuff, whew, such a stupid move that caused this slideshow, this shit show, to continue on. And it's just so fucking funny to me that she was just too dumb to really go with it. She has not publicly addressed, in an attempt to de-escalate that bullshit. She can't defend it. She actually literally saying, I would address this, but reassures her audience that these are just lies being told about her. That is not a way to de-escalate that. That's trying to get the final word and being the only one with the word on it.
misinformation. She has not publicly addressed this situation further in an attempt to de-escalate it. Once more, mention of this no longer exists within the lawsuit. The screenshot in question happened November 10th, 2020, nearly 7 months before Felix's employment under Pyramid Entertainment. The NDA should not cover private messages unrelated to Pyramid LLC. It appears to me that Blair's attempt.
Yeah, there's other cases where they try to use a fucking NDA. Depends on the legalese. Doesn't matter if it really is covered. It's more about the letter of the law and the spirit of the law, okay? Blair is fucking just wiping her ass with the spirit of the law. Hell, she's probably not even correct, as he's sort of goes over about the letter of the law here.
Attempting to claim that every conversation she has ever had with an employee throughout all of time, even matters unrelated to Pyramid Entertainment, are under NDA.
And the fucking fact that she had personal relationships with people like Oz Media here sort of makes it sort of fucked up to try to make personal conversations. Yeah, she would have an argument if this was being done under Pyramid Entertainment or any of the related sort of properties there. But she better has a goddamn good lawyer if she wants to fucking thread the needle with this particular bullshit here.
These DMs were in specific relation to a group collaboration channel known as Sad Milk, which included the likes of Damian Lee, Flinders, Hi I'm Wonder, One Topic, The Click, Salty, and myself, and of course Blair.
Okay, he's gonna go over a lot of stuff, over a lot of legalese here. NDA, he's just covering everything in more detail. So I said you can watch this fucking video, and a lot of it's just covering a lot of old stuff. Okay, this is Illuminaughtii sort of reaction, which you redacted, would not bringing up. Let's see about the legal
Any
stuff.
form of company documentation exists to specify this payment as being directly in service of Pyramid Entertainment. As of this time, we only have a PayPal transfer listed as video review. Mind you, there are no PayPal transfer fees attached to this amount. PayPal takes a fee for business-related transactions. This can range widely, but the common fee for a company transfer is 3.49% with an additional 49 cents per transaction. This means that this transaction is most likely listed internally with PayPal as a friends and family transfer, as before July 28th, 2022, it was possible.
Yep. Hard to make a claim that it's a business related thing there. Okay. I mean, I'm sure she tries to write this stuff off with the most ludicrous of ideas. Okay. Lawsuit, simple truth, conversations. Let's get into the legal.
Felix edited selectively pick messages to create the appearance that Blair made statements that she did not. He thereby created a false narrative that was damaging to the plaintiffs. Felix, when the lawsuit was served to him.
Okay. False narrative. Let's get into that. She has not fucking proven anything any of the other people have claimed is false. Hell, on her end, it seems like there's more evidence that what she is spouting out of her ass publicly is complete bullshit. Hence why she took down a video and tweets. Okay, you hide the fucking false claims and projection.
More on why that's on air quotes later. Posted on Twitter informing the public of his circumstance, while also providing the full context of the screenshot in question, which provides no room to argue for cherry picking, as Blair has argued in her suit. Blair does later in the suit confirm the validity of these screenshots by stating she cross-referenced them in her own DMs. But in my opinion, the full
then how can this be slander if he provided? See, this is just a whole bunch of bullshit. And if they have this in writing that she confirmed that these are honest, I don't know how this is going to be not laughed out of a fucking courtroom unless she takes some really fucking dirty tricks to get some things pretty much thrown out. And that is probably going to be what she's going to attempt to do. She's going to do it. I don't know. Boomers and court and drama. Just make it like I wish Oz Media the best.
Context here makes her look worse. These messages were.
I wish Oz that Blair is just smart enough to take his ultimatum at the very end. Yeah, the hair, the face might fool you. That's a guy.
Provided to help clear a former collaborator's name of accusations brought against him by Blair. Here's the full context for those DMs. Blair sending a message at 11/10/2020, 8:57 p.m. Hey, are you still short on rent? Rent, no electric and phone. Yes, I am at negative $2 right now.
Yes, he's just going over the guy that he got to dig up through the clicks history to find the R slur. Retard. Why the fuck are these retards so worried about the word retard? Are you calling someone goddamn retard or anything? Context fucking matters. But for some people, just the very word should be removed from people's vocabulary. And hell, I'll even agree. Some people use that word way too much. It's just overused. But that's not a problem with the word. There's a problem with people who fucking overuse in words like fascist, racist, sexist. People overuse this so much that they're becoming meaningless, okay? Just like woke and DEI is starting to get overused to a way too extent. Use them with purpose and not just as a fucking buzzword to justify your dumb ass opinion overall. Okay, let's get back.
We enter into her claims of relief. The other skip points involve myself as well as Wonder, who was never formally served in this lawsuit. Starting with the 7th claim of relief, defamation per quad, as to defendant Felix. 108, Blair and Pyramid hereby incorporate the previous paragraphs by reference as though each were fully set forth therein. 109, on or about May 2nd, 2023, defendant Felix published a public Twitter X post from one of his Twitter X accounts, @Felix the Kit Kat. Now, I believe this is a clerical error, as Felix did not tweet on any of the days surrounding May 2nd. I believe Blair is referring to this tweet in question, made November 23rd of 2023. 110. This statement implies that Blair committed the tort of abuse of process, alleging A, an ulterior motive for the use of a judicial proceeding to retaliate for defendant Felix's post-employment actions, B, the willful use of legal proceedings in an improper manner, trying to force a default judgment without properly serving defendant Felix. C, damages, an impending default judgment against defendant Felix. 111. These statements are false, and defendant Felix made the statement with negligent disregard for its falsity. Process server, redacted.
A falsity? Okay. Did you prove it's false? I don't think she did. Fucking, you're getting a clinical thing and trying to wonder if it's not a clinical error or if they have some sort of a manufactured thing that's going to come up in the trial. They can just call it bullshit. Like, that's not real. Okay. Or yeah, it would be bad if there was something that they found that Felix might have. Let's not go too far. Just assume it's bullshit, because most times when it is coming from Blair, seems like evidence is not on her side.
Signed a declaration that she served defendant Felix on September 26, 2023 at his place of abode, handing the required legal documents to an individual matching defendant Felix's physical description. Felix was never directly handed papers. Instead, the papers were delivered by mail to an address he lives 2 hours away from, at a claimed time while he was just getting off of work. 2 hours away from the stated address. The papers were never formally handed to Felix.
I think that is actually breaking the, if that was serving someone the papers, that's fucking bullshit. Okay. Complete and utter bullshit, disregarding for the rules. Okay. I don't know why those are the rules. You have to hand them in person. It's sort of funny. They have to trick them in some, that's probably just TV, but yeah. If my television knowledge, you have to physically hand the papers to the person, not just deliver them to the house. Assuming this is all checked.
Felix's sister found an envelope in the mail with regular U.S. postage labeled to Felix on or around October 6th. This directly opposes the processor's claim of directly handing it to Felix. What I find interesting is that this appeared in a mailbox with postage and was within a standard mailing period from September 26th. Yet, there are claims of this being handed directly to Felix. These papers would have been delivered to Felix's stepfather's home within the official legal filing September 27, 2023 at 6:40 p.m. This address.
Okay, I think we can move on from this sort of autistic sort of thing. I understand why he's including this in this particular video. It just really is just sort of pointing out all the little lies and discrepancies that are already in this sort of lawsuit. I mean, I watched this before and I probably tuned too much of it out. Okay. So there is some good stuff in here. A lot of bullshit, obviously. Like, let's
and Felix's statement caused special damages, as evident by the fact that plaintiff's revenue from videos dropped by more than 95% after defendant's tweet/X was published, from $74,646 in the period of November 23rd, 2022, December 23rd.
Trust me, this is a good part. There's a lot of crap in here, but I like this part here.
Listing a drop of revenue from a specific date period and ignoring the fact that her revenue had begun to decline far before then. The official date, April 20th, 2023, is when we can see the first damage being done to her subscriber count. This is also the day she levied accusations against Legal Eagle. And then, of course, following her upload of the Illuminati exposed video, the viewership damage is fairly evident, especially in the following weeks where she saw a rapid decline. I find it to be personally dishonest to claim that Felix's GoFundMe tweet was responsible for the drop in revenue reported, as there had been a long-standing consistent drop of revenue for each month prior. Not to mention, of course, in that date range, this includes the H-Bomber Guy videos, which had a collective 23 million views between the two of them. 113. Blair suffered non-economic and special damages, as explained in paragraph 112 of the complaint, as a result of defendant Felix's publications in an amount to be proven at trial.
As I said, he brought the proofs in the pudding. not going to fact check him on that particular thing. As I said, it was the H Bomber guy video that really hit her hard, and all this stuff that came snowballing after was sort of like, oh, the bitch, you know, we're worried about this, but once the public favor, you can say that they took advantage of the H Bomber hit piece on Blair and many other people, but to say that they were at all, they just added fuel to the fire. That would be the better way to put it. To blame either fucking Oz Media or anyone else for her fucking drop, fucking complete and utter bullshit to the extreme degree.
I can only assume this is her talking about the general backlash and emotional turmoil this situation has thrown her into. Again, as I'm sure I'll be saying this thousands of times, if you send threats of any kind towards Blair, you're worse than her. Again, the damages Blair is
Maybe.
suffering is of her own doing. The only reason
Probably.
any of us are in this position is
Shouldn't threaten
because of the
people.
actions Blair initially took
Threats
on
are
April
lame.
20th,
You shouldn't mock
2023.
people.
Eighth claim for relief, defamation per quad as to defendant Felix. 114, Blair and Pyramid hereby incorporate the previous paragraphs by reference as though they were fully set forth therein. 115, on or about May 2nd, 2023, Mark Deck posted to his public YouTube account, The Click, a video titled Illuminaughtii and Sad Milk, which contains screenshots from defendant Oz and Felix, intended for publication by Deck, available at YouTube link and timestamp. I also just want to add that Click's name is public. 116, the Illuminaughtii and Sad Milk video displayed a redacted screenshot of a Discord conversation. 117, upon information and belief, the relevant redacted portions obscured the username Felix the Kit Kat, the username of defendant Felix. 118, upon information and belief, Click is Mark Dreck. It's actually Mark Deck, and he's pretty public with this. It's the name of his public music channel after all. 119, Blair asked Felix to find Mark Dreck saying the R slur in Sad Milk's raw audio. 120, defendant Felix then asserts that Blair, though she publicly disapproves of the R slur, uses it in private. 121, this statement carries a defamatory meaning.
Why the fuck is okay? I gotta say, this is all fucking weird shit out there. Okay, I wonder why this fucking shit. I mean, I agree. Very hypocritical of her and all this other shit, but I don't care. Defendant published statements, blah, all around the R slur. Don't care about your damn R slurs. Not gonna care about this. Hell, we had the N word with iDubbb's, R slur with the click, and this whole Illuminati stuff here. Oh God, have some fucking sense of humor. And yeah, as I said, these sort of things need context. And yeah, you con someone it with the intent of damaging them. I think it's a little bit different. You can sort of get away with it. I think depends on the person you're throwing it at. You know.
123. Defendant Felix's statements caused special damages as evident by the fact that plaintiff's revenue from videos dropped by about 50% after defendant Felix's defamatory statements were published in the Illuminaughtii and Sad Milk video from $37,981 in the period of May 2nd to June 1st, 2022 to $19,274.85 during that same period a year later. 124. Blair suffered non-economic and special damages as explained in paragraph 123 of the complaint as a result of defendant Felix's
mental trauma. Yeah. Her response video had a fucking suicide, tried to bring up someone's suicide letter as a way to mentally cast them as unstable. And you're fucking gonna do a mental damage sort of a argument. I'm not gonna call that hypocritical. I'm just gonna say that's the pot calling the kettle black there. Shit. I wonder if she's gonna try to pull out those crocodile tears in the courtroom. Or fucking hell, I don't even know if she can pull it off.
Publications in an amount to be proved at trial. The economic damages in question, again, are not solely caused by Felix providing those screenshots. Blair is seemingly electing to avoid mentioning that at this time. There are far more factors at play. Thankfully, the timeline provided earlier helps cleanly spell this out for any parties watching who are unfamiliar. The only way that I can read Blair's current filings, in my view, is that Blair appears to be purposely misleading the judge to try and paint the situation of her being unjustly attacked for no reason, and excluding any mention that she was, in fact, the initial aggressor.
Yep. Okay, agree entirely. Trust me. I don't mind taking the side of Blair if I thought she was in the right, but there's no evidence to sort of support any of the bullshit that's being presented here. She could fucking put something out and I would fucking She hasn't tweeted in a while. She's gone silent. Okay. Omission. I take silence as a fucking omission of guilt. Maybe that's a little bit rough, but fucking hell, who cares? Leftist mafia bitch gets what she gets.
This brings me to the present where we are now. After Felix submitting a motion to dismiss, which argues the lawsuit should be essentially tossed, the judge ruled in Blair's favor for the lawsuit to continue. Matt Patster has some great videos diving into this and going over each party's arguments. I don't think we have the time to sit down and go through the nearly 20 plus pages of documents arguing case law in relation to this suit.
Yeah, neither do I. I just want to sort of highlight sort of the major factors in here. Okay, let's get a little
Case
bit
law
more
on the
in
matter
there.
to challenge the arguments at play. However, it seems that Blair was able to eke out a temporary victory with her presentation of the claims. First and foremost, the judge is following procedure as his duties describe according to Colorado law, which outlines that plaintiffs be given, in my opinion for this specific case in question, an unreasonable amount of benefit of the doubt. Even if Blair has a fraction of a percent of a chance for her claims to prevail, the courts must hear them out beyond emotion.
Yep. Doesn't sound like she had much of a case, but maybe it's enough. Okay. Maybe because she's a woman. There's a lot of laws that favor women. Maybe that's why she's framing it as a jilted ex-boyfriend in your particular case. I don't know how this is going to tie into the fucking Felix thing unless you dated him too. Always a possibility that that's thrown in. Okay.
To dismiss. This is my understanding of the law that the judge has put as his reasoning, which, while frustrating, I understand. This is not the judge blatantly siding with Blair. This is him doing his job. As quoting, dismissing a complaint only if it appeared beyond a doubt that the plaintiff could prove no set of facts that would entitle him or her to relief, the trial court still accepts all allegations in the complaint as true and views them in the light most favorable to the plaintiff. However, facts pleaded as legal conclusions, i.e. boilerplate or conclusory allegations, such as those that merely repeat the statutory language, are no longer entitled to the presumption that they are true.
Yeah, look at all the sort of precedents. Scott versus Scott. Other precedent there. I'm wondering if precedent's great thing for courts to do. I mean, it's what they do, and maybe it's good to do, but you can also challenge precedents. It's just a lot harder. Okay. Glad we're having H3 precedent with it. Someone brought that up recently, and I forget the exact context there, but it would be troublesome if someone sort of changed a precedent about fair use in the law system. Arsler, again, don't fucking care. Pay $200. This seems so lame. The fucking judge should laugh about this. Okay, maybe the lawyer has gone. I'm wondering the lawyer in this particular case. It's Colorado. I'm hoping it's somewhat not brain rottedly go into a certain ideology where they're going to be like the Arsler, that's that bad, it's going to damage you.
Additional
Yeah,
content which
if
will
you're
harm
a
plaintiffs in a
fucking
devastating manner.
leftboid.
Blair within this lawsuit is specifically painting these communications as being directly related to company communications, when they were not. I also did not organize a defamation campaign against Blair. She threw the mud first. The judge continues. Again, viewing the amended complaint in the light most favorable.
To be correct. I don't know how I don't remember how the clique got involved, but after the sort of H-bomber guy and other stuff got brought up, I think he did insert himself in for fucking good reason. And that's where a lot of these other people jumped on board to defend the clique. A former friend that in Oz Media's case, he felt bad about a sort of contributing to this. I mean, leftoids and leftists always talk about taking accountability. This is almost taking accountability, and he is suffering for it. And I feel for the guy. I genuinely think that he's trying to do the right thing. And I think he is doing the right thing by fighting this and for standing up for the clique, even if they are a whole bunch of Reddit reading up bitches on YouTube. But, you know, don't hate the player, hate the game. And some of that shit is just a little lame.
To the plaintiff, these allegations arguably state plausible claims for breach of both the NDA and the Felix agreement. They arguably state a plausible claim for breach of the NDA in that they plausibly allege that Felix, without permission, shared with a third party pyramid information about company operations.
That's a lot of plausibly and a lot of allegedly. God
claim for breach of the Felix agreement. They allege that Felix, without permission, shared with a third party confidential information for the benefit of a third party. The confidential information disclosed.
Yeah, I don't even know how they can really argue that. If it's personal, just between people privately, not on any sort of sad milk or anything related to Pyramid Inc., Blair's company, I don't know how she can fucking get this to fly. I really don't know. This seems like such fucking bullshit. Stretching. Again, as I said, retaliatory revenge lawsuit just to make someone pay. Can't go after each bomber guy. Doesn't even seem like she's bringing up the click here. Maybe I'm wrong there. Okay. Instructor, it sounds like just Oz Media and this other guy who worked for her. Click worked for her, but I think that's a little bit weaker there. That's why she needed the. I think it's been too long, too late with that.
Is not, as Felix's counsel suggests, that Blair uses the Arschler in private. That would be a private matter rather than the company business. Rather, the
Don't care. Yes, Arsler sort of takes the sort of personal thing. Arsler, don't care. Going the focus on the Arsler, retard. Every time everyone says the retard. Okay, I try to avoid that word. Okay, but when I do use it, it's just annoying. Okay, it's just annoying when I feel the need to use it. God. But yeah, this is really lame overall that a lot of this is based on. And it's only going to hurt them because they're leftoids. They have a leftist image, okay? Especially Blair. Remember, leftist mafia got kicked off, defended by fucking whatever her name was. Oh, yeah, Olay, okay? The same Olay who brought up the Illuminati stuff before she fucking tried to take advantage of iDubbb's cuckdom, allegedly, and he's apologizing for his whole content cop, which even if it isn't cuck behavior, it is. Fuck off.
Information he had to tell, leading him to be directly included to the lawsuit as an attempt to muzzle him in what he had to say. This is a personal theory of mine that I have come to due to the facts that are in front of me. If this were false, she could easily prove the public narrative wrong. Instead, she's opted to take the legal route in an attempt to use her finances to crush her opposition. What I also need to stress is that the video which Felix would have been a part of would have fallen into the category of a journalistic piece. No different than what she structures on her channel. I suppose in her eyes, it's fine when she puts others under the microscope, but not when others do the same to her, even for her actions outside of Pyramid, which wouldn't be covered under NDA. Blair instructing her employee to find potentially damaging information about a competing YouTuber, Click. That information about internal company messages and operations was allegedly disclosed through co-defendant and fellow employee Oz to Click for use against Pyramid and Blair. While disclosing such tardy information to a competitor may not be a violation of the Uniform Trade Secrets Act, it could plausibly be a violation of the agreements that Felix signed as it disclosed to a competitor the internal operations of a company whose business arguably involved trolling for clicks and bringing down its competitors. As the
Womp 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 womp. Okay, all ports and stuff.
Blair provided, Felix was an employee at this time, despite the evidence we discussed prior. The judge is under the impression that Click was a competing YouTuber. This is why I stressed his content type being comedy and memes, as well as him being a prior colleague of Blair's. Click is not a direct competitor and does not occupy the same.
And you two both were sort of complicit in sort of helping Blair sort of find stuff to sort of paint Click as a bad guy after he left the sad milk channel. Okay, again, I don't blame him for not bringing up this particular issue. And this video is longer than it needs to be, going over just the legalese stuff.
Or venue of YouTube that Blair does. In fact, Blair has done such a tremendous job at muddying the timeline and obfuscating her actions. It seems the judge is entirely unaware that Click's video was in self-defense against her accusations, and Felix was providing Click with documentation to defend his image from the heinous pedo-jacketing attempt that Blair had committed. Blair has successfully been able to rewrite history in the initial phases of this lawsuit to fit her narrative and present herself as a YouTuber.
Hold on. I was doing something else real quick. Pedo-jacketed. Oh God, that's such a reach. Sorry, I have to say, Oz Media. It was lame pedo defense. Okay, it wasn't pedo-jacketed unless you took it further. Okay, maybe she took it further. Okay, I tried to make some convoluted thing that I didn't hear about that got deleted and covered up. But yeah, she definitely did try to shame the Click for not acting soon enough on the supposed predator that was in his Discord, even though it was taken care of before he even woke up.
worker who was unjustly attacked out of nowhere by vindictive employees. When the reality is that Blair went on the attack with accusations so profoundly, in my opinion, fucking stupid, where, and I'm repetitive on this note,
I will back up his fucking claim. The legal eagle stuff was stupid and ironic, considering each bummer guy was like, yeah, I noticed this shit when I was doing research, and she's got nothing on legal eagle. In fact, she's got a definite of making this claim because of here.
not for the audience, but for the legal reasons,
Yeah.
she accused a lawyer of plagiarism. Each bomber guy countered with her examples of plagiarism. While I cannot speak on the intentions of others, as I have stated, I spoke out to defend my prior colleagues as well as distance myself from Blair because I was receiving Discord messages and stream chats frantically asking, or in some cases demanding, that I make a statement on Illuminati, and if I supported her attacks on Legal Eagle because of my prior association with her. When people distanced themselves from Blair and spoke on their own personal experiences, she retorted with a 40-minute long video full of accusations and ammunition that she had been holding on to for nearly 3 years.
Correct. Okay, we don't need to relitigate this. Plenty of videos. Okay, let's end this on the intro before I get into the next thing that I want to go to, because I didn't know this would be this short, but a little bit lame. The next part should be much more fun.
Questions beforehand regarding the new GoFundMe. If Blair does accept this offer, I will be refunding it in full, as I only plan to utilize that funding if she decides the lawsuit will be moving forward. Because of this, however, this does mean
Blair should take this. This is just, I don't know. This is just revenge. I don't even think it's going to really go through. I don't know how she can fucking win this unless she does the most low down, dirty tricks that she can. And the fucking law system is completely incompetent where this is being pursued. Maybe she has the judge in the pocket and she's going to fuck over these little guys, even after they crowdfund. But what are they? She's not going to really get any money out of this. There's no way. They can't even fund their legal shit. You're just going to put them in debt. It's just a satisfaction of destroying an ex-boyfriend and ex-employee when not even going after the real people. H Bomber Guy and the Clique were much bigger players. I guess she doesn't, because she doesn't fucking have a case in hell. That's why they're not included in this shit. My thoughts, but she should take this shit, but she's probably just going to be a bitch.
that for the next month, I'm on the hook for my own legal bills. And as of today, this is going to be a rough month, as this one's out of pocket, so it looks like it's the mini wheats diet for me. If this lawsuit continues, I know that on my end, I could be looking at anywhere from $4,000 to possibly $10,000 monthly, as seen by this invoice for the last 2 weeks. The reason for this potential settlement offer is that I'm not thrilled at the idea of spending a majority of my 20s, possibly the next 2 years, stuck in legal litigation
Looks
in
like
opposition to
he's-
Blair. I just want to be able to live my life. The stress from the
Looks
lawsuit,
like he's
the foreclosure,
still
it
doing the
feels nearly
stream
never ending, and I'm tired of waking up in the
for
middle of the
legal
night, stressed
fees.
with chest pain and dread.
Don't know about that. If he needs
I'm
it,
tired of dreading every email notification. The legal system is exhausting. But
it is.
while
From
the
what I
legal and
hear.
foreclosure stress have been very present and constant in my life, even with the foreclosure ending in December,
Yeah, worrying about where you're living. And again, I think there was something about the car with his stop that could have been a different one of the people Blair targeted. This thing is just so messy and so fucked up. I can't keep track of all this fucking shit out there. And you even factor in how she sort of fucking dissed someone like Tommy C. Yeah, no one cares about Tommy C. He's a foul-mouthed shock jockey style guy, old man on YouTube. But I think he handled it rather classy, despite him being an asshole in other areas.
it's not the only reason I'm considering this potential settlement agreement. In my personal life, there is an ongoing source
Yeah,
of both grief
is.
and stress and factors that I'm still trying to process and have been unable to process because of everything going on around me.
You missed the part. I've said it several times. Revenge is the only motivation that can fucking explain this. She's not going to get any money out of this guy. You can't squeeze blood from a turnip.
With keeping details sparse out of respect for my partner and with their approval, we've had to deal with the heartbreak of a miscarriage throughout all of this. Its occurrence was
Wow.
unexpected, and because of the day-to-day stress of the lawsuit, we've been unable.
This is the asshole mode. I'm fine with him doing this. It's probably completely legitimate, but complete asshole move. Bravo. Okay. Sorry. I might be sounding cold. This probably is really fucking with his partner. Okay.
able to process, heal, and move forward from this loss. We've had to shelve these emotions and push forward, and it's been hard on both of us. And I just want the opportunity to heal with my partner in peace. And which is why I'm even considering giving Blair this settlement. I ask that you respect my privacy of myself and my partner until such a time that we are comfortable making details known.
Okay. As I said, not going to take up all this time. Okay. I think we're to the end. He's trying to offer a settlement. You can get the details. There's 5 minutes left. Don't need any much more of this. Okay. Just Blair, completely insane. The fact that she's fucking going with this lawsuit is beyond me. Again, he said retaliatory. I'm just saying pure and utter bitch rage revenge. That's the only reason I can have, unless there's some secret end game and he fucking has a rich uncle that she's gonna try to force him into some really weird dealings. I just don't know what she's gonna get out of it, except for just the satisfaction of taking these other people down with her. Okay, because yeah, her career is pretty much over on YouTube, people. So fucking hell, moving on to the more fun, just not serious drama that I usually like to cover. But before then, let me start off with something. The reason I realized video which I'm going to cover is YouTuber critics are lying to you. A bad media criticism video essay. And I'm inviting people. Let's see who actually pops up for this. I was actually thinking of doing the EFAP on this particular thing, but that's a little bit lame. 7 hours for this 48 and 21 second. And, you know, I love a good EFAP, but this of EFAP has fallen. So I'm gonna start with this particular thing because it's just funny to me. Because I was gonna do a video on this. People love EFAP, and I can understand that completely. Let me get my notepad up real quick. A few technicalities here and there. Fucking hell, notes not in my quick section here. Let me put something on while I set some stuff up. Not that. Back to the sort of gray stuff. Me and Gray sort of talking about the stuff in the past. Because that was a fun time. Fun times you get to hear, you might be able to hear a little bit of a Gray's silky, soothy voice, a blast from the past. And let's see if it loads up at all. Share this tab. Make it magic. Send this up. Done with this. Beautiful bean footage and stuff like that. So it's gonna play, I hope, at any time here. Be milking it out and sort of mealy mouth try. I wonder why this hates my own video. At least I got through the click shit. Okay, I'm gonna go mute, do a few things. Maybe I shouldn't. Setting things up. Walk it back. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Fucking bitch on a stick. Okay. The EFAP notes for the thing around. Okay. I'm not going to waste my time with it now. Just setting it up.
Yeah. I don't know. It's weird that they'll let the joke speak more than they actually will. I don't know. It's odd that the joke is somehow more clear than the.
Why do you hate my own video? Okay. Is my own video sort of retarded? Is that what's wrong?
Actual words coming out of their mouths. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. My own video is retarded. I'm going to respond. I'm going to let this play a little bit. EFAP made me know about it. So
Allegations weren't good. And
share this tab instead. Let's start off with a little bit of the EFAP stuff. Everyone knows, I know everyone loves my EFAP criticism. Oh, now it works.
We go way back.
Way back.
Way back.
This would have been an unremarkable video for them if not for the director of Kong Skull Island, Jordan Vogt Roberts, taking to Twitter to criticize the video. Tons of movie reviews are criticized by their creators, but Vogt Roberts' perspective gained traction because, well, he was right.
Ooh.
The
Which
I
is
didn't
weird
read all of
because
that.
the-
Why did you put
which
that
is-
on screen if I'm not gonna read it?
Yeah,
Can we,
I paused partially to go back and partially to say that the thing that he showed from the CinemaSins video was a valid criticism of the movie. So
Keep this in mind, folks. Rags is saying this is a valid criticism. He's just going into this. Okay, this is a valid criticism. I might skip ahead.
not a great idea that you
Okay, we got
decided
a
to show
Romeo
from
to
his
watch
video
this nonsense here.
a criticism of the
We're
movie
not going to do too much
total
of this.
sense.
I don't want to hop on this.
You don't want to. Oh, sorry, that's Theo. Let me not get you confused with Theo here. Romeo. Sorry, I want to get a little bit of this out since I was writing a script. Might as well get your thoughts, and maybe Tiamat will come along later. Oh, here we have Dragon Lord. Okay. Any thoughts about this cringy guy being sort of cringed out by a bigger group of what I would consider a little cringe in some instances, like this particular one? Thoughts, feelings, anything, or just move on?
Run which part? The poor part where you have to pick on poor iDubbbz for his IBS and him being.
No, I was picking
heckled
on
and-
him. I was picking on him for being a cuck to both black women and his own girlfriend. His own girlfriend, Anissa, probably sent him out to take it from the black woman. Okay. It's
And
like
I'm
reverse
surprised, by the way. I was telling Romeo because we were chilling in Discord just because I'm randomly. Like, I'm truly surprised that Illuminaughtii still has anything because she is a horrible human being. That
Yeah. I think
I
we can
mean-
all agree to that. A lot of people say that about Rags. I just think Rags is a little bit dumb there.
Rags did blow up the D&D campaign.
Okay. Probably. But yeah, this is just really funny here. So I want to go over this
But
quickly before I
but the
go
whole
over
thing I'll
this
say on
man's video.
Illuminati is a lot of stuff when it came out, how bad of a person she is. Like a lot of skeletons in her closet. And then when she went after Oz and all that mess, I mean, hell, I think commentary was just trying to rip her apart. If it wasn't was not plagiarism that ripped her apart.
Yeah, and she's trying to put it on that one guy just because I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why she's only lawsuing. Probably the only one she thinks she can get away with.
But who would be worse, her or James Somerton, as far as ripping off content?
Probably James Sunderton. Okay, it's really hard to tell there, but yeah, let's get through this cringe section. Want to know your thoughts on this?
Why did you put that on screen if I'm not gonna read it?
Yeah, I paused partially to go back and partially to say that the thing that he showed from the CinemaSins video was a valid criticism of the movie. So, not a great idea that you decided to show from his video a criticism of the movie that makes total sense.
I don't want to.
But it doesn't. Later on, they defend it by it being a joke. This is just completely funny here. Okay, and there's another part that in my hypothetical script that I went over. Don't worry, this won't take too long. We'll get into the actual cringe of his video on our own. Just, I was working on this. This is truly funny here. Okay. I'm going to speed this up real quick. Sorry, indulge me, guys. I know
That's right.
No need for the
Now you
snark, I was
know
asking
because
him.
you were silly.
there
and
should be
dumb,
a
and I
count of how
educated
many times they go back in this particular section. So I'm probably going to speed this along, but take a guess how many times they have to rewind to get what this man's saying at a certain point. Any guesses?
Not really. I don't really watch.
I can't. I watched them enough. Even though
Just pick a number. How many times do they have to keep rewinding back to
in
really
this one
get-
part or the whole thing?
Yeah, just this one point. Okay, I'm moving on past this.
10
after
times.
this, okay.
Let's say 10.
Okay. Romeo, guess just whatever number.
5.
Okay.
All right, I just
get
assumed
wrecked.
we had
But I
like,
will say,
helicopters and planes, but all right.
if he's snatching 3 examples, which I like as to prove a point, these are terrible as a 3. Like, I feel like we could have gone for
There should be like better ones because they usually are just like much more obviously wrong observations in the Cinema Sins video.
Yeah, we know.
Generally.
we know.
Rags, I just find it funny that Rags sort of defend it like this is a valid criticism, and they go on how much these are all jokes from Cinema Sins, which I'm sure we're all gonna just laugh at Cinema Sins because it's mostly a joke channel with a joke focus. Okay, taking them seriously seems a little asinine for this man to do, but he is technically correct. And I always loved the Futurama meme. Technically correct is the best sort of correct. Sorry.
The first one was almost certainly a joke. The second one was definitely a joke, and the third one was asking a question.
Yeah,
so
it's like
valid
not the best for
criticism.
lying.
Why is it just not being scoped?
Just to be clear, just because Rags was talking out of his ass earlier, calling it valid criticism was sort of what I wanted to point out.
As the
I'm
director
asshole.
summarizes, critics like
we
Cinema
already read
Sins
that
want
one.
to appear smarter than the media they criticize.
You couldn't have chosen a worse delivery for that line.
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
a bit weird.
Our second liar. Look at him. Look at the liar.
I was thrown for a loop by the weird cut in the middle of the sentence there. That was crazy.
Here's the thing.
It's such crunky editing. And also,
Critics
can you
are
believe
always
how
the worst.
the Cinema
It's made worse by you keep rewinding it.
Sin section is almost like that? It's like I've proven my point with that
let me say
one.
this.
Bad media criticism. It's
Critics
like,
of this
well, not really.
are-
You took
Not
2
only
jokes
bad
too
media
seriously.
criticism, but like deliberately dishonest.
Well, and I don't think one can call it bad criticism if someone makes like a simple mistake. It's like over. You can't
That's
say like the whole
inevitable. It
channel
happens.
is
Well, I
now
mean,
bad
it's,
because they misunderstood
it's-
maybe a landmass or something.
Something
Sorry.
to be said about the nature of almost like working, when you're doing a maths problem. Like,
Okay, I don't want to put it up with this anymore. They do it 4 times. They go back to this page 4 times, and it's just annoying.
I would have
okay?
thought they actually did it 10 times, considering it was EFAP, because the whole thing.
No,
right,
I'm saying they basically go over this like 10 times. They rewind it 10 times to sort of really drive this fucking shit home here. It's really annoying.
Is it the pick on literature devil, or is it the pick on the guy's video?
Onto his video. Okay, I agree. This fucking guy really uses weird words, weird cuts, but there might be some value in what he's doing. So let's just
You mean
jump
the
in.
Anthony guy? Anthony?
Yep, I'm just gonna call him Ant. It works. That's his Twitter profile. It's a great Twitter profile.
I'm halfway to prep for it. I'm already like over halfway through it. I do like. I do hate some of his examples.
I mean, he has legitimate points. They're just framed so retardedly.
Yes.
It just seems
Yes.
off a little bit weird. Okay.
Yes, that
I
is
mean,
a good way to summarize it. It is. He has good criticism, but some of it is.
I wouldn't even call it good criticism, but there is I can understand what he's trying to get at, and I can almost agree with him in several places, but I don't know. But there is a utility to making an imperfect piece, in my opinion, that people will sort of pick it apart like everyone's doing. And now just get more eyes on it. Okay. If he made a really solid video that made his argument really well, EFAP wouldn't have fucking touched it. No one would be picking it apart if he made a really solid video. So there is some utility in making an imperfect piece, but still, if you're good faith in it, you can get the point across. Okay, so let's get into this cringe now after that little section where I just had to highlight some funny stuff from EFAP there. From the beginning, maybe we can skip this part or not. I don't know. Well, maybe I'll have to go back and forth at the same section.
That did this?
First hit theater.
Huh?
Who's the YouTuber that made this video?
Anthony, I don't know how to pronounce fucking little funky names like that. Anthony, Graham, Gigala. I don't know how to say that. And I am uniquely qualified. This is the only reason these 2 streams are in. I had discussion screens. Whoa, my tongue just fell out of my mouth. Discussion screams, just pretty much talking about the art of criticism and what is good faith criticism. I like the meta conversation with this. So
I think he did some good. I think he does have some good ones he pulled. It's just really bad takes on a couple of them because but I guess I grew up in the era when Cinema Sins and Nostalgia Critic was the metric standard.
Yeah, this guy seems like a total and utter boomer guy who can't really get ahead of times.
Well, what was it? Channel Awesome guy. Yeah, I think he's used a portion up too.
That takes me back.
Channel Awesome.
And
Yeah.
I'm young.
Channel Unawesome. Okay, yeah, I liked a few people, but
Was
they
that
all...
before or after he screwed over the co-host, the woman that worked with him, I believe?
I don't even think he screwed people over. He put someone in charge who screwed a lot of people over, changed the channel back in the day. Let's not get too much off on that.
No,
the Cinema Sins, I agree. You shouldn't be taking these Cinema Sins examples too seriously. Anyone who does is a moron whose opinion isn't worth anything.
The YouTube channel Cinema Sins did a video detailing all the ways the film sinned in their popular Everything Wrong With series. This would have been an unremarkable video for them if not for the director of Kong Skull Island, Jordan Vogt Roberts, taking to Twitter to criticize the video. Tons of movie reviews are criticized by their creators, but Vogt Roberts' perspective gained traction because, well, he was right. The big criticism? That the review from Cinema Sins flat out lied about his movie.
It looks like this movie spent half its budget on rain machines and made sure key scenes took place with them involved, so we couldn't hear the dialogue. Cole's not excited about bombs going off. He's just happy that the director chose him for the obligatory destruction reflecting off sunglasses shot. Just out of curiosity, if a landmass has this much of a reputation, why is it just now being discovered?
As the director summarizes, critics like Cinema Sins want to appear smarter than the media they criticize. Cinema Sins isn't playing.
I think that's completely wrong, okay? It's completely retarded.
Wasn't
stop
he
using the R
more
word.
satirical, like Critical Drinker, before there was a Critical Drinker?
No. Cinema Sins just is like, he's literally gonna put the quote, just a nitpicky little bitch, okay? Who likes to nitpick stuff. The kind of guy you don't want to watch a movie with. But somehow he managed to make it into a very successful
I always thought it was satire with him. He kind of had some criticism, but it wasn't like it got to the point he wanted to be the Siskel and Ebert of.
I think he wanted to be funny, but he also wanted to actually be treated. But everyone wants to be treated as legitimate in this space here, okay? They don't want to be like dog shit. Like Yahtzee, I think a lot of his shit isn't very critical, but there's within his humor on his little rants on these video games, there is something to be found critically, even though a lot of his videos are very personality based. That really works off of what he's doing.
Playing a character. They're just nitpicking movies as themselves. Jeremy even acknowledged this in his Reddit AMA, saying, "I've always been a hyper-observant, nitpicking jerk. Everything Wrong With is just a manifestation of that."
So this is not the first time I've discussed bad media criticism on my channel, and it's not going to be the last time either. Bad media criticism is a term that's thrown around a lot.
This honest storytelling uses narrative elements in far more petty and biased ways, taking one's limited perspective.
Yeah, I swear to God, this is where they kept going back like 4 times. Took Mueller like 4 times trying to understand this. I don't know why they didn't understand it. Okay, I agree this isn't exactly a great clip to throw in after that. I can understand his point. He pretty much was talking about bad media. He's talked about bad media criticism on his channel many times. He plays this clip. Okay. He's trying to say this is bad media criticism here. Okay.
I mean, literature.
That's what I'm
devil
getting
is
from
not.
this.
Now, I will say I've never really seen horribly a lot of stuff egregious from Literature Devil. But every critic has I will say this. If he's going to get onto them for a bias that they bring into their work, a lot of critics are their own worst critics. Critics make them.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is complete garbage. Dishonest storytelling. How can you have fucking dishonest storytelling? storytelling's fiction. Of course, it's going to be dishonest. Okay,
Storytelling
but this
is
is taken
made
out
or
of
broken.
context.
So
You could
storytelling to me is made or broken on the cutting room floor of the basic story before the filming.
I have one thing to say. It says biased narrative. I mean, aren't all
Yeah, no
movies
shit.
like
Yeah, exactly. That's what
biased?
I'm saying. Yeah, a bias. It goes to a certain bias. Okay, taking one
Human.
limited perspective. Okay, and there is also a problem with having too many people in on any particular story. Too many cooks, it's called. Okay.
Too many cooks in the kitchen will definitely screw up a story.
this guy is
Okay.
starting to sound like In Praise of Shadows a bit. With
I don't
like
know. It gets a little bit better though. But picking on Literature
No,
Devil, Literature Devil, it's not
that's
the
an
word.
insult. Okay, Romeo, that's an insult. He has some. He's a little lame with his examples, but think what you want. You have your bias, as long as you're not being dishonest with your storytelling.
wait. I also have something else to say. He said dishonest storytelling. So when
That's Literature Devils. I think, unless he's a thing. Let's listen to it. Okay,
This is
just gonna
Literature
let this
Devil
play.
slide.
I'm not gonna go over it again. Let's just let it play out the clip that they
Jerk.
couldn't understand.
Everything wrong with is just a manifestation of that.
So this is not the first time I've discussed bad media criticism on my channel, and it's not going to be the last time either. Bad media criticism is a term that's thrown around a lot.
Dishonest storytelling uses narrative elements in far more petty and biased ways. Taking one's limited perspective and writing it as the entire truth is dishonest.
Bad media criticism isn't simply just...
Okay, what do we think of that? I'm letting it play
Ways.
just to get
Taking
the
one's
whole
limited
thing on it.
perspective and writing it as the entire truth is dishonest.
I'm just trying to find. This could be a very selective clip from Literature Devil. I did watch Literature Devil in certain aspects, but I got tired of his content. Okay, it's just harping on the same 2 points.
So if he's going to use the slide, right, and this is just my opinion. Okay, dishonest storytelling, I think, okay, bits of that. Biased narrative, right? Because a writer's bias, unless they can separate their bias from their work to actually...
which is probably impossible.
Which usually is, let's hypothetically, is usually very different, and there's always a slant someone is. Let's say James Cameron used Blue People Natives good, right? Marines
Dancing
bad.
with the Wolves ripoff.
But yes, and then taking one's limited perspective in writing is the truth is in dire. That's a weird one by Literature Devil. But the
Okay,
one part I'll say this.
I would like to know the context around this. Okay, maybe it makes.
I want
more
to know the
sense,
context on the one in the
Yeah.
corner, right? The one in the corner. But remember, activist writers are trying to spread the truth about the world. It's
Yes,
spreading
but it's
their
their truth. Okay,
Their truth,
most
yes.
activists talk about their truth. Okay,
Their
they
truth.
definitely
It's-
say this is a little bit deceptive here. I would love to know the freaking context for it. So, just this on its own, I agree. This is really skewed. Okay, using words like dishonest storytelling. The truth. I mean, yeah, there are some true things. There's such things as facts. Okay, that's what's
Wouldn't-
true. Okay, everything
Wouldn't
else.
the writer, and my thing is, the only way I can interpret the one in the corner, right, is taking one's limited perspective and writing it. So if the critic criticizing has their own limited perspective, or the person writing it, because we've seen what like Netflix and crap do to a series, right? But
Yeah,
that
but
would
that's,
be
that's almost like built by committee, you know, too safe. Okay, they almost go too safe or too far, like Dear White People. There's just so many variations. There's just such a diverse
and then
amount.
you have the now the thing is Literature Devil is pretty much, I guess, because he does have his own biases over the years. I've seen.
I have my own bias. Calling something dishonest storytelling seems like total and utter bullshit to me.
I think storytelling is made or broken on the cutting room floor. I
can
think
see
it's,
that.
I think it's made how you go into the script, how you go into the story. But everyone has a bias. Like James Cameron, as much as I go, Avatar is a beautiful film, but shitty story.
Yep. Things can be good. It depends on what the author's intent is for the story. Okay. I really think you need to take in what the piece of media is trying to accomplish here and how well it succeeds. I think
Or how
this
Stephen
video,
King wrote a lot of his, like how Stephen King wrote a lot of his books on meth or drugs.
Oh shit! I was just about to say that. Because
allegedly. I'm moving on. We're not making
Bad media criticism
accusations
isn't
here.
simply just disagreeing with someone. It's not saying something you don't agree with. It's when the criticism itself seems to fundamentally misinterpret the piece of media being discussed, even when it's supposedly going through a...
See, I agree with this. Bad criticism is misinterpreting what the piece of media is trying to do. I mean, is there any argument like you're trying to judge something like In Praise of Shadows tried to judge what does that fucking movie? The Bill Murray movie, the zombie movie. The Dead Don't Die as a horror movie when obviously it was supposed to be like ironic postmodern
Zombieland you're thinking of?
No, the Praise of Shadow didn't really bring up Zombieland. He brought up The Dead Don't Die. And it's definitely supposed to be comedic, okay, with really meta ironic humor. Fourth wall breaks. It was a terrible movie.
I've never heard of that one, and I've seen a lot of the bad zombie.
Well, I'm a Bill Murray fan. That's the only reason. It had Bill Murray and it had a lot of stars in it, but it was god awful. Okay, almost so bad it's good, but still,
It's not
really
as bad as like They Live. I mean,
what the? You don't appreciate They Live? Okay, let's not get into that. That They Live is it's not. It's good for what it is. The Thing is epic. Don't go against Thing. I'm
seen frame by frame by frame.
Oh, Peach, yeah, Princess Peach, yeah, giving her pants.
Yeah.
Oh,
I hate
never invest in red. What you? Well, this is what is this for even?
Actually,
can you name this? Can you not name this?
No.
Is this another new one?
Yeah.
Miho or
this has come across my. Nope, this isn't MiHoYo. This is too.
This
clean
isn't
for
MiHoYo?
me. This is too close, too clean for MiHoYo. I've seen this once or twice.
Oh, I have not seen that yet. It looks like one of the MiHoYo
it's one of the other companies, but it's not done in Unity.
Okay. I had to rewind that. Okay. Sorry.
Princess Peach, yeah, giving her pants.
Yeah. Now, bad media criticism exists everywhere. YouTube is not unique in this regard. Part of the reason I made
Shad
the
did
jump to
admit he
YouTube
got
over written media
wrong.
was due to wanting to distance myself from several hot takes in media publishing.
I think this is really stupid here. You just
But Shad did admit
brings
he
up
was
this.
wrong on the Princess Peach moment. He did.
Oh
like,
yeah,
in the video.
I was considering doing the whole Jack Saint versus Shad on the Mario Brothers shit, but they're both shit. Okay, I didn't like either one. They
What do
both
you mean?
were
Jack
fucking
Saint is not a moron himself?
They both were rather stupid in that whole thing. Just like two morons in a slap fight on the internet.
Jack had his wife help. So
yeah, I don't know who was the bigger moron there. I'm like, I watched some of the videos and I'm like, I'm out. Not gonna fucking deal with the brain rot here. It would have been. I could have probably made something decent, but it wasn't worth the brain rot of trying to figure out that bullshit between those two. Fuck off, shit. But yeah, the whole Mario Brothers is woke. It's just fucking slop, Hollywood slop for kids, in my opinion. Okay, I didn't watch it, so maybe it was good, bad. It just doesn't. Fucking Chris Pratt. Was there a trans character?
No,
You're thinking of Paper Mario, okay? The VV. I think I made my. I don't like my official statement on VV of Paper Mario is she's a blob, so she's gender fluid. Okay, that's my official record on VV of Paper Mario. She can be whatever gender she wants to be because she's a blob. I'll give her the sort of gender fluidity that a blob deserves. Okay, it's not a fucking human. I don't care if they're trans or not. You're fucking that fucking obsessed with if a blob is fucking male or female, if they transition or not. You're a fucking moron. That is my thoughts on that. So I'm just gonna meme that it's a blob, gender fluid. Bam.
Designed to draw hate clicks. And if I'm going to draw criticism, it's going to be because I said something ridiculous. I don't want to be associated with someone else's bad media takes. I want to be associated with my own.
So apparently Anthony grew.
Okay. Fucking hell. Yeah, I guess that was the lead up to this. I don't know why I was in this video. It comes off as stupid. Okay. This comes off as something interesting. Again, I would like to know the context for it. Just some guy. Almost never watch Just Some Guy.
With someone else's bad media takes. I want to be associated with my own.
So apparently Anthony Gramuglia was uber triggered by the most 3 devastating sentences he's ever heard. Peter Parker isn't gay. There's 60 plus years of comics proving this. Stop ruining characters by playing politics.
Let's see. So obviously you did an article. 2 Spider-Man actors endorse a queer Peter Parker. So why not? That's triggered. If he's asking a question, I think that's legitimate. You could say there's fucking motives there, but I cut him off too soon. Okay, we're gonna see what he says about this.
So, like a typical precious snowflake, Anthony penned a 1,400-word rant just to call
People are seriously opposed to a queer Spider-Man. Why? It's a question. Okay.
me a homophobe.
It's dipshit. I do fucking. So let me. Does someone want to read this out? Okay, can they read it out with sort of thing over that? So we have the tweet.
It's a little blurry for me. I'm using a phone.
Okay. I'll give it a go. Let me do. Sorry. Let me try to do professional voice. My voice is all over the place. For whatever reason, Peter Parker, or indeed any version of Spider-Man across the multiverse, being gay, bi, trans, fucking, what is that? Ace? Is that Ace?
Yeah, Ace is a
There,
thing. Ace means
What the-
that you like anybody, any gender at all. You have no sexual attraction.
Well, you learn something new every day. I've learned there's a new fucking thing, and that this guy apparently used in this article years ago, and I've never heard. Fuck off. A
There's
Cedric.
also some other shit and there's like different categories in Ace. Like there's people that are like they have half the sexual attraction to someone, but not fully, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, the whole asexual, agender, fucking. I don't care. Okay, you're. I'll give you a fucking non-binary. Okay, just so you don't fucking try to create the rainbow with all these fucking terms. Okay, just here have non-binary. I'll know that you're odd person. Okay, fair enough. There are odd people out there who have legitimate issues with deciding on their gender. Non-binary is a great place for that, but I don't want to have to look up a dictionary every time I fucking have to figure out what sex or what gender sexuality someone is. Can we just keep it simple, stupid? Do a little kiss for that? Okay, sorry. Let me continue. Cedra has upset several members of the fan community. Why it's tempting to paint them all with the same brush. Is it fair to call these people raging homophobes? ? Or when someone asks, what if I keep wanting to put Peter Parker there. What if Parker dated Johnny Storm? Might be interesting. Webs versus fire. Okay. I imagine them with superpowers. Okay. Harry Osborn or Wade Wilson. Is there some other element at work that might be triggering this reaction? Let's cover the angles. Again, he says that this is the only reference to this tweet here. Okay, if he's correct, we'll give him a little bit and say he's correct. He could be lying, but yeah, I'd say that this is a mischaracterization if he's being honest here. I'm not going to dig too deep. Thoughts on that, crew? No thoughts?
Really?
Yeah. I'm like, it seems pretty dishonest to frame the way just some guy did. Little bit lame. Lame.
So if I screw up on my own terms. However, there's a danger to YouTube,
That's
even though it's an
actually a good
independent channel.
standard. You want to keep. I'm guessing that's the original Peter Parker, Earth 616 Peter. Ooh. Okay, let me not dwell too deeply on the comments.
Not being linked to a greater company or organization, bad media take up a lot of attention. They draw a lot of clicks. They draw a lot of anger. And some channels feed on that rage. They feed on the anger drawn by a certain audience.
I hate terminology here. Bad media takes, hot media takes, provoking media takes. Like, as much as I find the meme, Peter Parker is Spider-Man and Miles Morales is Miles Morales, people saying they are a bit cringe, in my opinion. Okay, yeah, true. It's like a virtue signal for comic book geeks. Okay, of a particular flavor. I mean, maybe I'm just not geek enough into Spider-Man. I loved Spider-Man when I was younger, and I still respect him as a character, but it just seems like a weird thing to sort of a interesting statement there. Frankly, I think Miles Morales is a bit lame. They gave him electro powers. I know Tiamon's pushed me back on this before. Other people have been like, no, there's a spider. I'm like, still feels like they're trying to add a little bit of that electro feel to sort of get the little Stag Shock reference. And that, if that is the reason they gave him a little bit of electro powers, it would be really annoying to me. It's like, yeah, Stag Shock was a great fucking black character. Did it in his own universe. They had their own rules. It was still children media, so it's not perfect like a lot of things written for children. It's still fairly solid. A lot of the children media of the 90s, before, they wanted cartoons to have positive messages. Thanks, right-wing jackasses. I think that was the right wing then. But yeah. And I don't know his other power. Oh, he can turn invisible because of some spider. I can see the argument why Miles Morales sort of the better Spider-Man, and why people would get annoyed by that, especially with them trying to push him so hard in today's society. But still, have something.
Do you remember that Spider-Man animated show where it's like Spider-Man can turn into like an actual spider?
No, I did not. That must be weird. There was a lot of Spider-Man. I tried to keep up with it for a while. I think there was a future Spider-Man. Same thing with Batman. And Ninja Turtles. I couldn't keep up with them all. I just get getting tired. Oh, this is new. They're reinventing it. Do I want to invest interest in this? How long is it going to last? Blah, blah, blah. It just didn't seem worth it. Like I didn't even get into the new Spider-Man because I was fine with the fucking, what is they called? The first Spider-Man movies they did with the Life is Wonderful Geek. I had some issues that he sort of had the web shooters and it wasn't sort of the mechanical thing. Yeah, I used to be much geekier than I was. I'm like, that's a little lame. I can understand why they're skipping this. Blah, blah, blah. Watched that whole trilogy, and of course that third movie was terrible. Not that the second movie was great, but it was good enough in my opinion. Passable. Has problems, but
watch The Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah, I even gave Garfield, I think, a shot, but that movie was so terrible I didn't catch the sequel. I'm like, okay, I liked the sort of take on Spider-Man. He's not really a geek, but he's a little geeky, but a little bit almost cool. A geek trying to be cool. But the whole Electro Man just fucking was so cringe, and the fucking I'm like, okay, out. Eventually I came around to the new Spider-Man, and I will say it's a good rendition, especially the first one. I had problems with the 2 sequels, but they're good in theory. But yeah.
And that draws more attention. And the algorithm rewards bad takes and bad faith criticism.
But unlike all of those previous failures,
This is the completely retarded. This is why it's so funny. Him using this as an example. Okay, this isn't bad faith. Just a robot is autistic. Okay, you got to give him a little bit of leeway. He makes it very he's autistic. Okay, but try to work with jar scripts is not easy. What the hell? Like, your script is great. This is a little. I hate the hypocritical line, but this does come off as the pedo call in the trying to work. If he added that.
I mean, isn't this robot kind of not the best takes either?
No, it's very simple takes. Okay, it's just really weird. I've never actually read the comics. I tried to get into the comics.
No, I meant Robo. This guy, that
sucks. Yeah, he's autistic. Okay, he's not the best takes. I mean, I can understand where he's coming from, but this genuinely is a bad example. If you knew anything about Jar,
Oh, if you knew anything about this particular creator, you could pick him apart for other reads. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think Jar's just very impressionable. He's autistic. Okay, I think he's a good guy who tries to just express his opinion in a ways. It just comes across badly to people. I just think this is a terrible pick for this.
Yes.
I don't have to. Yeah, you're right. I don't think he has the greatest takes, Jar, but he's expressing his opinions, and
he's not the worst either. He's a critic.
No. He's autistic, so he gets a few good points here and there, but they tend to just come off stupid sometimes. Okay.
Yes.
That's how he comes off from every time I've seen him, but that's besides the point. Yeah.
He is weaponized.
This one.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit there. Like the whole response videos. He actually had a response video to actual fandom and a whole bunch of people recently. I wonder what spurned that on. I don't know.
I remember Jar went after him.
Yeah, and they came after him, and it was the weird little back and forth. I didn't keep up with that fucking dumbass saga.
One tries to have a woke plot twist. She's not the mother of the savior. She's actually the savior herself. Yeah,
what film is that he was talking about? I tried to figure that out.
I think that was one of the Terminator movies, I'm pretty sure. Okay.
Dark Future?
I don't even know. I can't keep track. They're just all convoluted messes after a certain point. Yeah, I tried after Terminator
Dark
3
Fate,
to keep up, but I couldn't.
Yeah, that was Terminator. Probably.
There was a lot of stuff like when they fucking
supposed to be in the future. It's like
is that the one where
it's like the Mexican girl? It was a female Terminator. Yes, Dark Fate. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of weird stuff.
Because it's like supposed to be they couldn't stop Sky. Here's the whole thing. Technically, Skynet was destroyed, but Skynet still gets invented.
Oh God, Nick Rekieta. I don't want to get into that retardation. There's retardation everywhere, but the next stuff, I think there's going to be just way too much to keep up with.
There's too much.
It's not.
With that. It's
Okay, yeah. I would just. This guy's trying to talk about bad media criticism. I'm the king of bad media criticism. Okay, I'm the critic of critics. I will judge him for his judgment and judge everyone judging him for that. It's a very meta ironic. This is why I'm calling this a very absurd analysis of this video.
At this reveal,
the more outrageous, the better.
And to try to pin the fact that mutants are minorities is proof that it's social justice. It's both intellectually lazy and dishonest.
Now, negative reviews have always done this.
Yeah, I actually agree with Ripper there. Okay.
That's actually a big take. When I was going to X-Men 97, a lot of people, and I think even Blurred Without Fear even said that's not true, because there was a bunch of people who saw Malcolm X in Magneto and MLK and the other, and that's stuff that was applied later, you know.
Yeah, I think there's several quotes that wasn't intended, but
was not
he
intended,
sort of
and
went with it. Yeah, he sort of
and
went
then
with it later
and
on.
then no one denies, by the
Who is
way.
this person called something Fawful?
You know him, okay? He has a
You know
different
who
name in
he is.
Discord, okay? But I like this. He doesn't get into it. He talks about Lily Archer. Yes, he does. That's a funny ass fucking section, okay?
So the thing
But
what
he
I
dodges the all questionable stuff. Lily Orchard then randomly posts Nick's legal documents. That's hilarious. Okay. Lily Orchard had
So-
no fucking room to talk about anyone else's fucked up life with all her shit. That's all I'll
So-
say on that. Go on, Tiamon.
So basically, right? Let me not to say that it's not the case that X-Men have it. And surprisingly, when I did my review of X-Men 97, it turned out to be a really good show, but more people watched it, and I'm surprised they stayed
Trust
true
me,
to
he gets into X-Men 97. This is another reason to invite you. He does go into
Oof.
X-Men 97. Okay. Okay. We'll get to that. Okay. But I mean, I don't agree with Young Ripper 59 or Eric July all the time. Okay. But
But he was
this
right
is-
on this. Like, he's not like the critical drinker, the message type person. But
He goes into critical drinker also. We're going to cover. He covers all the bases. Ironically enough, he doesn't cover EFAP.
I
Really?
used to be the critical drinker, but he kind of got weird.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure if critical drinkers, his points on critical drinker really stands up, but we'll get to that.
Social justice is both intellectually lazy and dishonest.
Now, negative reviews have always done this to an extent. There's a sort of
One second.
joy some people get.
Eric
feeling like
was
they're-
talking about. Oh, stop a sec. Eric was talking about the concept is how do you modern day, and I thought about doing a video on this myself or doing something. Activists that modern day a older story. And this is why it's very hard for people to do historical films, because Hollywood was like, well, it doesn't reflect our values. But BBC and others will go back and do a Black Anne Boleyn or something. So they tried to avoid.
Oh, don't get me started. I made a genuine mistake when I was debating fucking Anna Waifu on race swaps. I was trying to
no.
steel man the race swaps, and I made an argument for the fucking horrible. What the hell? It was just so bad. I had to put it. That there is an argument that
Oh no.
what the fuck? It was Cleopatra. Okay, I wasn't saying that she was black. I'm just like, there is an argument that all of human. I was going all off it. I didn't know enough about that.
no,
I didn't
you
realize her
didn't
roots
know.
until afterwards. It was funny. Okay, that's a genuine mistake I made, and I did cop to that. I'm like, whoa, I didn't look into this. This is really fucking delusional, making her black. Okay.
What was the other one they race swapped? Queen Charlotte.
Oh God.
Charlotte
Yeah, that's
was
not-
undoubtedly. If there was a black person in the family tree of the royal family, especially direct line, you would have some tan skin somewhere.
Yeah, I am fine sometimes with some race swaps. Like Nick Fury was a great pick to be Samuel L. Jackson. Okay,
Because
that
he
just
was
a
based
great
on.
decision.
They did it based on the Ultimate verse, and he was based on Nick Fury Jr.
Yeah, I mean it was fair enough. There's arguments for why that was a good pick. You can't go wrong with Samuel L. Jackson. Okay, he's a good actor when he needs to be, and a character when he needs to be. Okay, never a great actor. He's in the same sort of area for me as Nick Cage.
He even,
Okay,
look, he even sold Snakes on a Plane.
Oh yeah, okay. He's made some,
That was a horrible film. That is a horrible.
yes, yes. Get these goddamn snakes off my goddamn plane. If anyone who watches this later wants to watch that debate, it wasn't the best, but I was literally trying to steel man against synthetic man for some of the race swaps. I think I did a good job, except for the very beginning. I
Also,
fumbled.
I have heard your boy Synthetic Man has been getting a lot of
Nah, he's not my
wrong
boy. I've done videos
lately.
on him before, criticizing him. Okay, that's Anna Waifu's boy.
Husbando?
Something like that. Okay. Let's not go that deep into it, but yeah.
Better than the movie, that they've beaten the movie, that they've outsmarted it. This isn't new. Some of Roger Ebert's best reviews are the ones where he tears into a film.
I hated this movie. Hated this movie. Hated it. Hated every simpering, stupid, vacant, audience-insulting moment of it.
There's a whole book of these. But there's a difference.
Yeah, this is why the whole critic thing was sort of a meme. I don't think they're trying to
He
be,
was like the
that's
original
thing. I don't think
critic,
they're
by
trying to
the
be
way.
I don't think they're trying to be smarter than the movies. I think this is a really bad fucking framing that fucking Ant-Man is doing here, okay? He oversells a lot of shit. They're not trying to be smarter, they're trying to be more simplistic. They're trying to be bare bones basic and just focus on like little elements that they think they can get. They're not trying to be smarter. I think they would make the argument that the people writing these films are over fucking complicating it and just making it way too complex. Okay, that's how I see it. Okay, I don't think they're trying to outsmart. I don't even think Robert Ebert, but there's a certain amount of, what he just showed. There's a certain amount of market appeal to rage bait, hating something. A lot of YouTubers do this shit, okay? I don't think it's good faith criticism or good criticism necessarily. You can find bits and pieces in between the sort of what he would consider negative clickbait crap, but it has its utility. I can understand. You can fit it in. Just most people do it, just go too far. Okay. Did you have anything, Tiaman? I went on my whole little banger
No,
there.
I was gonna say, there's two ideas I grew up on movie critics of: Siskel and Ebert, and even so influential, the Muppets with the two old men in the theater at the top.
I liked the Critic. Okay, that was a great show back in the day. Okay,
Do you remember? Even they try to turn that into like a Siskel and Ebert kind of like.
Yeah, I think that was sort of parodying the critics at
it
the
was
time.
the whole
It
thing.
stinks.
It's-
Probably beyond Romeo here, but
So the Muppet Show.
Adult.
But it's still. But the thing about it is, right? If you're critics, you learn from. And what's the other one everyone tried to do as well? Mystery Science Theater 3000.
They're not really critics, though. Okay, they just find
They
bad
were forced
movies
to
and
watch
rip
B
into them.
movies. Well, you're forced.
Oh, we got the clown Romeo back.
Sorry, I was trying to look through Discord.
Hey, only Canadians get to apologize around here. Gray and Lucifer get to apologize. Not that Lucifer would. Okay.
Gray is no, but the whole thing too, his whole point of, like, the thing about it is, Ebert, even though he made like the modern movie critic in the 90s, he also destroyed it as well.
You're
in a
probably
whole-
right.
Like Howard Stern made the shock jock, but he also took the shock jock out. So the ones that survived. But
Yeah, criticism is an interesting subject matter, and it has. I agree with Ant-Man's take here that it's sort of. I don't even think he makes it, but there's a take that it's just it's on YouTube. It's just become like a different form of entertainment, and yeah, it's not great criticism most of the time. Most of the good criticism is going to be boring. So how
you
do
need
do
to
good-
have honest criticism of something, I think, and then there's ways where you can. I've seen some people do criticism of things, and it just goes the message or something weird they don't point out the examples except this movie was not for you and why did you watch it? Because
Yeah, there's a lot of people who do copycat content. They just they start off parodying someone else. A lot of YouTubers will say this. Like Red Letter Media had a lot of clones. The Angry
Red Letter
Video
Media
Game
is the
Nerd
one
had a lot of clones, and the ones who sort of set themselves apart are the ones who sort of succeeded. It's not bad to copy someone, but if you consistently just copy people, it just makes you a plagiarist. Okay,
You're not
bringing
as
it full
good.
circle.
That's the one I couldn't think of. Yeah, but Red Letter Media inspired a lot of criticism.
Well, it
like
was
critic
funny
channels.
and informative. Maybe it was a little bit. Well, maybe it was a little bit, over the top, but I think legitimately it with the comedy worked in. It worked well, a good balance between comedy and actual good criticism. Not great criticism, because I don't think you can do comedy and great criticism, but
See, I know he uses it unless you saw it. Like he uses the fat nerdy guy to criticize the Star Wars thing. Yeah, like the Red Letter Media did.
Yeah, the reason it worked with Red Letter Media, they have completely stupid characters. Almost like fucking Boogie's Francis character. No one took his little rant
Boogie
seriously,
years ago.
okay?
But
he might have had certain points with his little Francis rants. There's so many examples. Like even taking the first example, I think there's somewhat of a case for media movie sins or whatever the fuck. Let me not get back into that. But yeah, it's bad. Okay. Anyone taking any of like Nostalgia Critic or any of those people, Cinema Sins, Cinema Wins as serious critics are idiots. Okay. Or
Even
just,
like I'll say this: you look at certain critics as an industry now, like as critics either on writing or especially on YouTube. I have long argued that Geeks and Gamers and the Nerderotics both, like especially Geeks and Gamers more than Nerderotic, they both create and write the narrative. But they got into a cycle, and this will be the same with Az, and this is where Az is not doing this as much as he used to. When you start just hate watching everything because you feel the need to review it. Like when I started reviewing Shogun, X-Men 97, right? Like, I'll take a show for what it's worth, but I am not going to hate consume.
yeah. Admit where it's good and point out its fucking flaws, its balanced criticism, and try to weigh those things. Yeah, a lot of people don't do the weight sort of balance. Hell, this is why I'm getting more critical against Mahler, because he used to sort of balance his sort of the scales with his sort of criticism and his reviews. Okay, he would weight it down very clearly. Now he's just fucking feeding into the frenzy. Same thing with EFAP. It's just
so yeah. I've seen him form it.
Once Mahler, I literally had a comment. This is what Mahler does. He tears into things. He rips them apart. And I'm like, that's fine. It's fine. But it's not good criticism. And no one who's a Star Wars fan is going to be convinced by Mahler acting like this, just tearing things apart. You're not going to build.
How many people, like, have you ever seen how many people actually thought? Like, go use the example of D&D. Do you remember the controversy with D&D Honor Among Thieves? The actors and actresses came out early on, tried to say, we're going to cuck the main character. And that movie was dead on arrival. This was right after the whole debacle with Wizards.
There is so many fucking examples of the lead actress of the new Snow White talking about all this shit. Totally fucking sort of made that dead on arrival.
But you're getting what I'm saying, right? But it turned out.
Came on. Romeo has something to say. He doesn't say much.
Yes.
Romeo?
Well, I call her the. It's gonna sound weird, but she's not totally Hispanic, but I called her the off-white princess.
Okay. You were going for the joke. I like that. Let's move on from the joke. There's
So
going
I
to be
was gonna-
much more to discuss. So,
I
trust
was-
me, there's going to be much
I
more in
know.
criticism to talk about. This is
No,
all about bad critics.
So I was just
And
going to
we're
say
going to
this,
get a
though.
lot of examples.
The
out of
idea,
this.
right, is from what I've seen recently, and this is, I guess, weird. What I've also seen in the critics of stuff
Weird mutation
is when how many people have we seen in the last couple of years of where the actor, like in the D&D film, like I think it was like, and there was another that's like, it got so bad they go, we're gonna shop this movie around, and we're gonna go, this is all this, like, and everyone was like, because the actresses played it up, we're gonna go, this is gonna be a strong female lead, the man gets cucked as they're trying to get the audience. Then people actually took the chance and saw it. Then they realized the D&D film wasn't that bad. It turned out to be good. But they portrayed it as the lead people were like, well, this is going to be a girl boss and girl boss movies.
That is why I hate marketing. I never trust marketing.
Marketing
okay?
was
I trust people.
awful.
I trust people reviewing it afterwards. Okay, marketing is shit. It makes it aware. Okay, I see a marketing. I don't consider that a reflection. That's probably going to come up later. Okay,
Writing an honest review, giving your thoughts, and approaching each and every film with the intention of criticizing it, and more than criticizing it, mocking it.
Kind of a forgettable show. Look, acting was great. Cinematography was great.
Why would you use
the
that
writing was
Star
good,
Wars theory?
but it was a lot of little things. I mean,
Star Wars.
when we saw the camera in the previous episode, there were like screws in the wall.
Yeah, I agree. This is a really weird thing. Maybe he just pulled this example because death by 1,000 cuts. Okay, I've seen people make this argument. Sometimes I'll agree with it. Yeah, I don't know why I go with that Star Wars theory here. Okay, I don't know if it's relevant. Maybe he's just using it as an example. I think he's just pulling stupid example. I don't think he's really calling Star Wars theory out here. Okay, I don't. I think he just finds this as an example of it. But since he does, I think he's thinking he has all these examples. He's trying to find examples of what he's talking about. It might not map perfectly to what he's saying. He's not trying to throw shade at Star Wars theory here, I think. And I think that's a rather stupid way to do this video when you're actually throwing shade at certain people to include clips from other people. I think you need to keep things focused, okay? Focused on certain people, certain ideas, certain places. Yeah, you could have just focused on certain people, detailing a sort of pattern of behavior of one person, maybe at random. Okay, that would have been a much stronger video, in my opinion, than using all these.
It would have
fucking
been
random
stronger,
clips.
and we all know Star Wars theory does make a lot of bad takes. I mean, he has some good ones. He has some,
And he gets overly hated, from what I know. I've seen videos done on him, and I'm like, this is a little pathetic. Okay,
I will
calling
say
him a
this.
man child.
There was people, right? He is a man, I will say this. He is a man of many lives. He had a couple of failed channels before he did the one. Like, he had a bodybuilding channel, but he also then got really famous for that really good Vader fanfic that got
Dude,
shut down.
was he originally Vegan Gains? He sort of looks like him. Is this the rebranding of Vegan Gains? You know,
He had several
sort of
other
a-
channels. He actually had several other channels in the past.
But was it Vegan Gains? Okay, I'm starting to see.
I
it now.
would
It's
have to
Vegan
go back.
Gains.
You can't gain
okay.
from being vegan.
Okay. Okay,
You do.
sorry. We were getting too seriously for a bit. Okay, this is absurd. Analytic.
I'm gonna ask real quick. So, who is the something thoughtful? Like, what is their Discord name? So I can.
Why?
I just want to know.
My name is that Kidis.
I
One
don't
I'm playing
know.
with in Kidis Discord.
Oh,
wow. Who don't you fight with?
I just wanted to know who
Oh.
they were.
That's a meme, but I
Something
don't.
waffle. Okay, waffles, smug waffles. Okay, Don't make me dox my Discord buddy's Discord name.
No.
I'm gonna have to redact this now. Shit. I just
You got
doxed,
don't
some
make
people.
him if he does.
Okay, we're moving on. Okay, I'm gonna. Have
This
to
isn't like Mystery Science Theater 3000 riffs, all right? You in those you laugh with both, the hosts and the film itself.
There. Sure glad I don't look stupid in this.
This is the kind of media criticism that approaches each film as a puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, people point out you do laugh at how bad the movie is, but they legitimately pick bad movies to do this with.
That's the plot of the show. It's to watch bad movies.
I think it's a bad pick. I mean, yeah, it's. I think it's done in a better spirit because I don't think they pick movies no one would know about, would think is good at all. Okay, I think the way he frames it is bad. I get his cinema here, but again, his words ain't very strong for him. Okay. So if you're watching this, Mr. Ant-Man, I apologize. I don't think this is a great video. I like your spirit, man, but your technique needs a little bit of work. Really, okay. And maybe I should start. Go ahead.
You should do yourself. But no, the whole thing, right, with Mystery Science Theater 3000, as I brought it up, it was like done as punishment to watch bad films. They intentionally took either bad made-for-TV films, and then they were trying to make fun of them. And the evil woman character, made them horribly watch them, every week or so, as punishment in the lore. It's like...
Yeah, that was the plot of it, okay? It was punishment, eternal hell, okay? I mean, it had a great gimmick, okay?
Very much. It would not surprise me if that was what brought around Red Letter Media to YouTube.
Oh, well, they've done similar things. They do a lot of bad movies, okay? They just rip into it. And these are unknown movies, okay?
Yeah.
And people should just accept it, okay? I mean, there's people who made fandoms. There's people like the dipshit, the Cool Cats guy who got all butthurt that people were sort of ripping into his stuff and appreciating on the cringe level. But you have someone like Tommy Wiseau with The Room. He's embraced it. People of Troll 2 embrace how sloppy those movies, and people enjoy them because they're so bad, they're so good. You embrace that shit, and you can make things out of it.
What was it?
Sheesh.
Who was the director? There was a director that died recently, within the last month or so, that was famous for mostly making B movies.
No clue. We're moving on. Sorry.
How is this media bad? And by that same metric, how can I solve the problem of the movie?
See, I agree with this.
Good question.
Okay? I
Good
like
question.
this idea. Okay, because
Good question right there. That's a good question.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I agree with this little sentiment here. This little bit is the greatest part in this whole video, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's another little nugget.
This point was actually really good, really strong.
Yes.
That's the good retrospective. And that's a good question to ask. You can tear down something, but do you have an alternative?
Yep. And I can do it. I thought about just totally rewriting the Star Wars sequel trilogies. I think I could do it. No one's going to be interested in, so I probably won't. Okay. I could probably rewrite it with all the same characters, move some plot points around, and I think it would be epically more awesome. But that's an opinion of mine. It's just he uses that clip way too much. As much as I love the Big Lebowski, there's such thing as using that. It's just an opinion, dude. Too much. But yeah, his best point in this whole video.
Between, I don't know what's quoted more, good and bad. Goodfellas or the Big Lebowski.
What Goodfellas line are you talking about? I mean, there's many.
Everyone posts the weird stuff, but always on Twitter, it's like the own of the guys laughing in the bar and shit.
The Big Lebowski's better. So is a lot of other.
That was
stuff.
more of a, I don't know. I call that more of the introspective film, like Idiocracy.
Fair enough. It wasn't a good movie, but because of what it was, it didn't need to be good. Okay. There's some things that you can understand where they don't need good actors for a crappy thing.
No, remember how
one
bad
of the Wilson brothers.
Remember how bad Pulp Fiction was when it came out, and it was only saved by VHS.
Pulp Fiction is so bad. Could not get through it.
Oh God. Okay, I'm moving on.
Rather than take the film on its own terms, you come in knowing your goal to tear it apart.
Pushing identity politics and the
And then he quotes Tyrone Magnus, which is his own meme.
Yeah, he sort of is. This is really bad.
Tyrone Magnus is easy, low-hanging fruit.
I don't even care. I'm gonna fucking say fuck off, Alkalite. You fucking hired fucking philosophy tube, okay?
I don't even
get the baggage
know.
with that.
Okay, I'm going to say this.
If you don't know about philosophy tube, I don't blame people for not knowing the insanity of that skinwalker of fucking ContraPoints. She has criticism from both the left and right for many different things. I don't know if she's a grifter, but if she ain't a grifter, she's just fucking out of her mind. Or his mind. I don't fucking know.
So the thing about, like,
I will question that
the
person's
Acolyte
pronoun.
before I'm going to have to get into it, but I want to wait till some of it. Supposedly around, this is just going off of whatever has said. The Chris Gore and of others got to the episode, the first 4 episodes. Now, supposedly the big destruction comes in episode 3 and episode 4.
Again, I don't care. They hired a very political person.
They
on
hired,
YouTube.
apparently this is all, so in a nutshell, they decided to go back and use some of the EU canon with the Jedi twins of Han and Leia kind of thing. But they also
I heard they were fucking doing the story, Lucas storybook thing where they fucking just desecrated the fucking uncanon stuff. Let's not get too deep into it.
But I will say, apparently, from what, if the rumor is true, that around 3 or 4 and the Force is female, yeah, the series is done.
Well, I made my stance because they hired such a politically active person. I'm just not going to touch it.
And you weren't
Good, bad.
alarmed, by the way, you weren't alarmed when they hired the assistant of Harvey Weinstein who didn't know?
No, don't care. Philosophy tube, fucking Abigail Florence. No, sorry, can't go.
Some famous critical reviews have forced you to reevaluate a film. Mel Brooks's comments on Life is Beautiful, a film that implies you can laugh through the darkest times, even genocide, forced a lot of people to reevaluate this award-winning film.
Another good point that I think I can agree with. Okay. I mean, you got to have dark times and humor. I forget Life is Beautiful. I think it was a little bit too artsy for me, but I think I'm going with it. I've heard someone talk. I don't know if he brings up. I've heard someone talk about fucking, what was it? Schindler's List, how that's disrespectful or something. Again, I hate these fucking moral arguments when it comes to fucking fiction. Okay.
You're going to take a modern take on Schindler's List, which was based on a actual story, real life thing that happened. That
I think I've heard criticism or someone talk about criticism of it makes it look too nice, Schindler's List or some bullshit like that. I'm like, fuck off.
But Hollywood is not going
was-
to exactly say that if you don't know the history, the ones he didn't save probably went to the camps. He was just a bright ray of sunshine in a very dark room.
Yeah, he was trying to make the best of the situation. He probably was hyper glorified in it, but I'm fine with that. I'm
And
sure he
had
has flaws as a person.
to walk a line and dodge the SS and all of that.
Yeah,
but it's
I think criticism of the movie, certain elements of the movie, the acting, some of the actual direction, but when you get into the cultural thing, like you shouldn't glorify something like the Holocaust. I'm like, fuck off. That movie definitely opened a lot of people's eyes through artistic expression of what a difficult situation it was for the Jewish people, for people who
normal
lived in
Germans
Nazi
even.
Germany. Yeah, normal Germans. Humanize. I think the problem is it humanizes people who aren't necessarily against, who don't take a radical stance against it. It's the practical approach of trying to do as good of a job. And I think he fucking lost money with how he ran his fucking business. He was like trying to make dud shells, and that hurt him. Oh, there's just so
There's
much.
a lot of there's a lot of weird stuff, like especially when you talk about that. That's why I think like when Spielberg did Masters of the Air, when they eventually get into the internment camps, right, for the pilots, they don't say, if you say they humanize the soldiers, you don't understand the nature of war. But
yeah, probably the psychology. I don't think people consider the psychology of characters too much. I take a very psychological approach. Do all these characters make psychological sense? Like one of the biggest points against Mahler I have is his take on Finn. Okay, that like why is he murdering his fellow fucking soul? I'm not going to get into that whole thing here, but yeah, the concentration camps. It's automatic trigger. I sort of got off of it, but yeah, you can find the beauty in horrifying situations. Sometimes you have to find the comedy. And I'm still, but one thing about Mel Brooks that pisses me off, I'm still waiting for Hitler on Ice. I've not seen that yet. He's talked about so many things. I want Hitler on Ice.
He talked about Spaceballs in the
Canal
movie part
his
2.
famous criticisms of Heart of Darkness, rewrote academic textbooks for decades, and led to the creation of Achebe's counterpart to Hearts of Darkness, Things Fall Apart. But one thing both of these criticisms have in common, they address the themes and ideas.
I didn't get that point. Did anyone else? The Heart of Darkness. He's still making it. Okay, I'm just not familiar with Heart of Darkness. Isn't that what Apocalypse Now is based on?
I'd have to look it up, but
I
remember. Isn't that the film? It's the hunter hunting the lion.
Let's not nitpick this to death. Okay, I think that's bad criticism. But yeah. I'm trying to make this a little bit more wacky and absurd. I'm sort of failing. I'm finding this interesting video that a tragically bittersweet video that I so desperately want to mock, but there's almost a point there. So I completely
see. And when you start getting into Apocalypse
specifics.
Now, that's a darker film.
That's definitely but it's cinematic gold. When I went to
that's,
film school, not film school, sorry, film classes, we definitely had a lot of Apocalypse Now.
Apocalypse Now is right up there with like The Deer Hunter and Full Metal Jacket.
What I hated was fucking having to go through Citizen Kane. I'm still like, fuck off with the Rosebud ending. Okay, hate that ending. Okay,
Supposedly that was a fuck you to William Randolph Hearst, too. That's what he called his lover.
Yeah, I don't actually care. But
Creation of Achebe's counterpart to Heart of Darkness, Things Fall Apart. But one thing both of these criticisms have in common, they address the themes and ideas of the work. When referencing specifics, it's in order to bolster the argument that the themes are fundamentally wrong.
yeah, I hate this fucking thing. The themes are wrong. How the fucking themes be wrong? Okay. His father just died minutes earlier in a concentration camp. Yeah, it's dark. Okay, when you actually put it in context. Okay.
So So was Monty Python humor not dark when it came out?
Which Monty Python? Okay, I'm pretty
like
sure.
Life of Brian
got boycott.
Like meaning in the meaning of life.
The meaning of life. I just know the Life of Brian got heavily criticized by Christians. Okay.
And what's the other one? Like the death scene, they go, "It's death comes to claim them all." It's like, but you just died. Oh, how are we gonna
That's Holy Grail. Bring out your dead. Here, get my grandfather. I'm
No,
not
no,
dead.
there's a scene.
Yeah, you will be.
I think
Oh.
it's the meaning of life. There's a skit that, or the one, death. They had just died from old choking on the food, and they don't think they're dead. And then it's like you realize that the pun is they all died from the dinner, food poisoning, and one person choked. It's like, oh.
Okay, I don't know how that's relevant here, but fun TMON fact.
Patrick Willems made a video a while back on plot holes that garnered a lot of negativity at the time, mainly from people who argued that
that's a valid point.
Deservedly so. He was trying to defend hardcore shit. There was a lot of stupid fucking shit in that video. He's not, to be fair, Ant-Man isn't trying to fucking defend this. He's trying to illustrate a point, but this is, I almost want to go back and see what EFAP reacts to this. They're probably gonna be like, oh, Patrick Williams, is he all okay? But yeah, that was a crappy ass thing. He's illustrating a point, but that was a fucking dog shit video.
holes in logic and plot were essential to criticize. You had to focus on them. And to an extent, that makes sense, right? The plot is the story, right?
No one seems to actually know what a plot hole is. And all those plot holes people complain about, they don't actually matter.
He's trying to make this argument. They do fucking matter. Unless they're a plot hole through a worm. I mean, there is some medium where you don't need to consider plot holes, okay? There's certain surreal, like, fucking plot holes and some strange, like, fucking psychedelic trip. Like, would you... Like, if the main character's giving you a ride, I think Fear and Loathing, Las Vegas... fucking Fight Club. There's just so many movies that definitely fucking have a whole slew of plot would be considered plot holes, plot contrivances that people would not criticize for it because they have the proper context. It's a crazy main character arguing with himself, or it's a drugged out guy, or it's a fantasy land where things don't necessarily make sense. Imagine getting on the saying Princess Bride is a horrible movie because of the plot holes. It's a grandfather reading a fairy book and sort of changing some stuff around in the fairy book to his grandson. Who would do that? Who would be that much of a madman?
I mean, I would be honest, like, when I do think plot holes,
Lucifer.
Yeah. But when I think, though, plot holes for real, like, there are certain things I hate when plot just happens without finding the road to get there.
Yeah, it needs the proper context, okay? Holes can be cool to work with. It's not the end-all, be-all of criticism. If you have the plot holes, consistency matters. Yeah, if you want people to be believable, to follow along with the plot consistently, but there's some things that just want to throw the things out the door, like fucking horror, okay? Doesn't matter if horror has weird plot holes. How did fucking Mike Myers get up? Okay, there's some places where plot holes, fine. Other places, it's just bad stuff, okay? Remember, Tiamat, we are haters. Let's start hating more on this man here.
Sure.
Okay.
Criticizing plot holes, we'd understand some deeper truth about storytelling, right?
A plot hole is a point in which a story breaks a previously established rule about its own universe. So here's what are not plot holes.
Oh, lovely. Anyone want headphones? I can't even skip this. It was to screw me over. It's trying to sell me. Oh, and it's also trying to get me high on life. Okay. What is this even a drug for? Asthma. I don't fucking have asthma. Why the fuck do you think I've asthma?
Well, have you researched anything on asthma? This is why this happened.
I don't research. Okay. I'm a complete idiot. I never do any research anytime.
right.
Okay.
You just stumble into videos as Tony does. As he admitted.
Oh yeah, I just find some random idiot to talk about. I put no thought, no nuance into anything I say. I'm just an asshole on the internet. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So here's what are not plot holes.
These critics seem to believe that by understanding the technical.
Yeah, but what the fuck? Oh, the plot contrivance. Saying plot contrivance is worse than a plot hole. I'm like that. Okay, let's not get too deep into the fucking stupidity of that.
No,
Okay,
focus on
let's
his
just-
video. There's a whole thing.
Yes,
you can
yes,
do
yes.
on-
Sorry.
You could do a
It's just-
whole thing on how writers, when they write a story, they forget like the rules of the universe. Like how in Acolyte they have Jedi Masters.
No. We're not going to talk about Acolyte. That's banned on this channel.
So
Okay,
that-
it has no, Tiamon.
Fine,
I'm putting my foot down on this because they have fucking philosophy tube.
So
fucking
can I bring up
ContraPoints in a skin suit?
So can I bring up the point of in the Ahsoka show, a lightsaber, someone getting run through normal like Qui-Gon Jinn boils their insides and kills them, but she gets stabbed and totally fine.
Hey, I'd actually defended that. The reason, do we know the reason Qui-Gon Jinn died? I assume because he didn't get immediate medical thing. Now, if Ahsoka did not actually have the freaking medical person truck come in like seconds afterwards, literally that's what scares away the other Bond bitch away. Just a whole group coming in and get there immediately to help her out immediately. I would agree it would be bad, but they probably had a whole crew. I assume from it that she got immediate medical thing when Qui-Gon Jinn was on a fucking desert planet. They're different, okay?
He was
But
on Naboo when
my
the fight
opinion.
happened.
Okay. That was Naboo was in a situation that was he in a place where he got immediate medical assistance? I think he just sat there for a bit. Okay.
He got stabbed and went limp. Come on.
He slowly died. Yes. It was a couple of I guess you could say a little bit contrived, okay, that she survived and he didn't. But yeah, I have a whole set of arguments for that. Because I really don't think it liquefies. I think it just is a very contained area, or else your hand would get burned when you're trying to.
Or you're saying that you're gonna.
I'm just my argument for why it doesn't liquefy the organs is because
Or it doesn't cauterize the organs
heat
around, or it doesn't cauterize.
It definitely just dissolves everything that is in the beam. Okay, I just believe the heat is contained within the sort of shell of the lightsaber, so it doesn't liquefy organs, but it still puts a big hole in your ass. Okay, I do agree with that. Just my argument is, if it radiated heat, no one would be able to touch it with their bare hand.
Or the
That whole,
cauterizing, or it cauterizes it not only destroys the flesh, it actually sears all the way through, so it's self-sealing. And if you ever want to get into the funny part, look up the hot and the cold lightsaber theory.
And I think they really missed the chance by not giving her mechanical guts. They just had that little pathetic ass wound. I'm like, it's a little weird. I would rather it would have been better if they would have had like gears and levos like in there, like Luke's hand. Okay, I think that would have been much better. It probably would have been less realistic, but that's just my thoughts. Let's not get too much into it. Yes, I already said Hail Lucifer. Okay, I'm talking about Lucifer the Doberman. I am a good I am a non-practicing Christian or Catholic boy. Okay, I want to believe in God. He just doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so many of the stuff in Christianity and Catholicism just doesn't make sense. I want to believe there's a good, great man in the sky helping us all out. And Lucifer's just a trickster. Okay,
Very Gnostic of you.
I am very Gnostic.
Flow of a plot that you'll understand all the components of storytelling. I disagree. The way a film makes you feel is more important than the plot as written in the plot.
Fuck off, okay? It depends on the person, okay? Logical consistency. I do agree. You have to, it depends on the film, okay? like generally science fiction, I think has to have logic. Okay, that's why it's called science fiction. Okay, some people make an argument that certain science fiction isn't really sci-fi because it has fantasy elements. Fuck off, Gray. Okay, I'm just hearing him with that debate. With
What would you call the Dark Crystal?
Oh, yeah. General line. Dark Crystal, I think that was a trippy experience. Okay, a nightmare for children. I know so many people who were horrified about that when they watched it as children. It's okay. It's definitely, I can see why it's horrifying.
Is it dark fantasy or like science fiction?
Yeah, that's one of those weird ones. That's sort of one of those magic systems. Let's not go into the deepness. I don't remember that movie. I just remembered it was a little freaky. I think people.
What about Labyrinth?
Labyrinth also was really freaky. Okay, I think Labyrinth was a better movie overall, but I don't consider them science fiction. I consider them like weird fantasy with science like proxies. Okay.
Now, what do you call something like Dune?
Dune, yeah, that is something I think should be more sci-fi. Okay. There is some element with that. Why are we doing this 20 questions? Okay. What is your point of asking this?
Baseline? It's okay.
Okay.
You sing out the line, you bring up the line, what is sci-fi and what is fantasy?
Fair. Okay. I think certain, like, I don't even see the Labyrinth and Dark Crystal, but Dune, yeah, definitely should be science fiction.
It's a mix.
Okay, it was science fiction in an era. It's like Foundation. Like if you take the technology of Foundation, literally they're using nuclear power to go through space and all this shit. Sounds so ridiculous. But within the time, that was like epic, okay? That was what they had. We tried to keep it realistic, and I can see maybe you could have a nuclear reactor and that could work.
Or you get into the weird like rules of the 70s of how they saw science fiction. And like Battlestar Galactica, the original series.
And it's fine. A lot of it's hand wavy. Okay. It's fine if you don't want to explain the sort of or have a very loose interpretation. But I think science fiction, for the most part, should adhere to a logical system if it wants to be sci-fi. I mean, I think even the sort of supernatural elements of like Star Wars and Dune should have a logical system. This is why I think fucking George Lucas tried to put the stupid ass what was that stupid microorganism that gave people fucking the force powers? What? You don't have to explain it scientifically. You can hand wave it away, okay. Oh fucking hell. Fuck it. But yeah, okay. Yeah, there's certain things that has certain expectations. It's all about, sometimes it is about feeling. The horror movie, you want to go for horrifying, okay? The plot holes, I went over this earlier. Some genres, it's perfectly fine to have plot holes in it. It actually makes things scarier. Okay?
I would argue, and you may not like it, is the movie Aliens. Or Alien.
Why? Both of those were good. I think it was like Aliens 3 that really lost the plot there.
Like you really didn't need plot. Like no one, you weren't really asking. Like when they got down to the ship, why was there an alien and then they had to fight the queen? Right? It's like,
was that Aliens 2?
Alien 1 with a girl.
There was no queen in the first Alien.
No, yeah, no. It was a face hugger that just turned into that thing.
Yeah, it wasn't established. Like queens weren't established in the first one.
But it's kind of like you don't ask. Like that's just survival, you know.
Yeah, you don't have to explain the science. Like the thing, I would consider that science fiction still. Okay, it might not seem like science fiction, but They just had a shape-shifting monster, okay? It was also horror, science fiction horror. It's fine. Do not explain the alien biology, okay? You don't need to explain everything in science fiction, but should have logical, consistent rules. And the Thing was great for that. The Test is one of the greatest things echoed throughout, one of the greatest things cited, the sort of
You know, and
test.
some people don't like the Thing. The Thing is like they don't explain really what it is. Like even like the end of the film goes, "Oh, it's just some weird mutated creature that escaped from a ship or something."
Yeah, that's what
it's fine if people don't like it. I think that's a fucking dumbass reason to not like the Thing. I think there's better
I love
reasons to
it.
not like the Thing. Yeah, I think that's one of the better sci-fi horror movies ever made. And even though I can say fucking Event Horizon wasn't a great film, I think it had a lot of great qualities to it.
I love that.
I forget. I really like it, but I think there's some criticism of it that if I would go back, I could agree with. I forget what put me off, but it was a good sort of put off because of the genre.
It was a 40K prequel, by the way. That the idea they went through hell. So
it was just like folding. It was space folding. Took you through a hell dimension. Okay.
I called it
Awesome.
the first Doom game, basically.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of things that I like within this. It's everything, and even for me, this is my personal thing. Science fiction. I expect if you want something like science fiction, I want it to fucking have a logical, consistent thing to it. Doctor Who. Yeah, this is why Doctor Who hurts me sometimes. Sometimes I give it a pass for some of the fantasy elements, but it's not something I won't criticize it for in some cases. But I'll give it a slide because of what it is.
Right?
No, I will.
There are
before
more
we-
components to a film and its story than just the plot. That is the written events as they occur. A lot more happens beyond the plot.
Beyond the blah, woo, the ghost.
This is where you need the Korean horror
A
films.
recent video essay comparing the film.
The Korean horror films. Are you not sure you're not talking about the Japanese ones? Those were creepy.
No,
okay.
you need to start to get to American people will sometimes like the. Have you ever seen Korean horror or like Japanese
The
horror?
Wailing.
Like how they do ghosts and appearing type stuff.
I think my favorite Japanese horror movie would probably be Dark Water, I think it's called, or Blackwater.
Okay. I think I've heard of that. I
good.
haven't watched Audition. Supposedly that's really good, but that's one of those shock things. Okay, I don't think I can do it. Like,
Hey
I
Vincent,
can't stand the Hostel movies.
have you ever seen was it Train to Busan?
Yeah, that was actually a pretty damn good zombie movie.
They
for
do
the time.
zombie films, really.
I hated that film. I thought it was kind of
Really?
stupid.
Train to Busan.
Why? Let's not get
I thought
into
the
it.
acting
Okay,
was
you
pretty
think
bad.
I would have to go back? Well, I don't know. It's been years since I watched it. I remember really enjoying it. Okay, I know they did a sort of Netflix. I don't know if it's Netflix, but they did some sort of weird, sort of in-universe thing to that. Oh, and I heard they're doing fucking the third one to the 28 Days series. They had 28 days, 28
28
weeks. I think
years
they're doing
later.
the 28 years now. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
curious
I
how
heard
that's gonna
about
turn
that.
out. I mean, for something like that, I like logic in zombie films, but it's not a necessary thing. Just because of how it's been sort of developing, the sort of zombies. Too much Resident Evil, probably. I like the scientific.
It really
explanation.
depends
I mean,
on the science they're using. It's either I will say this: you have the variant different. Like you have the Night of the Living Dead. You got like the speed type zombies from like 28 Days Later, which is like a rabies virus. You have like the engineered. Sometimes they're shambling. Sometimes they're slow.
Okay, we're just throwing out names of movies now. Let's focus on his words and how they apply to certain things. Because yeah, I understand why you went with the Korean stuff, because he definitely just showed this. But he's going to go into Snyder, the best man ever. He makes the best cuts, according to some people, at of movies.
It
that
depends on the film. It depends. Rebel Moon, Rebel Moon. It's too much, and no one told him to not.
Yeah, well, that's the problem of having yes men and not having people to push back on stupid ideas.
Excalibur to the works of Zack Snyder focused on the way Snyder and Excalibur failed to employ their characters effectively. From a plot standpoint, Excalibur works perfectly fine. There are several events that happen, and while a few plot beats come out of nowhere, on paper, it's the story of King Arthur.
Swear faith to me, and you shall have mercy. I need battle lords such as you.
What the film faltered in was characterization and how it rushed through its themes. But on the other hand, dismissing the film's stunning visuals and music in order to focus on just the plot and how the plot flows is a huge disservice to Excalibur. The plot is easy to talk about. You don't need to study cinematography to get it. It's also the easiest thing to lie about, because frankly, most people do not follow every component of the plot as it unfolds before them. For the sake of argument, consider...
Yeah, I don't know where he's going with that.
How do you... Okay. As a person who grew up on Excalibur, and then he's about to go into Blade Runner.
That's more my territory. I'm just lost on the Excalibur talk. Okay,
so
maybe
Excalibur
he's right.
is
Okay.
not the best film, but it's not the worst film.
I just don't get his point here at all. That's
I
why
don't
was
get his
letting
point
it play.
what it was on it. And
He starts with a Zack Snyder comparison there. He goes from this scene. Yeah, this is just all over the place. This is the biggest problem in this video. If he would have just focused on like
I've never heard anybody really criticize Excalibur, because Excalibur is one of those weird films. It does have some weird cinematography to it, but it's not a bad film.
Yeah, I think he's just. Let's listen again and see if we can decode this.
But how do you
mind
compare
here.
that to Zack Snyder?
That's what I'm not getting. Okay, maybe I missed something, so we'll review it. Okay, okay.
My recent video essay comparing the film Excalibur to the works of Zack Snyder focused on the way.
Okay, he's calling back to a different video. Okay, so this isn't going to make sense to us since we haven't watched the video, which is a little bit of a mistake. I think it's a mistake in this video. Okay, to call back to a different video of yours, but that's just my opinion.
That's kind of bad form.
Snyder and Excalibur failed to employ their characters effectively. From a plot standpoint, Excalibur works perfectly fine. There are several events that happen, and while a few plot beats come out of nowhere, on paper, it's the story of King Arthur.
Swear faith to me, and you shall have mercy. I need battle lords such as you.
What the film faltered in was characterization and how it rushed through.
Yeah, the characterization. Okay, I don't know what his argument where it falters on characterization. I don't know his argument for it, so I really think this is a stupid thing to bring up in this video. Okay, just stupid.
I know
from
he goes after Zack Snyder's Dawn of Justice, or like he does eventually bring up like the Superman Man of Steel thing with Zod getting
what
his
in
neck
that
snapped.
video?
In
Not this video, if I
in this
remember
video,
correctly.
Yes.
And this?
Yeah.
I think he brings it up. Okay. I don't think does he go after it? I think he uses it as a point against a different critic. Okay,
Yeah.
the farm thing. And I'm still not sure about his point there. Okay. Let me try to convolutionally sort of try to get into the mind. Why absurd analysis is what I'm labeling this, because there's a bit of absurdity that I'm trying to follow, trying to have fun with, but damn. Definitely all over the place. Okay, and this is that something that's going to be lost on the new people watching this video who didn't really care about his essay. Frankly, I think video essays are fucking dumb overall. And so some of his points are probably lost on me because he has a certain worldview, a certain perspective about video essays and how that's not incompatible with some other people doing shit. But that's just what I think about that.
Through its themes. But on the other hand, dismissing the film's stunning visuals and music in order to focus on just the plot and how the plot flows is a huge disservice to Excalibur. The plot is easy to talk about. You don't need to study cinematography to get it. It's also
no dumb moment. Okay, you're saying the obvious shit.
So the easiest thing to lie about. Because frankly, most people...
Who lied about it? Did you lie about it? You should just come clean with us if you lied about that to sort of mischaracterize it, okay? Is that what he... I'm just wondering. I'm wondering why? Easiest thing to lie about. Who lied about it? Did you bring that up in your other video that prompted this video? I don't know. Don't care.
Do not follow every component of the plot as it unfolds before them. For the sake of argument, consider Blade Runner. One of the essential sci-fi...
And the fact that he goes from that, which I have no fucking clue about because I didn't watch that. Don't know how it relates. Well, I think I know how it relates to Blade Runner here. But yeah, let's do the Blade Runner. Just wanted to have that little tirade.
By films of the 80s. The film is on paper about a police officer.
Actually, sorry, I ran through that. Did you get any better interpretation of that second me? Either one of you guys?
No, I got lost.
Okay. Fair enough.
Deckard, a Blade Runner, hunting down rogue androids, known as replicants, from space. He finds them, exterminates them, and then runs away with a woman he is infatuated with who also happens to be a replicant. On paper, this sounds unremarkable, cliche almost. So much of this story is...
Why? Why is it cliche? Okay.
Cliche?
Why is that even something you put against it? Okay. Maybe he's right. Maybe on paper, it sounds okay. If you just strip all the other elements away from it, yeah, it's cliche. If you strip everything else away from it and just go with his reading of it, okay, I can agree. What's wrong with cliche even? Tropes and cliches, I mean, they can be implemented well and they can be implemented badly. I mean, they can be done excellently. You can take the world's oldest story. Hell, there's arguments that fucking Superman's just a retelling of Jesus, okay? A guy from another world sends his son to save humanity, okay? You rework that around, it's just the Bible. Superman is Jesus. There's a good argument for it. A little stupid, I admit. Little stupid, but it's a fun sort of argument to compare those two.
Hold, however, through subtle means outside of the main plot. For one, Deckard always looks miserable. Hunting replicants is never shown to be exciting or thrilling.
He looks miserable. This is just such a sort of tangent. Yeah, you talked about it sounds cliche. But you forgot to mention that some of these people are fucking not real, okay? For him to bring he looks up miserable as your first point, it just makes me miserable, okay? Why are you trying to make me miserable? Or anyone else watching this miserable? I would go with, maybe this is just me going with something like that to start with, not the more cooler thing after saying that.
I mean, I would put the Blade Runner as it's supposed to be dark, dystopian with a bit of cyberpunky futurism. Like, you don't know fully what the society is like in the world. Like, you know some of the rules.
Yeah,
but why is the dark... Like, of course, he has to hunt down androids that go rogue and kill people, potentially. So he's going to be cynical.
Yeah, okay. The characterization of Blade Runner is definitely not a problem, in at least my opinion. I think
I didn't like the second one.
Yeah, that was a little bit odd. Okay, that was a little bit trying to play things up. I appreciated the effort, but the execution.
It was not the first one.
Huh? Okay.
The sequel
One-
wasn't the Blade Runner as much because it was supposed to be a
Yeah.
follow up to this one.
Yeah, it was something weird. I mean, I understood what they were trying to go for. It's just a little off.
One replicant runs from Deckard before being gunned down. The final replicant, Batty, chases Deckard across the city and ultimately saves him before talking about the nature of life and passing away.
Good. EVE Online. Quite interesting. Mining resources and acquisition. I actually sort of am liking the fact I'm getting interrupted by commercials, but not the fucking ring around the rosy. So,
Hey, but let's be clear: EVE Online, to properly do it, you have to live it as a second life. But that's okay.
okay, I don't want a second life. I barely like the life I'm living now. Okay, but I choose to. My choices are leading me here. Okay.
You're gonna be. Let's see if he has listened to his actual right, because the famous line between Deckard and the detective, the android that saves him.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, dude is working with limited time. Okay, there's many different interpretations you can get from that. Just is it it's a question mark that I think a good mystery. Talk about the actions throughout it. It doesn't explicit. I think that's. Let's see if that's where the point he's going here. I'm not trying
Because
to.
there isn't, to me, isn't that kind of like the iconic scene, like this very speech he brings up, that is the one
Yes,
that gets talked about a lot.
Yeah, this is a question about humanity. I mean, there's some weird interpretations that believe Decker was actually a replicant or something like that. I've seen some weird video essays on this with some interesting readings. I'm like, who cares? Both things can be true at the same time. It's a cat in a box situation. He can both be a replicant and not a replicant. They bring this up in Fallout 4 when they have the DLC. The
main character could be a synth.
Yeah, a lot of people bring that up in video essays. I'm like, it really doesn't matter, synth or not synth. It's just interesting. Sometimes not having the answer is better. Personal interpretation, but because of all the Silent Hill 2 stuff, I've been going through a lot of that lore stuff, and that is interesting. The sort of mechanics of Silent Hill 2. Well, the whole series has some interesting ideas in it.
So you're finally going through, like, looking through videos and stuff?
Oh, yeah, I have. Okay. I'm trying to understand the series better. 'Cause I played it like 10 years ago. Okay. It's truly intriguing. I think people hype up Silent Hill 2 a lot, it seems like. And for good reason. Good reason. Okay. Sounds like with good reason. Okay. Sounds like definitely a very intelligently designed that makes use of the hardware and the limitations to create a rather interesting metaphorical tell that I think from everything I've seen, I just think some people hype it up a little bit too much, like the tank controls. I think they defend the shitty ass combat system that I remember made it hard for me to play through. In fact, that was my main problem with the Silent Hill series overall.
I actually like the combat.
See, some
but-
people like that because it fits the sort of everyman thing, but no one really likes shitty controls. You'll put up with them for the sake of the story. Okay. I think that's more the thing. And you can compensate it like it feels like a struggle, but no one really wants to deal with shitty controllers. I am curious how the remake's going to handle that. Have shitty controllers.
It looks pretty bad. The mechanics, I think, it just doesn't look well because Blooper Team never made a game with combat before.
Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna pull off. I have my doubts about this remake. Okay, I did bring up the fact that the whole it's Maria. Okay, her outfit. If they're gonna do they probably will have the classic outfit available for people. They just wanted probably a more modern outfit. And I think that's perfectly fine to give people choices. If they don't give people choices or make people pay for the classic skin, if they don't have it in it at all, I'm like, they're fucking morons. Okay, because you should have the classic. You should have fucking skins in a modern day game. Okay, they're annoying, but like Resident Evil 2, that had the classic outfit, different outfits, black and white mode. Options are great. Okay, so yeah, I don't have much faith in it, but I hope that they do improve the combat system. They probably can have a shitty ass mode for people who want to play the more classic version. I think that's what they should do, personally. Improve the combat mechanic. Not too greatly. I think they should just make it not shit. They should still
Supposedly
make
they're
it.
fixing the voice acting to make it more realistic, but I feel like the voice
Oh,
acting
that seems like a mistake.
is like so good. I don't know how to explain it, but it's just amazing.
Well, I don't think they can replicate the voice acting. Okay, I legitimately think anything they do to try to imitate the voice acting would be a mistake of the original. Sorry, I think that would just be a mistake on them. Okay, sometimes when you try to replicate it, and what else could they do? Go with the original lines? I don't think that would fly either. They shouldn't try. They shouldn't try with the voice acting. They should try to go with the same tone and feel. We'll see. We'll see. Like fucking Ada. Everyone was given voice acting of Ada shit. Okay. I can understand it. It wasn't as good as the older one, but wasn't a big deal to me. With what was that? Resident Evil 4, the Ada voice actress.
I haven't played that one because everyone says it's pretty bad, like the remake.
It's not. It's not. It's Resident Evil 3 that's a shitty remake, okay? That's the shitty remake out of them. 2 was probably, I don't know. It's between 2 and 4, okay? I think it's good, okay? It's different, okay? I will say it's different. If you have too much of attachment to the original games, I don't know. Let's move on from this. I definitely do want to see how it turns out. I am curious how well, but that's something I want to wait for the game to come out to really judge it.
One replicant runs from Deckard before being gunned down. The final replicant, Batty, chases Deckard across the city and ultimately saves him before talking about the nature of life and passing away.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe.
We're shown these dark, crowded streets promoting life on the off-world colonies. We're seeing an overpopulated city and the promise of somewhere better. We learn also that these colonies are being built primarily through the slave labor of the replicants, who are given only 4 years to live.
Oh, fuck off with that. Okay, slave labor. Yeah, fundamentally it's true, but I hate that fucking framing, okay? It's like you don't owe anyone for your birth. I hate the fucking philosophy you don't owe anyone. Like, you shouldn't respect your parents at all. And yeah, it's a little bit cruel, okay? The way the replicants get treated is fucking like items, okay? I wouldn't call that slave labor still, okay? I think it's inhumane because they're not humans, okay? I don't think the term slavery is really applicable, but that's just a pet peeve of mine. Any thoughts on that, or am I just being a nitpicky little bastard there? Okay. Well, listen to him. It just is some of the language. I think he's going on way too fucking long with all these points. I bet obviously he has some respect, so he wants to highlight all this. I just think it's a mistake to go on for this long of a tangent without bringing up the relevance to what he's talking about here. It's just way too long. Too long, didn't read, dude. Just your opinion, dude.
And many replicants are so human that it's almost impossible to tell them apart without exact tests. And some of these replicants don't even realize that they're human.
She doesn't know. She's beginning to suspect, I think. Suspect? How can...
Oh, dude. South Park did a great meme on this. With the, she doesn't know she's a hat. Does she know? Does she know what? That she's a hat. I don't know if that's good or not.
Oh, yeah,
I like the reference. I like that episode. I like too much of South Park except for their fucking Randy saga. Okay, sorry. Fucking
say
focus
okay.
on
I
Randy.
think okay. I love that.
Fair enough. I just fucking hated the Randy. I understand why Trey Parker and Matt Stone started focusing on Randy, but no, no one cares. Okay, some people liked it. Put him on the sideline. Just too much focus on Randy for a bit. Okay, I hope they know that. If you're watching Trey Parker and Matt Stone, I don't know why the fuck you would, but yeah, too many Randy there. I'm glad you got off that ship. Shit, you can use him, but the focus way too much on him.
I did not know what it is.
Commerce. A blanket plot summary would overlook these key details of the film.
Maybe not. Okay, why is he so caught up in this plot summary thing? I think he's reducing a concept of some of the critics. Okay, I hear that criticism, and I don't even agree with Mahler or any of these critics. Critical drinker, they just going through the plot summary and criticizing it. I can see that perspective, but I still think it's just stupid. Okay, you're reducing it. It's not understanding the core, because some of their ideas are stupid. The core of their ideas sometimes are stupid. Depends on the person. Okay, I would like examples based on what people. He just brings up this plot summary stuff so much and not giving examples. I think he's going to try to pin this on Critical Drinker, but we'll see. Too long.
That's why there's more to a film than its plot.
Quite an experience to live in fear, isn't it?
But the plot is important. You admitted it yourself. Okay. You try to pin it on emotion. Depends on the fucking medium. Okay.
That's what it is to be a slave.
Now, I'm not here to talk about Blade Runner today, but I can if you ask me to. The point of this little exercise is to highlight how little some people engage with
He really wants to talk about Blade Runner. No, dude, no one cares.
Media outside of the plot. In fact, studios realized that audiences might not pick up on any of this.
Yeah.
Any of the story, all this stuff beyond the plot, they wouldn't pick up on. That's why they forced Ridley Scott to make Harrison Ford spell out the subtext to audiences in one of the most widely criticized elements of the theatrical cut of Blade Runner.
Recreational. They don't advertise for killers in a newspaper.
Harrison Ford's bored, exhausted narration.
See, I disagree with this. I mean, it works within Blade Runner, I think. I think it does. I don't know who the fuck is fucking criticizing it for this. Do you guys know? I would like to know who's criticizing it for this. I mean, I understand the point he's doing. The subtext is there, and you don't need to spell it out.
I would love to see.
Like,
I would love to see which ones he quoted as the person, because I've never heard this criticism of Blade Runner.
yeah, I don't agree with this because it's No, it would be considered. Yes, it's cyberpunk, but it's also very
It's
neo.
like a
no war. Okay, with the sort of it's the overlay of it. It works. Okay, for the downtrodden detective doing the sort of voiceover, I think it works. Okay, it's a classic trope. Okay, maybe he just has a hate on for tropes. Okay, or genre conventions because he didn't even bring up the sort of no war. I always fuck up that word. How's it said? No war? No war? Black. French for black, man.
No war?
Okay. Let's not do Spanish for black. We can get canceled for it. I think that's what got Boogie.
No war?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You were thinking the same thing, Boogie. People, Keemstar giving Boogie shit for saying the Spanish for black.
But literally, you can't change. Okay.
Romeo, I know the words you're thinking of, but no.
Yeah, I would even say that, but I don't want to. Let's not just because we're talking about French, okay? Fuck Spanish, okay? I don't hate Spanish people or the language, but let's just say fuck Spanish for now, okay?
The word is
not.
You're looking for. Phil.
Oh, I'm saying it a lot. I'm just fucking up my pronunciation with that, but that is a theme with me, fucking up words all the time. Gotta love it. Okay. But yeah, it's a neo-noir. They fucked it up again. But understand that word with neo ahead of it.
Because
it's
if you look at the setting,
type.
right? Because I'd have to go back and watch it. It's one of those films, it's futuristic. It looks very grimy and gritty. It is cyberpunky style of the 80s with futurism. right? But it's also a detective story.
Exactly. Okay. Noir. Neo-noir. Okay. Has the femme fatale. Okay. The archetype femme fatale. Okay. All classic. Hell, Hitchcock is one of my favorite filmmakers. Okay. Trust me. I appreciate the noir, even if I can't say it correctly.
Except
But
the
yeah,
bird.
and he played around with that. That's not his only bread and butter. but he's like-
Expect your bird. Except when you you didn't like the birds.
Birds, I have a love-hate relationship with. Okay, I don't hate it as much as some people. I think
It's
there's some
not
people who love
bad, but it is that
it's not good. Okay, you can
he
appreciate
played on
it
the
on
ears of others. But
yeah, that's a common thing. Yeah, you could probably, if you really wanted to do a reading of that, which is very, very generous to make it work logically, but okay. But yeah, him, I want to know who fucking criticized this, okay? He obviously is like, yeah, why did they have to spell it out? It works within what Blade Runner works, okay? So I fundamentally just disagree with him on this, that it didn't work, that anyone who criticized this just doesn't understand fucking genre media, okay? Which a lot of fucking film critics look down on genre media, so fuck off with that snooty ass fucking art critics.
Where he just tells you what's happening in front of you.
I quit because I'd had a belly full of killing, but then I'd rather be a killer than a victim. And that's exactly what Bryant's thread about little people meant.
This is widely seen as a big mistake. That being said, some bad media critics might need this. They might not get the plot of the.
It's not about needing it. It's about fitting. Oh God. Okay, we just disagree on this. Do you guys disagree with me that it's not that bad, and it might be seen as something good?
I mean, if you go by that scene, it isn't the best like lined scene.
Delivery. I do agree. The delivery isn't the best.
Like the delivery is very not as good as it should be.
Yeah,
but
I can agree with that.
Like
the
he's a
delivery
burnt out
great.
detective, you know, in the future. Like,
yeah,
I'm surprised he didn't go with, oh, he brought up the word little people.
Maybe they overutilized it. I would have to go back. There's so many fucking movies I have to watch the Django Unchained again. Thanks to fucking Boomer. No, let's go. Move. I'm
spelled
moving.
out
I'm
to them by
moving.
a bored Harrison Ford dragged back at 4 o'clock in the morning to read a script.
Just out of curiosity, if a landmass has this much of a reputation, why is it just now being discovered?
Because if, let's say they might just shout plot hole whenever. Here's an example of a plot hole in Blade Runner. During Batty's final speech to Deckard, he mentions, going to Orion, which is a star system deep in space, way longer than the 4 years lifespan could ever allow you to travel.
Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion.
That's not a plot hole, even. Okay, that's setting out a dream. Even if they can't live that. See, I don't. His logic, okay. Just because someone says that and hopes for that, it's not a plot hole that their life couldn't live that long. It's really okay. Sorry, that hurts my head. It's not a plot hole. Someone's saying something that is an impossibility is perfectly fine.
That's the dream of the android.
Yeah. He's just, his interpretation of Blade Runner is wrong. Okay.
That's
sorry. I don't like it.
Sorry, that's not a good interpretation. And
a plot hole is something like Dark Side Rises. Okay. There's as much as I like it, there's many weird things, like how Bruce Wayne gets from the fucking prison to fucking Gotham in a decent amount of time. Okay, I would consider. I'm very. A lot of people call things plot holes that I don't agree.
Look, how
but,
the question you got to think of it. I would say are weird, a hole in the system. I would say, how do people magically teleport across Westeros?
I don't know. Not a big.
Did you ever watch Game of Thrones? Like suddenly people can just teleport across the landscape now?
They do? Okay. Well, it depends. Okay. Timey-wimey.
Traveling to King's Landing can just be done lickety split.
Well, I like lickety split on my Sunday, so I'll take it. Okay.
It's a broken
Oh,
world.
AMC. We're getting AMC. I think this guy's a grifter just because his ads aren't turned off. What the hell?
That said
Walking
Undead.
Dead.
Oh,
They
yes.
fucking just milked the shit out of this series. Okay. I think they just killed it with how.
They could add.
Like, did you ever try to watch the side series? That was just god awful from the start. I don't even remember the name. I blocked it out. Whatever sort of.
They could have like
It was just
added
horrible.
porn, and we wouldn't.
You're not talking about like Fear of the Walking Dead, right?
Fear of the Walking Dead.
Probably.
Was bad.
Yeah, I think it is. And now we'll never speak of it again.
Oh.
Move it
I
on.
argue it doesn't matter because the focus on that scene is to show that Batty has seen.
How can you argue it doesn't matter? Okay, that's not an argument. Okay,
things,
I'll-
and all these moments will be lost in time, like
tears in rain.
But your premise is fucked. Okay, you're considering someone talking about doing something impossible as a plot hole. No, people can talk about their dreams. Okay, would that be a plot hole? Okay, because they're talking about something impossible. Fuck off. Okay, literally. Okay, that's not a plot hole. Okay, just not.
and that's compelling. The emotion is compelling. The technical details, who cares? The idea is that Batty has seen things. These things matter, and that in a few minutes it'll be forgotten. The themes are more.
He's assuming they'll be forgotten. He's making assumptions on top of assumptions. This is where he's going wrong. Okay. He's assuming there is an afterlife for these androids or they don't get uploaded. Okay. That's too many assumptions. I mean, that's probably correct. That's probably how the most people doing it. I'm just being an asshole now because of his stupid plot hole idea.
I wouldn't call
Anyone
it
wanna
a plot
save me from
hole.
this?
I wouldn't call it a plot hole, though. I'd call it trying to explain something. He's literally trying to pull. It's almost as bad as Dane trying to pull when they pulled in debate with Adam and Stitch. She-Hulk had an arc.
Okay. Yes,
No.
every character has an arc. Okay.
But I mean, like, how would you know an android has seen it and it's not just something he's dreamed? That's
You
not
don't,
like.
but yeah, and there's also argument that maybe the androids before they die, they live like 10,000 years before they shut off. They go into hyper processing and have this whole fantasy life in between, like in nanoseconds. Okay.
Like, it's a little fun fact. Like, the idea of, like, usually, supposedly, people who have a near-death vision or they're about to die, they relive their entire life.
Yeah, I think we're losing the plot ourselves.
But,
okay?
I'm
just doing this because he pissed me off.
I'm
with
just
his
saying,
stupidity.
what if, and this would have been my take, what if that is similar for the androids? They just live what is possibly an impossible fever dream before they die.
Yeah, I mean, it's still true. Both things can be true at the same time. So let's move on. He's just annoying me. He annoyed me with that one point, so I want to nitpick. I'm not being fair now. I'm not being
powerful than the technical elements of the plot. But if you approached every film like a CinemaSins sticker, then you'd say, "Oh, plot hole. This movie's bad." Like, who cares? Doesn't matter. Doesn't affect your enjoyment.
I don't know why he saved my.
Yeah, it doesn't affect your enjoyment. It can affect someone else's enjoyment. Okay. Just accept other people have other opinions. Sometimes they're lying about that on their YouTube videos for rage. Sometimes they're being genuinely honest about their stupidity. He brings up the Lily Orchard stuff later, okay? And that sort of
Right.
almost contradicts himself. This point sort of contradicts himself here. Okay.
Have you ever seen? Have you ever noticed a lot of creators have opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one.
Absolutely. I agree with that. Okay. But my opinions are rosy.
My life. Maybe in those last moments, he loved life more than he ever had before.
Part of the reason why the question if Deckard is a replicant annoys me is because people get caught up in the technicalities and not the why. The question being,
Okay, I'm back to agreeing with him. It definitely misses the point. I'll let you speak, Ann.
being unanswered is so important because it forces audiences to question human nature. As they say in the film,
It's too bad she won't live. But then again, who does?
now that question is more profound than an hour-long fan theory video breaking down the evidence for this theory. The theory is told in brushstrokes on a canvas, not a chart. It's impressionistic, not concrete.
Okay.
The thing is with bad media criticism, the ultimate point is to keep you engaged. That's why the sins ticker goes up. That's why a new criticism is made every second, more vitriolic than the last. If you think about some of the criticism,
Yeah, I almost want to agree with him, but no, he's using Cinema Sins as that. It's just their format. Ding, ding, ding. It's not something they do.
Yeah, it's meant to be.
It's shitty
sarcastic.
content. You think he's being sarcastic, or they're doing it in a sarcastic?
I think Cinnamon Sins, when they do it, you've got to make it entertaining because people who watch EFAP have to usually like watching it because they can sit there and watch a stream for 6 hours. So
Okay, I'm not getting your point. There's a lot of moving parts in EFAP. It's more.
I think
with EFAP, it's more about the parasocial relationship. All these EFAP.
Well,
fans have
I
for
say
EFAP.
pretty much have like, if you're saying right with Cinema Sins, that's their gimmick. This is what I was thinking when he does. If it's not bad, is he confusing bad criticism with YouTube tactics or tactics of a creator?
Yeah, I think he's fucking not understanding that it's not rage bait. It's just something they fell into, and that's their gimmick. Okay, it's not bad Well, it is bad criticism, but anyone who legitimately think Cinema Sins is good criticism needs to have a lobotomy. Okay, I don't understand. I mean, yeah, Cinema Sins can make good
I
points
remember-
occasionally, but that's not the aim.
I remember when Critical Drinker first popped up, it was a drunken Scotsman or Englishman rambling about
Yeah,
movies.
he ran with it. Okay.
Literally, that was his gimmick. It was satire. You watched him to rip apart the film. Not literally. It was just, we knew it's probably a lie, but it's fun watching a person rip apart the film. It's
And now
satire.
people take all these people so super serious, like they're super serious critics. No, they're entertainers. Okay, you can find definitely it shows their perspective. Okay, and you can think their perspective is very limited. In a lot of people's cases, that is the case. Okay, in my case, I'm probably a little bit too out there, too all over the place. Same thing with this guy, but damn. He's really out there. Okay. I mean,
No.
Yeah.
That's why I said my criticizing of Drinker is an okay actor, but it doesn't always mean an actor is a good judge of film.
No. I mean, under certain bravado, he can say certain things are good or bad. Okay. And I can agree or disagree. Okay. But saying he's a good critic, I think is boring. Okay. He's actor, entertainer first. Most people out there are. I'm just a madman on the internet giving my thoughts in whatever way I think is the most entertaining, more informative, or whatever I think is the best for what I'm doing at the time. See, I'm a man of many genres, so a little bit of variability never hurts, but
I mean, you could
actually
probably
does
play
hurt
this.
you.
You could probably play this video at 2 times speed. We'll at least get through it better. No offense.
Oh, wow. Maybe if I didn't go off, I'll do this. Okay, let's see.
Criticisms critically, you'll pick them apart. Good media criticism forces you to reevaluate a text, and even if you disagree, you
No, I can't. He has way. I want to.
You want to rip it apart? Okay, I'm with you. Okay.
Huh? I'm just saying there's so much that I'm like.
There are bad takes in this. There are. I gotta.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking like. I'm not understanding.
You don't
why
want
he's
to
saying this. Okay, it's a mess of a video. There's certain parts I could agree with here and there. In isolation, in a vacuum. Do I agree with the video as a whole? Probably not, but
At least I want you to EFAP a organized chaos review of media.
Were you on EFAP, Vincent?
No.
When was I on
No.
EFAP? No.
No.
When would I
Are
have been
we-
on EFAP?
Or it was
I was on
something-
Smutcast. Smutcast. They did one of my satirical pieces, and it was retarded. Okay, I literally
Smutcast.
had it in the description. Literally, it was in the description. This is don't get this twisted. It's satire. They tried to pick it apart like I was being serious in this fucking thing, and that's just the funniest thing.
You're breaking
what's
up a little. Be careful, you go too high pitched.
Okay, I'm gonna play reset.
more vitriolic than the last. If you think about some of the criticisms critically, you'll pick them apart. Good media criticism forces you to reevaluate a text. And even if you disagree, you might have at least thought about it. Erroneous criticism, which I'm definitely guilty of, they might make you, that's when you make an error once or twice.
He's self-observant.
He's at least willing to admit he's not gonna point it out. Wants his fans to do it or other people to point out. Okay, maybe it's this video, maybe it's not. Who knows? You have to think critically, man. And he reiterates this. I can understand where he's coming from.
I can.
A bit of a dumb point to end on. Okay. Well, yes and no. Okay. I understand where he's coming from. You totally agree. Well, we'll get there. Well, maybe I'll get there. Let's see how long you guys want to hang around with.
So 3 times. It's in good faith, but you might make an error about something. Even then, that still forces you to go, hey, wait a second, that's wrong. And then the critic, if they're being in good faith, will go, oh, you're right. I am wrong. I apologize. Or to some extent,
Okay, I'm tired of this good faith, bad faith stuff. Okay. I like talking about good faith criticism. What is it in theory? You're probably not going to find a lot of that on YouTube. Okay. Okay. You're going to have a lot of bias, a lot of audience capture. Okay. And you can't have good faith elements. Okay.
Vincent,
I think it's more.
Wait until you get to the point where he tries to rationalize and forget that YouTube isn't about going into your algorithm and doing what your audience wants, as well as he doesn't realize. Because I made it to before I joined here, I was listening to the 130, the 31-minute mark. He starts getting into how YouTube is an engagement. So what if a person feels their YouTube needs to be negative? Because he goes, but negativity drives YouTube in certain formats. Oh, shit.
Oh, it does. Okay. The angry video game nerd. Okay. It's fun. Okay. But did you ever take that seriously? The angry video game nerd?
No.
Okay.
You just look at it as satire or just the meaning of whatever.
I don't think it was great enough to be considered satire, but I am rather critical in that regard.
revise their argument. That's good faith criticism. Bad faith criticism comes from the approach that I am right, you're wrong, no matter what you say I am right, and I will always be right even if you point out every error I made.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's one form of bad faith criticism.
God.
Okay?
Bad faith. Okay. Am I the only one who feels that good and bad faith criticism has been lost? The word has been bastardized.
Oh, yes, it has. Okay.
To the point it doesn't make sense anymore.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. I try to
try not to
give a little good and take. There's a little bit good, a little bit of bad in me, yin and yang. I believe in a balance in the force. I am a gray Jedi. Hate on them all you want. That's me. Okay, I'm here to restore balance to the force. You fuckers on the light side, you fuckers on the dark side, I'll come for both of you. I
But
will
no, but
destroy
seriously,
you.
But seriously, I see these creators. Like, I get what he's trying to do. He wants to sell stuff that there's good faith, but I'm arguing in good faith.
Nah, sorry. Okay, no one argues in good faith or bad faith.
Your
Okay,
faith
they
is
just
your
argue with faith.
political slant or your social slant. Try again.
I mean, I do believe he's trying to do this in good faith-ish shit, but his bias is not going to do it. Okay, your bias is going to make it obsolete in A. Just I leave that checkbox form unchecked. Okay, I don't care what you think. I'm not going to fucking predict it. This is going to come across as very good faith to certain people, very bad faith to other people. I just see this as a guy just stumbling along, trying to make a very simple point and doing it rather badly, okay?
Because you're getting what I'm saying is he tries to quote like good faith, bad faith. But whose faith are we talking about in this moment?
Yeah. Yeah.
Bias is
how can we believe an atheist has any faith at all? Okay. I'm not assuming he's an atheist, but he probably is. Okay.
No, but
as a Gnostic, I have very little faith in atheists or theologues.
Sorry, I'm not saying it. It's not just a tinge with me. I listen to enough in YouTube and other stuff like we all do, but they go, who's good faith? Who's biased? I like to think I have mostly not a super far bias in certain communities, but I know I do. But I try to look at stuff with shades of gray. But I understand good faith and bad faith stuff, or I strive to.
Yeah. Conceptually, I want to know what good faith is. You know, I'm not going to always reach it because good faith alone is boring. So is all bad faith, okay? Most of my jokes are probably coming across as bad faith or some of my really schizo theories that I'd like to throw out. Because I
you gotta go in
schizo theories have a grain of truth. They nudge me. I'm like, okay, is this theory? Is this too wild for you? Yeah, it's too wild. Okay. If we sort of pull it back, some does it make more sense? Yeah, okay. Is it still mean? Yeah, fine. Okay, I'm fine with that.
I give you my
in the back.
In my thing, I have to say this. I give them enough rope to hang themselves. I'm willing to go with that's how you see the world. Fine.
Yeah.
But when the moment you come at me when you say good faith, when you come at me and you say good faith and you're just poisoning the well, right off.
Yeah. People weaponize all this fucking terminology. I'm like, fuck you all. I try to do the best job I can to read people accurately. And sometimes I'll make a joke that I think is funny. You might find it offensive. You might not understand it. I don't care. I can explain it to you if you want to talk to me, but no. You just want to dismiss me because you assume I'm something that I'm probably not, you dumbass, okay? I don't assume anything about people. I listen to the words, try to understand it, and have some fucking fun with it. And that's how I think people should do it. But I don't think everyone should do it that way because that would also be boring. We would all be mindless drones, okay? So, if and or but about that.
Spelled it out to me.
Fandom discourse is full of self-contradictory phrases that people love to say a lot but don't actually adhere to. Chief among them is, I respect your opinion even though I disagree with it. This is an oxymoron.
That is the key difference.
Yeah, that is moronic. It's not an oxymoron. That's just a moron talking there, okay? And if that sounds like bad faith, fine. Lily Orchard is a fucking schizo, okay? Just looking at her media takes, just setting aside all the fucking crazy stuff about her out of the way. Her media takes are fucking deranged, okay? Fucking zealotry of a weird degree.
There's people who should not be. I have found, there's people who could just draw something out of something that I have not a clue on how they did it.
Yeah. You know, brain
I
rot
know-
is wrong with some people.
I know you've seen it before. I've seen it. I'm like, how do you draw that? 1 + 1 does not equal 5. Okay.
Yeah, good tasty stuff. Take the point.
Refusal to accept when you are wrong. If you're negative, you're gonna have the screeching of 1,000 illiterate fucksticks descend upon you like a horde of sweaty, unwashed, transphobic bats. And
yeah, this is also another thing I hate. Everyone's
Where
talking
was
about
that
fans,
from?
Okay,
I want to like
Lily Ortreat. Okay, he had the credits there. You're talking about the anime? I
Yeah.
can't.
Screeching of 1,000
There. Okay, first impressions. Delicious in the Dungeon. Haven't watched that yet. Okay, so Delicious in Dungeon, Lily Ortreat. Okay, fair enough. Okay, why bitch about the fandom? Okay, what does that have to do with the media? There are so many elements, like people factor in the marketing into their fucking media analysis, and I think that's borderline retarded. You need to establish that the people who created the marketing campaign, and generally that's not how fucking marketing works. Okay, people judge a film based on its marketing. You're not a film critic, you're not a media critic, you're a cultural critic. So here's something for your ass. Sit and spin on that. Okay, you're not a critic of media, you're a critic of culture.
Can you bring into the whole fact of
Same thing when you bring up what the fandom. I mean, I'll engage with fandoms. I'll think some fandoms are completely retarded. I won't judge. I will judge some people off of their fandom when they fucking enable their dumbasses, but it's
Well,
not too harshly.
See, here's the thing: when you talk about the idea of not the fandom, and what if you're going off what is perceived like this, and I swear if he brings up this, there's always because what I was thinking, right? You bring up marketing, and I think he touches either the concept he wants to get at the end of this video potentially is when companies go to market a game or a product and they go, I believe it was recently with I forget what game it is, or it's another thing, product. I actually heard it. The team actually said, we need to go to the mythical wider market. So if you go to the mythical wider market, the wider market as they call it, the niche that buys your game won't buy it.
Well, some of them will buy it, but you will lose out on the niche market generally. And when you keep going for the wider popular audience, slowly you're going to degrade the people who will probably buy your game through thick and thin.
Or buy your product, right? I mean,
yeah, exactly. It's just a management of that. And this is what a lot of these big organizations do. Okay. They spend so much money on these big productions nowadays. There's just so much money they have to
it
go
was in
for
discussion.
a larger piece of the market.
No, it was actually in discussion into the article with the famous article with the idea of the acolyte and how they hired people. One of the marketing directors said, we developed, Lindsay Hadlin or whatever said,
didn't I say we're not bringing up Alkalite? You're
Let me just say
illiterate fucksticks descend upon you like a horde of sweaty, unwashed, transphobic
We'll
bats.
go to the next point.
And the insistence on doubling down when you were wrong.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns!
Bad.
That wasn't doubling down. That was his second take out of that stream. Okay. Very bad misrepresentation of ass. His doubling down was bullshit. I covered his doubling down, where he's sort of like, it's not about video games, it's about the culture. Like, you're being a bitch. Okay. You're trying to shift the goalpost here as okay. I didn't have a problem with his meme result. I'm like, okay, this is funny. It's fucking bullshit, little rant. Okay, it's funny. It was his response to that I found just laughable, because he was trying to fucking move the goalpost. post. Like, it's not really about video games and the pronouns. It's about, okay, then why the fuck were you going on about Starfield with pronouns? Okay, because you're a bitch and you can't take the heat that you gave to yourself. Just laugh it off. But he was genuinely mad that he made he was clowned on so hard. I don't actually.
I think there was a comment. I think there was a comment. That's the clip that keeps on basically giving. Like,
oh yeah, it's beautiful.
It's a clip that is used by everyone to go after as like low-hanging fruit, but at the same time,
I hope he should have just owned it. Okay. Oh, you're the
He
pronoun
kinda
man. Yeah,
did.
fucking pronouns. I would have just owned that if I was Az, but he really got ass mad that he got shit for it.
It's kind of hit or miss, right? He's kind of hates it, but like people also miss the context of what he was trying to say.
His context was dog shit still, okay? We went over
Yes,
this.
but you played Starfield.
Yes, I played it, okay? I don't think it was a great game, but I think a lot of people
How did
shit
you
on
like
it
the crappy world
unnecessarily.
in
What the
society?
fuck are you talking about? The world building was one of the best parts. It's sort of the game mechanics that were a little bit iffy, okay? There's a lot of other things. Unless you're talking about the stupid, lazy stuff they did for the empty worlds. I agree with several people. They recycled things with no variation for some of those.
Okay, how did
empty
you feel
worlds.
about the futuristic society that they tried to promote and say would have been their version of the future?
I thought it was fair enough. Okay, as I said, I like the general lore behind it. They literally take you through the gallery of it. They put thought into how they wanted to build this world. I mean, you have to take some assumptions on it, but it makes sense to me. That's why. But what I think about world building, I think in story terms, and I think they did a good job with that. How they built the world design wise is a different story. Okay. If you're talking about the story world building, competent. Okay. Even above average with the world building and how they had a purposeful section where a very clear thing, a real like, oh yeah, you want to do this quest? You want to join this? And they're like, you have this option to go through this history hall, okay, before you go. And it makes sense within the context of that situation. Okay.
I just want to ask that because it's like some people don't understand. Like some because Starfield is, correct me if I'm wrong, very future tech, like NASA tech, right? It's like weird. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the thing about good faith. This is one of those things with the good faith criticism where I think a lot of the shitters just want to hate on Bethesda. So they just want to make it worse than it really is. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of bad things in Starfield, but I really think the good things outweigh the bad things. That's my approach to it. There's good. You take the good, you take the bad, you divide them up. Not a great game, but I would call it a good game personally. I just really like the star the freaking the sort of dogfighting program they had. Okay, but let's not get too deep into that, too deep in the weeds. Okay, pronouns.
Media criticism's ultimate goal, though, is to supplant the original media in your mind, and the way they do that is by sometimes just making shit up.
Characters as powerful as Dream, where
But
supposedly
whose
perfect as
propaganda
Superman.
are we
Olay.
talking about?
Yeah, let's hear him out. Okay, I think this is very fucking weird. I mean, I understand what he's saying. Oh, let's go back a bit.
No, Will, yeah, well, guess what? Fucking
pronouns!
Bad media criticism's ultimate goal, though, is to supplant.
See, like bad media, he's assuming all media criticism has a goal. Yeah, there's a lot of it that has a goal. Okay, but some of it's just like the viral hit. That pronoun thing is one of those.
The original media in your mind. And the way they do that is by sometimes just making shit up.
Characters as powerful as Dream, where supposedly.
Okay, making shit up. Okay, what's being made up here? You got an argument here. Why Rey is a Mary Sue and Luke Skywalker is a literature devil. This is also, I think, another problem. A lot of these clips don't connect to a lot of his points very clearly. I understand why he's using that. why Rey is a Mary Sue and Luke isn't literature devil.
Supposedly perfect as Superman are well liked and aren't usually considered Mary Sue's is because
So he's going to use the Superman thing and do the comparison to Luke here. Sorry, spoilers.
the plot doesn't treat them as such.
The plot does not treat them as Mary Sue's.
If a fresh-faced farm boy who's never even seen a sword suddenly picks one up and without any kind of outside divine or supernatural aid defeats a war veteran of 15 years in single combat,
Change veteran to moon-sized space station and pick up a sword to make impossible shot without a targeting computer. What? This is retarded. Okay. Oh fuck. Yeah, this is horribly what the hell are you talking about? This guy's a dipshit, okay? They have the backing for it in the story, okay? It's one of his skills, okay?
I mean,
it's practically the only skill they give him in the beginning.
I'm going to say this.
Skills.
The concept, right, and he's going with in Man of Steel, right? Yeah, you're right. If Zod had been on Earth or absorbed more solar radiation than Clark, he would have died.
Yeah, I have no clue what point he's trying to make with that, but this is why I'm going over something sometimes. Yeah, we'll go over that. But yeah, okay, he's making this retarded argument. I mean, you could argue that that was a lazy line to sort of set up why he could do it later, but I think that's a acceptable thing within his skill set. He doesn't show any combat prowess. He doesn't show any real skill besides this particular thing. Am I missing on the original Star Wars?
I mean, he says trust the Force, Luke.
Yeah, he's trusting his impulse. Okay,
You gotta
It's
hit a
hard
little
shot.
tiny. You gotta hit like a little tiny hole, left purpose in the space station to blow up the reactor.
Yeah, just like the one skill he actually has in that fucking first movie. Okay, and it takes him a while to learn the Force. And this is why people have problem with Rey. She picked it up like that. Okay, there was no training, no struggle. They try to have this little cope about her absorbing it from him. Okay. She's just a prodigy, guys. Just a prodigy stand-in. I wouldn't even call Rey a Mary Sue because it doesn't quite fit. She is overpowered. Not overpowered. Accelerated powered audience insert. Okay. She's definitely an audience insert. Audience surrogate. Rey is audience surrogate. I don't think Luke was really an audience insert, though. There's no value to it. You hear fucking J.J. Abrams talk about it, and it's very clear. They want the audience to feel a certain way. They want Rey to be the guiding force, their conduit into the member berries of Star Wars. He's going off of the nostalgia. It's very clear.
And
from outside material.
And he does make the thing of she can fix it. But she survived. I've even heard Dane and others make this. She's not a Mary Sue because she survived on a scavenger planet.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I wouldn't use the term Mary Sue either because it's way too inaccurate. She's an audience insert with accelerated power growth because people have seen. I understand the logic behind it. People know the story of Luke, how he's trained, and they underestimate the audience. They're like, okay, audience doesn't want to see this whole training montage. We saw that with Luke. We've seen it so many times. The training wouldn't be nice just to see her like somehow just inherently get the powers. And we're going to sort of have this bait and switch that might be Finn. I can see the elements being set up in The Force Awakens. I disagree with how they did it. I understand what they were trying to do. Yeah. I just think they're fucking. It's not about storytelling. It's
you know the funny thing about and what people forget about the Force Awakens, they had the whole plot of the Greys they could have drawn from with Rebels.
Oh, fuck off. That's why they just got rid of the whole they made it uncanon, the expanded universe. I think that was the Lucas story team, and I think they ended up going back to it and sort of picking
No,
what
I
they
mean
like.
Rebels literally Disney Rebels literally set up the prophecy of the Greys.
Yeah, but Rebels was I guess they used the gray concept in that. I think they picked and choose what they wanted from the extended universe. They didn't want. It really was retarded. Okay, let's not get too deep into this. Enough of a Star Wars rant.
Combat, you likely just witnessed a Mary Sue moment.
Trained my entire life to master my senses. Where did you train? On a farm?
What the hell? As I said, I disagree with that, Lucifer, okay? She's an audience insert. It's not that I disagree with people calling her a Mary Sue. I think it's just underestimation and a useless term. I understand why people call her a Mary Sue. She's an audience insert who has a fucking accelerated growth. A Mary Sue is just a self-insert. Audience insert is a better term for it. It isn't any of the creator. It's not JJ. It's not Neil Druckmann placing himself in the fucking game as a character. It's just not quite exact. I like to be more precise, Lucifer. Okay, you want to call her Mary Sue? That's just a common parlance. Fair enough. It's just much worse than a Mary Sue, in my opinion,
Look,
being an audience insert pandering to the
okay,
audience.
who was a worse character? Ray or Wesley Crusher?
Wesley Crusher, of course. Okay, that did seem like a Mary Sue character. Okay,
That's a Gary Stu.
a Gary Stu. Okay, yeah.
So
Hey, they
who's
tried to.
that's why I said who was the worst of the two?
Yeah, it's definitely fucking Wesley Crusher. Sorry.
What? It's like in our generation, we didn't have.
It's not precise, Lucifer. Okay, Mary Sue is someone putting themselves like a writer. That's what I consider a Mary Sue. There is cases of Mary Sue. Fucking, I think there's some sort of weird stuff. Let's just agree to disagree. I'm fine with people using the Mary Sue label for it. I just think it's much worse. Okay. Much worse.
Why
okay?
have you never
J.J.
heard of
Abrams didn't want to put
Stu? That's
himself.
why I said Wesley Crusher was a Gary Stu. He could just go.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there was actually a writer who wanted to insert himself into that world. Okay. I guarantee it. It was probably the guy who almost ruined it also.
He also became one of Hollywood's world's biggest assholes.
Well, makes sense. Okay.
Will Wheaton.
Number one, my girl.
Oh, yeah. My girl. Look at that design. Ooh, beautiful. Let me just take myself off camera. Ooh, beautiful. Okay, I'm skipping. I like making fun of ads.
Doesn't treat them as such. They'll either misrepresent scenes, omit key details to make their point land better, or in some cases, lie.
So this is pretty wild. In spite of most.
Here we go. Here is where your expertise will be very useful, Tiamat.
Plot doesn't treat them as such.
See, I don't understand this point here.
I want to
okay?
know why Literature Devil has Sandman or Morpheus on the other side.
The war
I don't
veteran of
fucking
15
know.
years in single.
Like, this is retarded. Okay, I already went over this. They gave him that one skill. Okay, it's the only skill Luke has. Okay, piloting and shooting womp rats. Okay, what else does he have? Does he have any other skills?
He knows how to fix things.
Okay.
Well, okay. If you really want to go off the signs of a Jedi, he can actually fix things that are usually good with technology or something. And he could be on a backwater planet. He really had no combat, but he knew how to, had one special skill, and he knew how to fix things.
Okay, I agree with something awful. She does fit all the other criteria perfectly. This is why I have no problem with Mary Sue. Lucifer's just trying to get under my skin. I get it. I get it. He did the same thing to Hydra earlier. I see how it is. Touche. I'm not going to get one guy.
For combat, you likely just witnessed a Mary Sue moment.
Trained my entire life to master my senses. Where did you train? On a farm? Ah!
Plot doesn't.
I mean, I guess that is halfway of a valid point, but there is compensations for that, okay? It's still so simplistic, okay? There's so many factors there. It would be... I just hate the point, okay? He has a slight point there, but I think it's a bitch point, okay? Let's just go with the bitch point there. Fair enough.
So let's
fair
go
enough.
with the plot, and if he doesn't make it, this is how I view it. Zod thought he was so innocent that Clark was such a softie, he would not fly forward and break his fucking neck. Because there's a lot of moments it's villainous hubris.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes training can train you to be the wrong things, okay? Military style. What was he trained in, okay? And how long has he been in that cell also? You can get rusty, okay? In prison, okay? Yeah, old veteran in it, come out of prison.
It's not like, as I said, remember what I said earlier, it's not like Clark has been on Earth for 20-something years to develop more sun. Zod shows up. It's not like he can just accelerate his growth power. Powers it. Whatever.
Yeah, there's so many different defenses against it, okay? I get his point. I just think it's fucking reductive as all hell.
Because, and here's the thing, and I will say this, in universe, if Superman really wanted to kill people, and this is why Suicide Squad, see, my point exactly. See, if Suicide Squad...
Don't believe you.
If
I'm
Superman...
being, precise. That's being smart.
If Superman wanted to kill people, he could just fly around and go do it at the speed of fucking sound. That's the big deal. But what holds
let's not get into the speeding around the world to reverse time. That was fucking bullshit. Okay.
Like the concept, right, of Superman, right?
You didn't realize that.
Has a heart. And sadly, I know many moments of we were talking about, like, he acts human. Zod, in his own hubris, believes he's an asshole and doesn't believe a backwater farm boy who's the son of a scientist would fly forward and break his neck. Am I right?
I mean, there's many different defenses from it. Fucking something awful just threw out a whole bunch of them, okay? They're all legitimate, okay? Except for he's just trying to get me to say Ant is dishonest. Okay, just to clarify, I have a general rule about this. I don't have mind reading powers. Ant is definitely under one of the categories in my 4Ds. Dumb, dishonest, delusional, or D, all of above. One of those can cover them.
No.
Okay. I will give him some points. Yeah, because he's an asshole. Okay. But we know that about him. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. That's
treat them as such. They'll either misrepresent scenes, omit key details to make their point land better, or...
I'll agree. That seems like a misrepresentation of the scene. Okay. From you, Ant. Okay. It's the first place I can say legitimately. And also the fucking other point. You try to slide these points by. Okay.
Right.
But,
remember I said his own self-inflection. Does he have it?
Yeah. He's just... I don't know. I'm not going to try to predict why he did that.
Some cases,
bad.
So this is pretty wild. In spite of mostly positive reviews from both sides of the culture war, Disney's X-Men 97 appears to be a complete flop in terms of viewership.
And don't worry, we're going to go into a couple examples of that soon enough.
Why is that,
the question you might have is, why would they do that?
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
The reason is ultimately engagement. The algorithm on YouTube, and honestly the internet at large,
lie.
Again, disagree.
Stop lie. You know why I had low viewership? It's why I said, okay, how many people have canceled their Disney Plus subscriptions and either A, have watched Doctor Who on the pirate web or watched X-Men 97 knowing that was coming out? Because I said a long time I was going to watch it, right? Not everybody has a Disney Plus subscription. That's probably, and that was given why it had low numbers. It compared to Shogun, which was on Netflix and other outlets and FX, etc., right? A lot of people canceled their subscriptions to Disney Plus. That's why its viewership was bad. And no one had
Was its
faith.
viewership is bad? Doesn't he say something that opposed to it? Let's listen
details to make their point land better, or in some cases,
let's
lie.
listen to this.
So this is pretty wild. In spite of mostly positive reviews from both sides of the culture war, Disney's X-Men 97 appears to be a complete flop in terms of viewership.
And don't worry, we're going to go into a couple examples of that soon enough. But
you should have started with fucking more examples. Your fucking out-of-pocket things don't match up very well, dude. You should have went with better examples from the start.
You get what I said?
Thank you for 15 minutes going into it.
Now you see why I said why it had lower viewership?
Hold on. He's going to bring this up. He's going to bring it up. Okay, let's see what you think of his sort of thing.
The question you might have is, why would they do that?
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
The reason is ultimately engagement. The algorithm on YouTube, and honestly the internet at large, rewards engagement. The longer you stay on something, the better it is. The more you click on it, the better it is. What keeps someone engaged? New reasons to be emotionally invested, either to be angry or to be frustrated or justified in your own predetermined beliefs before coming to the page with a video.
Yeah, I actually agree. Engagement is king. Okay, actually,
self-realization.
It's always adjustment. Okay, engagement's always something that's going to boost you overall. That's at least a common belief. Okay, but there's many ways to garden engagement. Look at fucking Mr. Beast. There's many other people. You can dole out unadulterated praise, and people will give you engagement. Okay, I think that's what he's hinting at with that last thing, but that's legitimately beside.
So you're talking about, okay, what drives the creator? Does the algorithm drive the creator? Does the creator drive the algorithm?
Well, a lot of creators do bend to the sort of popularity contests. Well, we know people are like, just dismiss people because of their views. Like, dude, not everyone's out for engagement. Some people have other reasons to create content on YouTube or do streams like my dumbass. Okay. I don't care. I legitimately don't care if anyone watching me or not. It's the effort. Okay. I put in. Okay. It's the attempt, the practice, whatever with that. Everyone has their own goals. Okay. But if you are legitimately trying to make money and trying to get boosted in the algorithm, you are going to try to find some way to get attention, to grow. But actually, the people who try to play it safe, I don't even think the culture warriors are doing the best job. They could do much better of a job because they have legitimate reasons, legitimate belief. And there is actually some people who are probably dumb enough to just copycat into it. Like there are people who probably are a little bit grifty. Like let me not name any names here, but I'm sure there are some people.
But,
who just
the reason I bring that up, right, is you remember what I said earlier about geeks and gamers and them? They've created their own algorithm, but they've also driven it. There's also a section of people, and this is, I call it blackpilling and entertainment to a degree.
Oh yeah, it's happening. Okay, blackpilling's happening all over.
Do you not like
blackpilling personally?
So
I don't like the white pill either.
I went into.
I like the gray pill.
I went into X-Men 97, as I told people a long time ago. You see, when I reviewed it, I said I was going to watch it even if Disney screwed it up. And the thing is, it's Disney Marvel. No one had faith they could pull it off.
Okay, yeah, I didn't have faith. I just don't want to go back. Okay, Okay,
Some
maybe I'll
people
watch in the future.
watch
Maybe
it
I'll
that
agree
are-
with you.
It's actually not bad. It is no, because what does Disney usually do when they touch a project? It goes to a formulaic shit. Look at what they did to Was Doctor Who.
Okay, let's move on. I know what you're saying. Okay, I don't think Doctor Who's a good example. I do agree it's sort of shit, but for different reasons.
This is why you usually see a lot of two kinds of reviews on YouTube. Concise and straightforward reviews that make a point and then end, or the massive sprawling videos that go on for hours and hours and hours and end, sometimes longer than the source material itself. Long form reviews are very entertaining if you get the right people working on them, or at the very least, they're the kind of
Yes, long form reviews can be good. Retrospectives, there's a lot of money in that. Okay, well, not money. There's a lot of incentive if you can rise to the cream of the crop. You know, you got the right voice, you got the right style, you got the right fandom. Yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he brought up, maybe he cut it out. Maybe I'm misremembering about X-Men. Maybe you'll bring it up later. But yeah, what he's saying is correct fundamentally. Okay. I mean, it's just saying sort of stupid. Peace and love.
They go on for hours and hours and hours and end, sometimes longer than the source material itself. Long form reviews are very entertaining if you get the right people working on them, or at the very least, they're the kind of thing you can listen to while doing other work. I mean, you can tune in and you can follow along very well.
Correct. That is absolutely the truth. What's your point here?
Well, I'm sure some of you are doing that with this video right now. When I was in college, I wrote essays while listening to Red Letter Media's Star Wars reviews.
Star Wars The Phantom Menace was the most disappointing thing.
Like, he just goes on and on and on about certain points that I'd like, okay, yeah, true. What did he like this was really annoying. He talked about X-Men and lie. I think he brings it up later, but maybe I'm misremembering.
Can I say something too? There's something in the algorithm people don't understand, and I've seen it explained more than once, and then once you understand it, it makes sense. So Astra Cross, right, who covers Destiny, brought this up years ago, and I heard this reiterated recently by another creator. I think Flash pointed it out in the Flashcast Saturday ago, right? He goes, you need to be first into the field, or else the algorithm forgets about you, because the first into the field usually sees it. Doesn't always mean it's honest, but the first people who get the crap out there first become the ones that drive it. Or at least
I agree with that also. Yeah. And yeah, definitely the way things are set up is like the quartering. He gets a lot of shit wrong because he's trying to get stuff out. Daily content gets a lot of shit wrong because it just tries to pump out daily content without much thought or reason. Just fucking, it's a topic. Let me go with this narratives are great. No matter what side you are, just having a narrative. You don't need to think with a narrative, okay? You just have the bog standard script. And so many people just run off of a narrative. And if it's wrong later, just ignore it, okay? It doesn't matter. You're wrong this one time for this and this reason. You don't need to take a sort of go backtrack and even acknowledge your mistake. Unless it's really bad. A few different times.
And what happens if you just slightly get ahead and you're right? You're good. But what happens when you are that geeks and gamers and shit and you get it wrong? Sorry, but
I don't know.
That's I'm just saying. That's how that's a weird way to look at the algorithm. I've seen so many people throw shit at the wall. Sometimes they get it to stick. Sometimes it's true. That's my issue with like Ademion. That's my issue with Flash. And that's my issues with creators like the quartering. They throw so much out there, but they don't take responsibility when they fuck up.
Yeah, that's why I sort of have some respect for some people. Like, it's a Gundam, even if I find him annoying 50% of the time. He puts some effort and some thought into it most of the time. Oh, shit. Did we have a Romeo? I thought you might have fell asleep.
No, I've been listening. I've been actually drawing and doing a commission. So
Nice.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Missions are good. Thoughts, feelings?
not really. It's kind of I don't know. This video's kind of just gone on and on and on, and I hate when people do just long videos. Is that weird to say?
Oh, we are making it really long with all of our side tangents.
Okay.
Okay, we are making it long.
I feel like I'm making
This isn't even an hour long. Oh, God. Sorry. Well, we'll continue. Okay.
Since my son.
However, to keep audiences engaged and for longer, what a lot of reviewers resort to is hyper-emphasizing the negative, finding new things to critique every 5 seconds. Focus on a new plot hole, focus on a new cliche, focus on a new trick that pulls the plot along in order to trick you into thinking you're having
Okay. I should have let him.
Fun.
I agree
Fun?
with this.
I don't agree with the term fun. I agree with the general sentiment.
I don't think it's fun. I think it's people playing into their algorithm. As I said in chat, negativity sells. Negativity, a lie gets around the world.
Positivity sells also. Okay.
Positivity
Overwhelming
will
positivity
sell.
sells also.
But
Okay.
sensationalism and a lie will sell faster. Now,
I just think it'll get more engagement because positive things, unless if it's wholly positive with really no negative, unless you want to say, oh yeah, there will be a few people. If you're trying to be positive about something someone else really considers bad, sometimes they'll get some negativity. It's like the yin and yang of it. But yeah, you're right. The negativity part will,
have you ever seen
for the most
how
part, attract. But I think the positivity actually works out better in the long run. I legitimately think these negative people being negative things, they do get more engagement overall, but their overall growth is actually stunted with this negative content they do.
Yes, that is
They get a
actually-
certain stigma.
I'm not going to name a certain person that I know who's doing stuff. He hasn't learned this, but the idea is he basically, right? The concept is we all know YouTubers clickbait. We all know about it. Clickbait can be the most misleading title in the entire section of YouTube. Now, if it's a false lie, even I as a creator feel weird when I try to title something and I'm not doing that thing. I've seen other creators go, oh, I clickbaited the people to watch it. And it's not
Well,
what
I
it
can't really talk about that. I'm willing to clickbait, but generally it's for a joke. Okay. If I
But the thing
clickbait,
about
it's
it-
not intentional. And my clickbait sucks for clickbait.
If you
It's
ever,
generally
I'm
just a
going to
joke.
be very honest. If you have ever seen the back end of YouTube and how they say to title your videos, how they say to present yourself, you would near hate yourself if you did it that way. Unless you're just a dishonest sleazeball.
Oh, well.
I have seen, and I'm not, a lot of people, like you see at Mutahara has talked about it over the years, and everyone talks about it. They go, this is how you do a video. This is how you do thumbnails. Now, you could
Yeah.
do like, and you see the stuff like I do, right? It's in your back end of your studio. And
yeah.
they go, this is how you sell your channel. This is how you sell your video. This is what I disagree with. Like the guy
This is how you sell your soul slowly for money.
Yes. But then there's the creators that I've seen that are entirely like this particular one. He's entirely an outrage bait. He has flash in the pan growth, but no long-term growth.
Yeah.
Because,
Okay.
and then what happens to these creators? If I ask you this, Vincent, doesn't it alter your content it alters how your content is done, or is it you controlling your content? Because I'm noticing it in Ethan's content, but that's not the person I'm referencing. In Ethan's content, he says, I am Trashcast, right? He's replaced all the Comic Book King content. The people who watch him for that, they don't watch Trashcast. They watch Trashcast. People who watch Trashcast is watched for the drama, not for the comics.
Yeah. Okay. I agree.
I know
Drama
it's a
sells
lot-
better.
sounds like
Okay.
it sounds like a weird tangent, but that's what
No,
he's talking
I
about.
get it where
YouTube.
you're trying to go for, but I still am very angry at you for bringing up Comicsgate. Okay. This is not Comicsgate. This is Mediagate. Okay.
In the
We
more
need to
extreme
go on.
examples, anything that tries to invoke an emotion in the audience is deemed manipulative. It's deemed cheap by the critic. Now, a bad faith media critic will take away the themes and ideas of a work in order to
This guy needs to
solve
get better wardrobe. A better
it being
wardrobe.
good.
The Jurassic Park shirt from 30
yeah,
years ago
I'm
is
like-
fine.
I feel like
He's
this
a
is a
boomer.
guy you see at like the movie theater, like, and he goes to see like Jurassic World, and then he comes out, and then he goes back in to see it again.
I
Gonna ask
highly,
how he did
dude, I highly doubt he would do that. But the 20-year,
Yes.
that's probably not a 20-year-old Jurassic Park.
That's probably a vintage. Look at what he has on his walls. Okay. It's a collector. That's probably
Have
the
you
original.
seen the Batman,
Jurassic
the
Park.
original Batman comics on the left? The graphic novels.
Yeah,
look on the
vaguely.
left.
Okay. Yeah. Decent
It
collection.
might be
Okay.
it might be an original shirt, but do you know what it takes to keep those shirts in clean, pristine condition for that long?
Well, it's probably a replica of the original Jurassic Park. I think he brings up Jurassic Park. That's a good example of a box office movie. I don't know if he brought it up or someone else did, but yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Y'all can be
Having
better
fun with
Would be
lighting.
that problem. What?
Oh, Mueller does get brought up. I didn't even recognize this. Okay. Okay.
Why is The Last Jedi so awful? How is Steven Universe bad, actually?
Okay.
How is Sherlock bad, actually? Oh, wait, that actually was a good video, actually.
Was it really? Maybe. Okay. I haven't watched
I
it in a
heard
while.
something about the Steven Universe thing, and I'm kind of prepared for this.
Oh. He goes over Steven Universe. He's a little bit more lenient with the left grifters to the right grifters. Okay. His term, not mine.
Why is Totally Spies just 99 DeviantArt fetishes? Okay, well, that's actually just not a video on YouTube, I think, but it should be. I'm done dodging.
I do like the joke. Okay, that was a good joke.
I loved Totally Spies when I was younger. It was just like...
I want to understand. I actually was watching this video and I laughed. I actually was laughing.
Yeah, that was a good joke. Good
You guys were-
timing. Okay.
You guys were too old at that time when Totally Spies came out.
No,
Do you really not understand? Okay.
I think I was too much of a guy. Okay, that would have been like,
Romeo.
ew, totally spies.
I'm not gonna. I don't
ew."
want to. I don't want to put a date on my actual age for people to ever see. Do you know the concept of when Steven Universe and what Tumblr art and Newgrounds was back in the day? Where a lot of the web comics came from.
Okay, I'm gonna finish off and we're gonna move on. Homestuck was the worst thing that came out of fucking Tumblr like culture shit. Moving on.
What are some examples of bad media criticism? Let's start with the Mary Sue criticism. One of the more widely used ones. Every female character is stamped with this moniker, from Captain Marvel to Rey Skywalker. And does this always apply?
Luke Skywalker stands as a good character, and why Rey
Why do you
stands as a
have Bella
lifeless,
there?
blatant Mary Sue.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't like the structure of this, but it's out of context. Maybe it makes more sense. It's through a pattern of Mary Sue moments that we will see why. Luke
So
Skywalker equals good.
do you know why most people hate Rey? Not besides she's a Mary Stu. Her acting was as flat as a plank.
Yeah, you need to have those big boobies to really get the.
You need
butts in the
to
seat.
have a little bit of charisma. Name one role, Daisy Ridley, outside of Ray, that you know of.
None. Okay, but I barely know her as Ray. I want to disassociate her from anyone there.
Her acting
You-
was not great. That's what I'm saying. Like her, it's not unmemorable. I thought Finn,
As
or
I
Rose
said,
Tico,
Brie
like,
Larson plays a great bitch in Scott Pilgrim Saves versus the World. Okay, she was great in that role as the bitchy girlfriend. I wonder why.
Wow.
I liked the only thing I know about that freaking movie is I watched the clip of her singing and I just love that song.
Oh, what? Oh, fuck. Brie Larson is singing in that movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, to be
Literally,
fair,
she has a boyfriend, and Scott beats the boyfriend by tricking him into drinking not actual milk, so he loses his vegan powers.
Scott
He was literally a soy boy. She was literally dating a cuck soy boy with superpowers.
Okay, let's move on.
Fine. But yeah,
Yeah.
Scott
that's just
Pilgrim
like,
has his choice.
your opinion, man.
I don't know, maybe. I mean, what's a Mary Sue anyway? The origins of the term date back to the Star Trek fandom, as a parody of the self-insert characters who are just good at everything they do, and everyone loves them, and they're just fantastic, they can do no wrong, and they're just better than everyone else, making fun of pure wish fulfillment. Now, what separates a true Mary Sue from, say, your Luke Skywalkers or other heroes is the lack of struggle.
Pushed onto us under the thin veneer of homage, the stories of Rey and Luke Skywalker make a fairly easy side-by-side comparison.
Okay. Just Star Killer base explosion, Just Star explosion, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Copy. Are you implying Luke blew up Star Killer base? No.
But I did hear Anakin Skywalker blew up the Death Star, though.
Okay. It's not a comparison. Okay. It's a question. I'll let it pass. I'm not going to be as hard as a lot of people like something awful. I think he probably had better things to do because we're not shitting on this guy hard enough, or he has actual real things to do.
Yeah. Everything should just come to the character naturally being able to do everything without needing to grow or develop. They start at a point of perfect skill level and never need to improve. And outside of skill.
See, I will say that's a little bit deceitful there. I don't know if that's, again, my 4Ds. I do not mind read. Okay. I would go with dishonest there. Okay.
How do you square the idea of using Milan as not a Mary Sue because she has more chi than the Emperor of China does? She has all the god tier powers.
Well, I would actually have to watch that movie to determine if she's really a Mary Sue or not, and I would rather not do it. So I'll give people the benefit of the doubt because of that fact.
Which means Rey and Luke are both expected to begin their journey as relatively normal people, discounting legendary fathers, ancient prophecies, etc.
Let's look at a few common criticisms of Rey to see why people think she's a Mary Sue.
Luke Skywalker is introduced with a particular set of skills, such as general knowledge on droids, how to drive, and how to use weaponry. Now, how does he know these things? Believe it or not, the movie doesn't need to tell us directly. It is a movie, after all. It can show us things, and we, as the audience...
Why, Tex? Why? So Luke, knowing how to use a weapon owned only by the Jedis and know how to... Is he...
I'm sorry. This is like newer canon, right? I guess this is like the inserting. There's the inclination.
He didn't know how to use the weapon. He was learning how to use the weapon in the first movie.
He knew of a saber, not how to wield.
Okay. Yeah, he was getting trained in the first one. Okay. Oh God, this is so stupid. Fucking hell. Know how to fly in space despite never being off world. Oh God.
The sign
there
of a
probably
Jedi.
would be very little adjustment. Okay. He does have a slight point that I'm sure he would have to adjust slightly for space travel to but you're making a lot of assumptions. Who knows how the skitters actually work? They say they pretty much have. It's believable that if some company made a line of aircrafts, they would keep a very universal standard. So the controls being the same, believable. Okay, there'd be slight adjustments to get used to, but again, it's not that much of a stretch. Okay, he's trying to find. He really is doing these little nitpicks here.
Okay, if
so I
you go by
understand.
legend, he's going off the idea of EU and legends and stuff that was written later on.
I don't know what he's fucking going. We shouldn't predict. We shouldn't try
I'm
to
just saying,
figure out what he's
if he's going
off.
off the lore that the Jedis are supposedly technology, well, see, the sign of a Jedi is if they can use technology. They don't know how to wield certain weapons, but they have certain traits, like they can work on it. Even
I don't even know if that's a Jedi thing. Okay, I just think that
even it goes back to episode 1 of in the Phantom Menace.
But that didn't exist when the first Jedi movie came out, A New Hope. Okay, so
That's what I said. It
I
was
understand what
canon
you're
later.
trying to get at. Okay, I just find this pathetic. Okay,
Yes.
he know how to use weapon. Okay, fucking hell, this is just stupid.
Can make logical connections. Rey doesn't have anything for the audience to connect with. Instead, the movie decides to focus on how alone she is. In fact, you could say that she's...
He is correct, okay? Literature Devil is correct there.
Almost like a human version of Pixar's Wall-E, without the humanity. Luke was taught farming...
Okay, that's a little bullshit. Okay. It's funny, okay? I'll say I'll say that was at least funny, so I'll give Literature Devil there. It's a weird comparison, but a funny one.
For me.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting the Wall-E.
Yeah, definitely good setup. Luke farming survival skills. Okay. I don't even know if he would survivals. I don't know what he means.
Skills by his uncle because his uncle was a farmer. The movie spends a decent amount of time establishing this fact, while Rey can scavenge and survive alone on a desert home planet because she's just awesome. So one big...
That's incorrect, okay? She's lived her life alone.
She's lived her life kind of alone. She got dropped off by her parents.
It really actually does seem a little implausible that when I'm questioning this, fucking hell, how did she survive and not get killed? Because she's awesome. Okay, I can believe it. Literature Devil is missing a sort of a step.
Okay.
Here.
He is missing
but
the fact
it still has the same outcome. How
Romeo.
being abandoned on the planet did this child? Was she abandoned like a year ago? They imply she's been left years ago. Like if they set her up with a family, it would have been much better to set her up with like a foster family, like have her encounter an old foster sibling or parent in the shop, and that would have solved that. Be like, there's ways to do that. Okay, I think it is a little bit of a weakness. Okay, the movie does not actually establish how she survived as a child.
So the movie initially doesn't when they finally explain who she is, even though you could see the bedrock was laid within her fighting style and other stuff.
See you guys.
See you.
Yeah. Good night.
So even if you do it, she just
do it.
All they do is they drop her off on the planet as a whining child with a bunch of people, which is Palpatine's son, or created clone son, or whatever you want to call him. And then I guess no hope that their daughter isn't going to be either destroyed or just something horrible is going to happen to her as they flee off into space.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we're bringing this up, looking at this critically, I have to agree with Literature Devil here. He's missing a step that I think would highlight the sort of awesome aspect. Little unbelievable, a child left alone. The movie could have corrected that by giving her some sense. And you could even headcanon that in, but a lot of people have issues with it. Okay.
Bro, all the film had to damn do was say because she's a Palpatine children apparently can grow fast.
They could have just planned out the whole trilogy instead, or had a general outline for how they wanted to fucking do it. But they didn't, because They don't care. They banked on nostalgia in the first one, then went with the subversion take for The Last Jedi. Okay.
We
They
aren't
went
going to
with
even
a
talk
very
about the Ryan Johnson, The Last Jedi.
yeah. Let's move on.
Big criticism of Rey is that she seems to be good at everything. She never loses a fight. She knows the Millennium Falcon better than Han does. Can do the Force without training. So let's break a couple of these down.
3 different systems.
What'd you do?
I bypassed the compressor.
The easiest scene to discuss is the scene where Rey fixes the Falcon's hyperdrive.
Rey fixing the Millennium Falcon better than Han Solo, its former owner. The usual defense for this is that Rey is a scavenger and lives alone, and can therefore fix things like a trained mechanic, but we don't know this for sure.
Most bad faith criticisms ignore the fact that she was aware of the modifications made to the Falcon, since Han had it.
I mean, he might have a point here. I mean, that does seem a little pedantic of Litcher Devil there.
Technically, the Falcon has been crashed on the planet, and it hasn't been in his possession for like 15 years.
Yeah. Okay.
And it wouldn't have been the first time she had just seen the ship. But
she's seen it on the lot, and maybe she has general knowledge and just wanted to try something. And that could have worked. So he's focusing on one thing. I can give him a little bit of credit there. Just a little bit.
Wolf Milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
Uncle plucked it. I thought it was a mistake too, but it's too much stress on the hyperdrive.
And during a key scene, bypasses a modification made after Han lost the Falcon that made the Falcon function worse.
I bypassed the compressor.
And once more, the movie had the perfect opportunity for a setup and missed it entirely.
Some Wolf Milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
But we don't know this for sure.
That's all information she's seen firsthand, so naturally she knows this.
Rey is introduced with unexplained expert fighting skills, technical.
Yeah, I don't know that for sure. Okay, I do agree. That's again, just reiterate that. Let's just go on. Let's
skills and
so she picks up the
skills.
criticism is she picks up the lightsaber first immediately without seeing it, even though she's walked around with like a staff, kind of for years. Like she can just pick up a lightsaber that Finn drops, and suddenly fight Kylo Ren.
And the fact Finn also fucking can go head on head. Yes, I understand that Kylo Ren was damaged, but a lot of people have this cope like, he's damaged, so that gives dark side Jedi users even more power. I'm like, okay, that seems like a cope, guys. Okay. But yeah, the proficiency Finn shows, I think, is a little impressive and goes double for Rey there. It's in the realm of believability, but just the edge. I think this is a million cuts. I think
that's why they were setting. That's why they were setting. That's why they were
skill.
setting up. That's why they were like people felt they were setting up Finn to be force sensitive.
Yeah. Okay. And they just fucking ditched that. Okay. I bait and switch. Okay. I don't like it. Okay. I think it's cheap what they did. Try to allude that maybe it was Finn who was going to be the Jedi or something like that.
Despite only dabbling, still no sign of a mentor, and she uses all these skills to save the day.
As for fighting, well, Rey grew up in a desert world where scavengers fight for scraps. We even see her fighting in the background of a scene, demonstrating her lived experience before she demonstrates it in a fight. What lived experience does Luke Skywalker have fighting?
Yeah, but what fighting does he do in the first movie? Okay, fucking hell. Okay, this is the first movie. Okay, yeah, you see her fighting. Isn't she rather badass to beat them all up? Okay, she's a rather badass fighter.
I'm guessing she's surviving on, what is it, Jakku, which was an Imperial remnant world left over from the battle, right?
Despite only dabbling, still no sign of a mentor, and she uses all these skills to save the day.
As for fighting, well, Rey grew up in a desert world where scavengers fight for scraps. We even see her fighting in the background of a scene, demonstrating her lived experience before she demonstrates it in a fight. What lived experience does Luke Skywalker have fighting?
Yeah, again, you see her fighting, but you don't see how she survived on a planet being dropped off. Okay, he's cherry picking certain points that I think are legitimate, but rather fucking little weak. Okay, he's not bringing up the worst one. How she knows how to pilot. Okay,
You forget that. You forget though that Luke had been watched over by Obi-Wan And Obi-Wan, if he felt the time was right, he could have just snatched him up and trained him to use the Force at any time.
Again, he brings up, when has Luke fight? When did he fight in the original Star Wars? He seems rather incompetent in his little saving Leia. Okay.
Do you remember the thing with the ball?
Yeah, that was some basic bitch training. That's not fighting. That was training. Okay. He didn't really fight anyone in the first Star Wars. Even in the second Star Wars, you don't really see him fighting too much. He's has a little bit more skill. It's been a while, so he's more of a pilot. Still has some sort of skills, been training with the Force, then goes to see Yoda and starts to learn his craft or something like that. I don't fucking know. Okay. But yeah, I think his point is fucking stupid. Okay. When does he fight? When did he learn fighting? He didn't fight in the first one, legitimately. Not to any competent degree, okay? He does have a point that you see her fighting, but the different levels, okay?
He could tune he could have tuned himself to the Force naturally, but that's not fighting. And the only time you see him really fighting is when he goes to attack the Death Star, or he fights in the other, on board.
Yeah, in the first movie, he doesn't really get badass until the last movie, I think. I mean, yeah, he fights Vader at the end of Empire Strikes Back. Okay. But that was after his training with Yoda. Okay. That was after a training montage. Eye of the Tiger.
Where did you train? On a farm?
He's plays with toys all his life.
A scavenger, without the benefit of Finn's decades of military-level training, has no sign of a mentor and is completely self-taught. How does she fare against Kylo Ren, who, if you recall, has been trained by not one, but two legendary mentors?
So let's count the times Rey wins a fight on her own without any help. Now, we're going to ignore any Stormtrooper fights because, honestly, who in Star Wars can't just fight through Stormtroopers?
He has a legitimate point there.
There's a point, though.
He has a point. Okay. Luke also does the same thing. That's the limit of his fighting, okay, also.
Well, I'm sorry.
I think he's known. I think he does have some shooting prowess. Not the greatest shooting prowess, I don't think, in The First Jedi and New Hope. Okay. Yeah. You give a pass to Rey, you give a pass to fucking Luke for his Death Star run. And that was not the greatest. That was a little bit of shooting, no real fighting.
It's redundant to discuss that. So her first major fight is in The Force Awakens, where she fights Kylo Ren, and she's beaten in 5 seconds and then gets kidnapped. Later, she fights Kylo Ren again, and Kylo Ren at this point has had a hole blasted in him by Chewie and just fought Finn. And that fight ends with the planet breaking apart beneath them after Rey lands one hit.
I mean, okay, Finn, it's a very hard to believe Finn has the training for the lightsaber and that he can take him, because that's just awesome. Oh, it's not awesome, but it's good enough. Okay, seems competent. Okay, and the
Finn was taught
lightsaber.
So Finn was taught, as I guess, because apparently the First Order just abducts children and trains them in the ways of
Okay, everyone. They might download the fighting program, Matrix style.
They have it's like stick style combat or whatever. So maybe he just found out, but it's he still didn't know how to wield a lightsaber. He knew how to wield the melee stun sticks kind of thing. I forget what they're called in universe, because there's even a portion of them that would train to fight the clone troopers were trained to fight the Jedi that even the sabers couldn't cut through.
Okay, yeah, there is a defense. I'm trying to countermand him. He's choosing battles he can win a lot easier. A lot of fucking diehard people will put doubt on all this. He's legitimately bringing up halfway decent points, okay, but he's really just going to the really neglectful ones, like the Force
speak as a
power
person
one.
who just knows.
I think the Force power one is the biggest bullshit moment with her powers, okay? There are ways they could have pulled that off, okay? But they didn't. It's like Rey knew she could use that power. How did she know that was even a Jedi power or something she could do? They could have done it more believably, like just she got emotional in a moment and wasn't trying to convince. They could have done that a lot better in that scene where she wasn't trying to do it. Because in the scene where she's locked up in the first movie, it's like she knew she had the power. They could have done it a little bit more believably, just have her like scream, like, let me out. Like her do it a few times. Let me the hell out, and make it sort of a, they could have also gone with the sort of evil route a little bit better.
You know,
played around with that. Okay, there are ways.
I'm not trying to like steel man his argument, but like there's some inner part to like, this is how we knew who her parentage was. So in the novelization of Revenge,
They don't accept novelization, Mueller.
So this is what Disney did. They didn't realize they did this, right? Because this was in Revenge of the Sith, the novelization. You remember the fight scene when Palpatine charges at the three of the masters in the room? They go, "We're here to arrest you." He lets
yes.
He lets out a scream. That scream in the book separates temporarily. Its ability that could separate. It's like a force yell that can actually separate Jedi Masters or temporarily people trained in the Force if they're not strong enough from their sense, which can disorient. Now, hypothetically, knowing this, and if she is basically the granddaughter of Palpatine, they could have easily thrown in, he has genetic memory put into his children.
Well, that does tie it up in the worst fucking way. Let's not get into the rise. They probably didn't think about it in the first movie. It's clear that they didn't plan this out at all.
And they did it in The Force Awakens when she charges. She takes the saber, picks it up in rage, and charges at Kylo Ren.
Yeah, I think a sort of rageful, sort of a in the moment, unexpected, like, I didn't expect that, but her actually winning a duel is a little bit more often. Her, just like Finn's a little bit more believable winning a duel because, as you said, military training, it's believable enough that he would put up a fight. He doesn't win even, okay? But then you have Rey. It definitely would have looked better if she would have just caught in Kylo Ren by surprise instead of having a fight, okay? Even in the state he was in. But let's move on. We're going slow.
So it's not a definitive win, but she was winning against a guy who had fought, was tired, and had a giant hole in his stomach. Then in The Last Jedi, she fights Snoke and gets swung around like a ragdoll. Then she teams up with Kylo Ren against the Praetorian Guard, and again, only wins with Kylo's help. And they force struggle over a lightsaber, and neither win. Rey doesn't get an unambiguous victory on her own until Rise of Skywalker, where she manages to land a serious blow on Kylo Ren, but Kylo Ren is distracted by the memory of his mother at that time. So she lands a hit on a guy whose back is turned to her. And that's her second fight with...
So he's completely dodging. She got no training until Rise of the Skywalker, I think. He's completely dodging a lot of the bigger criticisms here.
He's also forgetting the point where Yoda just destroys the books and go, Rey's the best there is.
Oh, fuck off.
Kylo Ren in that movie, fourth or fifth in total, and then you count the lightsaber struggle. And then she beats Palpatine by turning his Force lightning back at him. So out of all those fights, she only unambiguously wins in the last film, and even then there's some conditional statement that's paired with that.
Narratively speaking, if the goal is to run Rey through a hero's journey, it would be better if she could defend herself but not be able to actually defeat them. It would show weakness, vulnerability.
I'm very pleased to share with you
Hogwarts.
Hogwarts.
Free new update. Okay.
No, it's
update. Free new update. Oh, we got a card game, or they had a card game. I don't fucking know.
Room to grow.
And look, Rey isn't a perfect character. And Star Wars, the sequel trilogy, isn't perfect. You want me to criticize her? Okay. Her entire arc is centered on waiting to be destined for something. The first film, she's waiting for a family. Second film, she's trying to figure out her heritage, her position in this great, grander story. The fact that The Last Jedi ends without her resolving the core.
I mean, I agree with this, but that sort of shows the flaw of her. Okay. Yeah, he picked probably the place where he could win the best. Because, yeah, he does have an argument when he takes those criticisms of her. Okay. But there are criticisms of her that he avoided completely. Greater. He as I said, he avoided some of the greater criticisms. Okay. Some people would call this cherry picking.
It might be cherry picking, but this is where I think he was like, if this was your point all along, he goes, yeah, so I'm not looking like a rubber stamp. So if your whole thing, so I'm gonna say this, if your whole thing is she was finding herself and then she gets destined for whatever,
I think he would do much better by acknowledging some of the points and not just go with his little interpretation of this. Because I agree with this. Her arc is fucking flat because she's a audience insert, okay? And she's saying she's not perfect. Who dislikes her, okay? Besides really bad guys. I mean, that whole point. Oh, there was the thugs also. But that doesn't matter. It's about the main characters, sensible characters, not background characters or villains, okay? Who out of the main characters don't like her? Okay, you're defending from the Mary Sue claim. You got to break each one down. You even brought it up, okay? He's just not engaging with the Mary Sue concept. He's engaging with the isolated point that legitimately he has argument for, but it's still dodging a lot of other things, okay? They overhype how badass she is, but she's still pretty fucking badass. Okay, as simple as that.
Conflict of the plot is a key element. She has no predestined part to play in the saga, but through her actions, she becomes the hero. Anyone can be the hero, regardless of where you came from, except no, because the third film shows us she has a lineage, and there's a reason why her family never came back, and she's part of this big grand destiny to stop Palpatine's return. And you get all the answers that completely undermine all the legwork made leading up to this point. They are genuine.
Yeah, because of stupidity. Rian Johnson put them in an impossible put the next person in an impossible situation. Okay, he made that decision as a creative. You don't want to hold his feet to the fire for putting them on such a bad backing. Okay. And such a fucking stupid idea. Okay. A lot of people take the solace that, yeah, he's not destined, no destiny. He seems to like this. Okay. And the fact that the Rise of the Skywalker destroys that, he has an issue with. Fucking, what's the issue? Anyone can be a hero. What does that have to do? Why is that a good thing? Okay. Fucking hell. Again, it's just an audience insert sort of issue there. Okay. Some sort of messaging. I wouldn't say it's a woke leftist. Sort of is, but sort of not. Just breaking subversion for subversion reasons. Fucking hell.
Genuine issues with the sequel trilogy. Why was Finn set up to be a Jedi and then there's no payoff? Why does the Rise of Skywalker completely veer off track of the story that the prior two films set up? Why is...
Because Ryan... Oh... Okay, yeah, I already pointed this out. Rise of the Skywalker made it very difficult. It didn't have any... Rian Johnson, even people who like Rise of the The Last Jedi said it would have been better on its own. When you have its own fans who admits Rian Johnson sort of fucked up and sort of made it hard to do the third movie, you sort of have to concede why Rise of the Skywalker was so badly done, okay? And there's other reasons besides that. Disney, blah, blah, blah. But besides the point is...
Kylo Ren, a character who's positioned to be the big bad, supplanted when he finally gets to a position of power where he can be the villain that he always wanted to be. These are issues that are harder to discuss than simply going, there's a plot hole, raise a Mary Sue. These are complex questions with complex answers. And you're not going to get those from someone who just wants to...
Honest.
Now, negative reviews...
Oh... I was going for the balls. I failed on the balls. Oh, God. I agree. They're complex questions, complex answers. You didn't engage with any of the hard questions, okay? I think legitimately you pick the easy ones.
If they ramble on enough, you might even forget what the thesis of their argument was. Essays love to go on to constantly emphasize and dive into complex ideas. What they want is that dopamine hit 30 seconds in to continue.
How do you know that? Okay. You don't know. You're not a mind reader, man. Okay. I mean, you're taking an educated guess. Maybe you're right. Okay. They probably don't think of it in those terms, but close enough. Okay. I'll give him maybe a point here. Maybe not. Don't know.
Continue watching.
Pushing identity politics and the message. They done woke it up!
A big thing with a lot of these bad movie critics appears to be honesty.
To summarize, social justice stories are little more than infantile revenge fantasies where the writers value power over heroism and covet self-validation rather than truthful discussion.
You motherfuckers ain't special and you're raging hypocrites. And while that may be a little bit of my opinion, what isn't my opinion is that some of you are just flat out lying.
Ultimately, what we're dealing with here is people who hate being told they're wrong and whose opinions are so underdeveloped that they can't defend them when put to the task. And you know what? Tough shit.
They constantly emphasize.
At least I can counter Lily Orchard there. I can defend my opinions, and I generally do. Come on sometime if you disagree with me, fuckers. Sorry. Have to put it out there. It's getting late, and I want to finish this up.
Emphasize objective opinions with reality. The movies aren't bad because you didn't connect with them. No, they're just communicating ideas that are antithetical to your beliefs. Oh, and the tangents. These guys love to go on tangents that have nothing to do with their core thesis, never connects to their ideas, and ultimately don't even...
Yeah, there have been several parts in this film, that I've been having trouble connecting to. I mean, I understand why you see there's a connection to it, but it's very loose, okay? Yeah, they do much worse, okay? They can go off on really wild tangents. Something like this where I bring people on to discuss. It's bound to get into it, but it's still gauged. Well, I try to keep it gauged around what's being said and talked about at least.
Makes sense on their own when you circle back and go, okay, what did you actually say? And how does that connect with your core ideas? The reason for this is that they ramble a lot and they say tons of buzzwords. They'll make you think that somehow what they said is more sophisticated than it actually was. And they never speak plainly, because if they spoke plainly about their ideas, you would realize how superficial.
There's an argument you're not speaking very plainly. I think he's trying to speak plainly, but I think a lot of people aren't understanding a lot of this because of the construction of it. I can see the criticisms about the construction of this. A lot of clips you throw in don't seem to have a direct correlation. I can understand why he's putting in, but it could also be seen as bad faith by bringing up these in cahoots with other things, especially with how you expanded on like the literature devils section, which bit lame, man.
Official their ideas are the faux intellectualism. In fact, if they ramble on enough, you might even forget what the thesis of their argument was. So that way, they can just shift the goalposts a little. If they throw enough at you.
Okay, give a fucking example of that. I can do it. If I believe this to be true, I can give at least one example of this. Can you give a legitimate answer to this? Okay, I've done it before. Hell, I did that recently, re-looking after a comment. So you need to back up your claim. And I think there's a couple of little loose logic here and there to sort of hurt your own argument here.
With new information every second, you might even think they have a point. Until you pause the video and think about what they actually said and realize.
Yes, it's called the illusionary truth effect. Why not look and research into it? Okay, you say a lie enough, people start believing it. Just a simple fact of human psychology. People question everything you're saying. You can come to certain conclusions. And when they hypercritical and try to have a certain, put you in a box, like I'm pretty sure a lot of people are doing. I'm trying not to put you in a box. I'm trying to engage with your words outside of what people and the Twitter thread that I sort of got me interested in going over this video did. I'm trying to keep that out of it, but I can see what people are saying. And I want to agree with you, man, but I can't.
Oh, it's all
Sorry.
nonsense, actually. Another common tactic is the idea of a central boogeyman. They always harp on one particular person, usually a woman, and then criticize them. Kathleen Kennedy, Brie Larson, Anita Sarkeesian. These women become the people stealing away your media.
These SJWs just want credit for something and excuse.
Well, is that their fault that these bad roles, these bad representations are female? They're trying to put lots of females where they shouldn't be, or where at least these people don't believe they should be. Kathleen Kennedy, they have their whole headcanon about it. Who knows if it's true or not? Okay. You put these women in positions of power, almost seems like a catch-22. Okay. You put the women in prominent positions. And if you have issues with those people in the prominent positions, you should take it out on them. Frankly, I think for casting decisions, the actor or actress should not be blamed for that. Okay. Shouldn't be blamed. They didn't make the choice. Someone, casting director or whoever hired them, should be more accountable for that or directing them badly. I do think it's misplaced in a lot of the actresses' position, but Kathleen Kennedy, no, she's the face. She has to deal with it because she has the big boy pants. I understand why he sees it this way, but you need to understand, why put these women in prominent roles? Is it offense so you can do this sort of stuff? Why not criticize the male on some of these? Okay, I agree. Some of these males, there is a certain amount of double standards within these things. Okay, I don't see them going as hard on some of the men in these particular roles. I do agree, but typically they agree with how the male roles are presented in these typically. Yeah, it's just a simple fact of life.
Just for continuing to ruin characters in the books that they don't even read.
A face to the blame. And if they take quotes out of context, even better.
He even admits that any sort of portrayal in terms of Magneto being Malcolm and Professor X being like MLK was something that was done unconsciously. He literally says that himself.
The reason being is that it's easier to get mad at an individual.
Why bring up that Eric July crap? Okay, he's using actual things. Go on, Timon.
I was gonna say, let me say the part he doesn't get. You're right. So you know why we blame Kathleen Kennedy for some of the decisions? Because she may only be a producer, but she does the hiring and she calls some of the shots. Now,
as I said, she definitely should take criticism. Okay, the actresses.
Now,
I just really think it's not really their fault. They were hired for a role. Okay, I don't like to focus on these actors.
But it's production, by the way, that tells them, like told the one that played the black girl in Kenobi, said, yeah, be prepared for people to come after you. And supposedly they faked the racism going at her. Now, that's allegation.
Yeah, and that's their fault, okay? You prime this black actress for racism. Of course, they're going to believe this, okay? They're going to believe that. It's the guy who told her to be prepared for racism, okay? It's not her fault. She's an actress, okay? She plays a role. She's a doll. She's a giant, oversized doll.
Yeah,
it's the same with most actors even.
And here's the thing, too. A lot of stuff people don't get is when you're talking in Mythical Wire marketing, Eric July's thing is they buy books or they talk about it, they don't read. A lot of people who claim to buy comics only buy past 1 or 2 issues where it has like Kamala Khan or something in it. Or remember, one of the favorite things I said is Captain Marvel was
sorry,
such a
Timon.
good...
I want to believe that, but I've seen so much fucking skewing of the data.
Have you ever seen that they don't buy comics? They don't buy
it
comics
does
past
seem that
3
way.
issues?
Okay. I'm just
Like
saying, I'm
3
trying to get
issues?
skeptical. I'm just saying, I've been seeing stuff with people skewing numbers in the video game space, like just focusing on Steam sales. Okay. Instead of, I've seen
But
someone
I'm
bring up
talking in
like
comics, not video games.
Good point. Okay, fair enough.
So,
Sorry.
like,
I
when
just
you
want to
see
put that
Captain
out there. No,
So when
there's
Captain
lies,
Marvel,
damn lies, and statistics.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
when Captain Marvel was so successful, it still ended in her getting a The End run with Marvel.
Yeah.
Which is where they shelved the character for multiple years. Now, if you're talking about people who are activists who believe in the roles, they don't buy an issue past 1 or 2. That's a big deal. They don't have any investment in the space. That's largely
it's not as simple as that. Also, I'm sure it's going into decline. The digital market probably has a little bit more up there, but there's probably a lot more piracy going on, so sales go down. So it's a little bit more complex than how they're presented it simply. But I do agree. Generally, activists show moral support. They're not interested in the comics. They're interested in the sort of progressive messaging. That's how I see it. I can see
and that's the thing of why when you see a comic or you see something, they'll go, "Oh, we support it," but then you ask them about their comic knowledge or show it, because online we used to say, "Show us your comics," and they wouldn't have comics. Now they at least have 1 or 2 issues, so we had to shift it and go, "Show us what you've collected in the past outside 1 or 2 issues," because if you went past numbers, Harley Quinn would be one of the most successful characters ever, but she can't sell a book past 3.
Okay, fair enough. I'll assume that's true. You're more in the comic book space.
And does that make sense? That's why they keep her to limited runs.
Yeah, I'm just sort of I'm giving the sort of the counter to that. Okay, I'm just giving the Steelman counter.
I
to
know
that.
you're trying it, but that's
okay.
I go by the numbers, right? Because like when you're talking a series that Marvel has to can because it doesn't sell well after 3 to 4 issues, and they're either female led or no one's buying them. Go figure.
No, it's the same with books. Audible books are probably way more popular, so I would factor in Audible books into the factor if you're talking about book numbers. It's just the ever shifting market, but we can move past this. I'll grant you that at least.
To say this one person is responsible for all the problems you're seeing, rather than tackle abstract ideas like a philosophy.
I 100% agree with this. People tend to want to have a sort of a face. It's just a human psychological trick. They want a face to place the blame on. Okay, they don't want to blame the sort of a brain rot of fucking identity politics. It's too nebulous of a term. I mean, some people, I get it. I think you get it also. Okay, there's a lot of people who get it. But there's a lot of people who
you
can't.
need an enemy you can chunk stuff at.
Yeah, you need a physical, someone you can hurt, someone you can destroy, an idea you cannot destroy. Okay, it's just, it feels fruitless to talk about this idea that's anonymous and so many people share. It's just better to find a target and just destroy it, take it down, make them some people even justify this sort of a psychological trick, even if they know it's untrue in their head. They still find the utility in it, which I find personally ethically abhorrent. That they're fine, they know about this, and they the sacrifice. Okay.
You
That's
need
the
the reason why
you make an example out of that is if even people who know it's about the idea and not about this person they force it on, they want an example. Okay, like Sweet Baby Inc. is a great example of this. Okay, they are not the problem; they're symptom. But people keep on bringing it up. It's just like the symbol of all wokeness, and they must destroy it. Destroying Sweet Baby Inc. is a victory for the people in the gamer space. There's Gamergate too, and there's equivalents everywhere else. Okay, ESG is a good. Well, fucking hell. Sorry.
So
BlackRock and Vanguard are actually a nebulous,
let me say this though. You
shadowy
look at
bitch company.
when we look at like what happened to Star Wars, they do go after Kathleen Kennedy because she is probably the person who you see her, because every movement you stick, because she's probably the one that hired all the people that has led to the projects. She is the one who probably brought in Lindsay Headland, who was Harvey Weinstein's assistant and who's doing the current project, Acolyte. She's the one that hired the person who did Kenobi. So
yeah, she is culpable. Okay, someone like Rose Finn. I mean Rose Tico, that actress. She did not deserve any fucking harassment she got. The same thing with Days of Risley. No, whoever played Ray. My brain is sort of a blanket.
Raylos were like, but you're talking about like every movement needs like you have to have a public.
Yeah,
you need a public
representative
enemy or dragon to chase. So even if in some cases, right, because under Sweet Baby Inc. as an example, I think I've always said we are fighting a symptom of a problem.
Yes, okay. And they might not even be the worst from what it looks like.
No.
Is it Baby Ghost or some other division of that's funding all these places, and they would be a much better.
The fact Lego Butts is. Let me say this: the fact Lego Butts has been around for 10+ years.
Yeah, and they weren't just fired after doing this. They could have just fucking solved it. Sweet Baby Inc. be like, we do not approve of this behavior. We've severed ties with this employee. Okay, we do not agree with this. We have questions about it. We are suspicious of this, but we do not agree that one of our employees, who's now been
went rogue on Twitter, the one that went rogue on Twitter, and we need to fire him.
Still some people would have actually still tried to hold their feet to the fire, but if they would have done that, they would have saved themselves so much fucking trouble in retrospect. Okay, they would have just came out and be like, okay, we disavow this motherfucker. Okay, they should not have done that.
That's what worked in Helldivers too.
Defense.
In Helldivers too, one of the community managers that caused shit on Twitter got fired for the mods.
Yeah, okay. Is the smart way to do it if they cross the line. People wanted more blood, and I think that's bullshit. But let's move past that, okay? But yeah, I think I really highlighted the sort of psychological and the reason for that and why it's a little bit bullshit.
There's also something he mentions an idea, and it's something I've said. People need a dragon to slay.
Yeah, that's a hero.
And this concept is very interesting. It's when people go after Eric July or people go after wokeism. You need that dragon to slay. That is your idea. You must pursue it, and you must. Even if it destroys you.
We're just rephrasing the same thing over again. But yeah, the dragon metaphor actually is a very good one.
Also, whenever the video essayist loses track of their point, they can just point to a picture of their target and say, that's the person who's at fault 5 years ago.
Yeah, or do the opinion man. I can see why people are calling this video hypocritical. Okay.
Can we agree, though, that Steven Universe did destroy the animation industry?
I think, again, it's a symptom of the problem, a popular symptom. I think it's the cowl, the art style that they did.
The cowl art style did become super popular after Steven Universe, and it came from Tumblr.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a symptom of that art style and that brain rot, okay, of Tumblr in general. I blame Tumblr. Okay, let's just...
I made a big video on Steven Universe and haven't stopped having a migraine since. They raise the anger levels again, and you're blinded to any faults or holes in their argument. The cycle continues again. And that's why you get angry reviews for every trailer, press release, and eventually release whenever anything science fiction or fantasy comes out. Ascension WoW is a free...
Oh, Ascension WoW. I am tempted to play this again. Have you ever played it?
No.
Okay, it's interesting.
I'll have to share it afterwards. I don't know. I have my own. No, but you're getting what I was saying. The reason why I think it's more that idea you need a dragon to slay, that's when it comes from moving from one ideology to another. That's why someone like Dane or an activist, it's never enough. The struggle must continue.
Yep. Okay, it's like activism. They're not incentivized to solve any problems that they advocate for. They solve the problems, they're out of a job. It's sort of like the hero, like the phrase, the hero's job is to make his job obsolete. It's sort of a catch-22. You have to be a certain type to actually legitimately be a real hero. You have to make your job obsolete.
The hero's journey always ends, I hate to use the anime trope, with them slaying the demon king or whatever.
Yeah, but what happens after that? There's many different ideas.
The hero doesn't have a purpose.
Oh, fucking hell.
Is it freezing?
Call it. Yeah, it's freezing.
You can reload it. I remember where we were.
No, it's starting to go. Okay.
Action as fast as possible, even if they have to eat their own words later. Consider they raise the anger levels again, and you're blinded to any faults or holes in their argument. The cycle continues again. And that's why you get angry reviews for every trailer, press release, and eventually release whenever anything science fiction or fantasy comes out.
I mean, I agree with this sentiment. Like, they have to jump on every little thing just from the trailer. It almost feels like gaslighting. They have to form their opinion before.
What did I say?
Just based off of the trailer stuff.
What did I say?
Like,
you got to be the first to criticize it, or else you don't want to be the second.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's why everyone
on things. And it's just
By the way, this man cherry picks. I swear to God, the people that I know, I used to watch some of these people that I realized they're cancerous. Mike Zora, Zero.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I've heard of him before. I've never actually watched him. But
I watched it. Yeah.
I don't know if the term cherry picking is the right terminology, but he definitely is very selective. He's very selective in what examples he uses.
Did he just go through the algorithm that was sent his way?
Maybe, and that might be that might actually be the most unbiased, fair way to do it. We don't know the process he did to pick these. Okay,
I don't know. I'm going off,
and I don't know if cherry picking is the right term, but it definitely is very selective. He's definitely picking his examples very carefully and not picking harder arguments to fight against.
Like Shadowversity, quartering. We all know these people. Dumpster fires.
Yeah, I think there should be, if there's not a term for this. I tried to explain this to, I think IJP Mexican. He picked a really stupid girl video, a little short, just like ranting about retro gamers. Okay, just like being a complete ignorant, stupid Gen Z woman, and I'm like, I don't know the term for this, but she's a horrible representative. It's almost like a straw man in video form. Yeah, she did make this horrible argument, but this is like the worst person to represent people who have issues with the sort of retro gaming insane people. Okay, I really need to figure out if there's a term for that or not. Maybe there is.
Basically, you could easily go around and go after the weakest opinion, because
weakest link. Go after the weakest link.
Go after the weakest link, or the person of they don't. Sargon used to have coined a term recently, like it's more they don't send their best, or you just find a take you can literally rip apart to get reaction out of.
Yeah, there are probably much better takes out there. Arguing much better arguments for it, but they take the weakest links out of the people. They take the most crazy, unhinged people they can find, and if there's people with more sensible takes, that they won't engage with it because they can't. Okay, and that's legitimately, you find the person with the strongest argument and you argue against them, and that makes your case a lot fucking stronger.
It doesn't make sense if you're doing a commentary topic or you're doing a reactionary topic to something. If it's easy, like if it's some moron on TikTok saying something stupid that's easy to rip
Yeah, it makes your side looks good. Okay, it helps the narrative that you want to build. I don't like that, so
I don't do that. I hate when content creators do that. That's like going after low-hanging fruit.
Low-hanging fruit. That actually I think is the term, low-hanging fruit. Okay, I need to remember that next time.
I would call that
comes up.
low-hanging fruit, but you get what I mean. Like that's
Yeah,
like
weakest link, low-hanging fruit. Okay.
like if you're
not
going
playing
with a
this-
person, like it's and Twitter's full of it. And this is where I agree in his video. There are a lot of content creators that are dishonest, but there are some that I've seen. They throw shit at the wall. They're either critics, but as I said, I never have looked at Critical Drinker as a critic.
Yeah, neither have I. Okay, I think he has critical insight within his character and his analysis. Okay, do I consider him a serious critic? But I have some respect because at least he's trying to write.
I
And
mean,
even if his
he's not Chris
I've
Gore.
heard someone,
He's not
I've heard
Chris
someone
Gore
say
or
his
somebody
little.
else.
Is Chris Gore even that good? I don't know.
I don't
He seems
know.
to be a
Chris,
little bit better.
Chris Gore worked in Hollywood, so
I think Chris Gore is a little bit better than most of them, but it's still not perfect. I still think he goes along with the narrative. I think they have an unspoken agreement, not go against each other.
he
Which
still has access.
practically,
Though.
oh,
That's the funny-
very nice.
I
It's
mean,
smart.
how
That's
else
what
do
you
you
want.
think he got access to 4 episodes of The Acolyte that he was under NDA? You can't talk about. If he was
It was funny,
blacklisted by the industry, he couldn't get that.
Well, very good. You know what's funny? I think I heard of Chris Gore outside of this culture war bullshit.
Oh, I
think
did
he used
too.
to do. Okay, I think he used to do more thoughtful pieces back in the past. Okay, I think he's legitimately has some merit to him. But let's keep
Robert
going.
Byer,
Okay.
yes, Robert Byer Burnett is enough.
The reviewer wants to hit that knee-jerk reaction as fast as possible, even if they have to eat their own words later. Consider the Critical Drinker, who was so fast to capitalize on the release of
I think this is actually incorrect here. I watched fucking harmful opinions go over this. I don't know if he's correct or not, so let's pay attention. Pray how to spoil a good idea. This is the
I want to look that up.
three.
I
Okay.
want to look at that. If
Prey.
that's the
They didn't
Rotten
even realize
Tomatoes.
people were kind
I
of
don't
hyped for this
believe
movie.
it.
Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger and his pumped up buddies armed with state of the art weaponry got wiped out almost to the last man by just one of these things. Then what kind of a chance does £100?
Okay. Arnold didn't beat the Predator using modern weapons. I guess not. Okay. I think he's being pedantic here. Nitpicking.
Predators are also not indestructible, but details.
Yeah, hyperbolic. Okay. I give him
Girl with a bow and arrow got against it.
I'm giving him some artistic licensing. Probably more than I probably should, considering how overhyped he is as a critic. As you said, neither me or you take him that seriously as a critic because of the context around his channel and how he does things. But
All right,
there are
I
some
am,
people praise.
I actually am going to have to ask a question. There is actually an audience score. The audience score for Prey is actually 74%. But I didn't think it was that bad of a film, no. Like, it's supposed to be how it's done.
Consider the Critical Drinker.
It's a £100 girl with a bow
of Prey. They didn't even realize people were kind of hyped for this movie.
Arnold fucking.
Maybe he took it at release. Okay, maybe that's from the release, and it's gone down since then.
Schwarzenegger and his
Oh,
pumped
calm
up
down.
buddies armed with state of the art weaponry got wiped out almost to the last man by just one of these things. Then what kind of a chance does a £100 girl with a bow and arrow got against it?
And then the movie was pretty good. The moment he saw this, all the old videos he made about
Okay.
He backtracked. It's
No,
not
this
the
is one-
greatest.
This is one what pointed out.
Yeah, it sits at
dude.
74% right now. Okay.
Pray how to spoil a good idea. This was for the trailer, though. I think he was judging it way too quickly, and I think the way Ant is.
And then the movie was pretty good. The moment he saw this, All the old videos he made about the prey were changed. Titles, thumbnails.
I mean, maybe he changed it. Critical drinker. Okay.
He probably edited it because, look, she does get help from a bear to help kill a predator. So the bear, like, she knows there's, like, she's tracking, like, she learns how it can't see, like, in mud or something. And then the bear helps. She, like, and uses the bear to distract. So it's not like...
Yeah, altered to appear more neutral.
Also, I'd like to point out that no hunter-gatherer society of that time period would have tolerated this kind of bullshit from one of their own. Those ideas would have been literally beaten out of her. This is 21st century Hollywood's idea of what nomadic hunter tribes acted like. So strong female character takes her...
Also, the predator wouldn't have killed a innocent human because the girl had no weapons.
Okay.
Suspiciously domesticated pet dog.
And you know what? Good. Cool. At least that's better than a ton of grifters who don't hide their shameless grifting on every news story. You know, at least he had the self-awareness to go, okay, this is an unpopular take.
Without changing anything, he said, this is a little bit deceptive. Okay. And I don't know if it's from the trailer, what he was showing from Critical Drinker, or the actual review. So I have no clue.
I'm gonna be honest. I know of the mess. What he does is he shows the message. Like, but then again, Drinker has a brand now. Like, he has that. Like, that's why I said, is it the person who's dishonest or the stupid viewer who views him as an actual critic?
That is a good question. It's the chicken or the egg thing. Actually, probably not that.
Is it the message? The message?
Most don't.
Because the message is there, okay. Maybe he overhypes it and sort of oversells it. There's a sort of narrative going on in Hollywood that tends to be progressive. He probably hypes it up and probably sees it where it might not really apply very well, but that's the generic crap out there.
Furiosa also got a lot of people too.
Yeah, supposedly a lot of people are liking it, and people are trying to hit it with some shit. Who knows?
Most are shameless in their approach. Most are very superficial in their approach. When reports came out that X-Men 97 was Disney's third most watched original program to debut on Disney+, grifters were fast to call X-Men 97 a flop. Which, flops don't get greenlit for a third season for the end of season 1, and don't get reported.
Yeah, he's saying the third most premiered. I don't know about the details. Okay. Sounds like pretty good for Disney Plus.
All right.
Okay.
Let me explain. In numbers, this is funny. So, any animated series is automatically done and given 20 episodes for animation. If it clears a pilot, it's given 20 episodes or 22 episodes. Like, as I told Gray, like with Velma, it was guaranteed at least a second season by runtime standards.
Okay.
Does that make
we
sense?
Get a second season? I thought they just successfully rage baited enough people to get some hate views.
Does that make sense? They had enough in their allotted runtime, including like.
So you're saying the third season would have been the allotted amount. So this means nothing about the green light.
Because the first and second season, are guaranteed because of the runtime. Now, it just turned out X-Men 97 was overwhelmingly successful, and they were, because when they fired Bo DeMaio, they were already finishing post-production of season 2.
Okay. Fair enough.
Then with the success of the first season, they greenlit season 3.
Okay. So it was successful. The people trying to shit on it for being a flop are just hyping up, are pulling shit out of their ass. You would agree with his premise here as someone who's been following along with this?
I think it's a little complicated, but Disney can see it's a success that they can greenlight it for at least a season. Because it doesn't change. Because when a lot of people were saying, so there were two narratives around X-Men 97. One, Disney was going to Disneyfy the hell out of it and probably change it. As I said with Gray, there's a couple of things in my stuff I see a little bit of modern Marvel. But even Bo DeMaio, who is a gay man, kept to stuff. And he kept it to the spirit of the work, which is surprising. Everyone did not trust Disney. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Disney is not to be. That's like trusting Ubisoft.
Yes, Disney is not to be trusted. Let me play this for a bit. I'm going to let it play because I'm going to need to run real quick. I'll be listening though. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to pause though. That's the point.
Reported in Variety for having 3.5 million viewers in the final episode, rising in rank with each subsequent episode.
Oh, I mean, these people do hate you. If you look at Bo DeMaio, the guy who's the showrunner for the show, he is a person who just really, really wants to tear down this society, put his global homo agenda into everything, and then you better eat it up, consumer.
That was JDA.
The other common tactic from grifters: the past is perfect.
There is a big difference between older Stan Lee Marvel and new corporate-approved Marvel sanitized for a modern audience.
Peach has been an established character where she has been a delicate princess for a very long time.
There's 60 plus years of comics proving this. Stop ruining characters by playing politics.
But the right-wing grifters, easy pickings, simple, basic. I want to show you that I'm not just letting my political bias show. So let's start talking about Anita Sarkeesian in Lily Orchard.
You know what I do like though? Old shit.
Anita Sarkeesian was for years the boogeyman of the internet, releasing fairly mediocre video essays analyzing video games from a feminist perspective. And while her videos do have faults, I don't think it's a good idea to necessarily label them all as bad faith media criticisms. Poorly crafted.
What does this have to do with X-Men 97?
From the perspective of someone with minimal experience playing games, it's not necessarily bad faith. A lot of her errors come from someone.
Yeah, I would have paused it back at the this fucking hell. I was
Sorry. Okay, let me say this in X-Men 97. He uses JDA, right?
Simple, basic.
Guy who's the showrunner.
Oh, yeah, that
he is a person who just really, really wants to tear down this society, put his global homo agenda into everything, and then you better eat.
He's also probably borderline troll. He's also a borderline troll from what I know.
Eat it up, consumer, or you're a bigot.
The other common tactic from grifters: the past is perfect.
There is a big difference between older Stan Lee Marvel and new corporate-approved Marvel sanitized for a modern audience.
Peach has been an established character where she has been
that thing with the elf girl, Apocalypse Girl, as she's known. That's from Krakoa, a Krakoa story, almost 2 years ago. That doesn't apply.
Need not apply.
And that was considered extreme, and that writer was a nut job.
Okay.
So
Fair
you
enough.
gotta
Use
understand.
low-hanging fruit example again. Example of low-hanging fruit.
She's an elk girl who goes insane because it's actually they called her Deer Girl. She went insane because she has a power to communicate with nature. She loses it because on Krakoa she sees a turtle die strangled to a plastic paper sack. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, let's move on from that. That sounds like low-hanging fruit to go after. Sheesh.
New corporate-approved Marvel sanitized for a modern audience.
Peach has been an established character where she has been a delicate princess for a very long time.
There's 60 plus years of comics proving this. Stop ruining characters by playing politics.
Right.
The right-wing grifters.
See, okay. What? He wants to quote Just Some Guy is a bisexual black guy from the Chicago area. And he's always been borderline either left or semi-progressive artist for as long as he's been on YouTube.
And this is also 6 years ago. I hear he's become more progressive since that. No, 5 years ago.
But he doesn't let. He has a little more progressive. He's still like a left-leaning Democrat kind of thing, but he still holds to the spirit of comics. He also went after Rings of Power for being inauthentic. He is actually a nerd in the space who respects the writer's intention.
Okay. Well, original creators, I guess, attention. Well, let's not get too deep into just some guy lore.
Years of comics proven this. Stop ruining characters by playing politics.
But the right-wing grifters, easy pickings. Simple. Basic.
So you're saying that he's wrong about him being a right-wing grifter. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah,
That
I
shows
can
how
see.
much he knows.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I can see him falling into the trap. But he's going to talk about Anita now, and he gives them, the left-wing grifters, as she said, a lot more charitability. I don't know why. I mean, he tries to sort of explain it away, but it's a little weak sauce, man. Weak sauce.
I want to show you that I'm not just letting my political bias show. So let's start talking about Anita Sarkeesian in Lily Orchard.
You know what I do like, though? Old shit.
Anita Sarkeesian was for years the boogeyman of the internet, releasing fairly mediocre video essays analyzing video games from a feminist perspective. And while her videos do have...
Agree. She was overhyped, but she was overhyped by the media also. She made herself a target. This is why I don't trust anyone who makes themselves a target. Anita did it. Brianna Wu, I think actually Zoe Quinn did it the less out of the three big ones. I think it was Zoe Quinn. I think, yeah, she did make herself into a victim, but
Well, technically Zoe Quinn, and it'd be the correct thing in the lore. Like the people I remember from early Gamersgate, even though it's Zoe Quinn, there was a couple of other. Brianna Wu faked her being shouted down in front of a GameStop. Zoe Quinn bullied her boyfriend into Minecrafting himself.
yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, out of the three women who were harassed during Gamergate, I think Zoe Quinn actually played up the harassment angle.
Then Anita and Zombie
Anita, I
Unicorn.
think.
No, was it Zombie Kills or Zombie Unicorn or whatever? Zombie Kills. She made herself into like Anita's the one who.
Okay.
Anita's the one.
Yeah, a lot
who
of these people made themselves into a target. I don't think Zoe Quinn intentionally made herself into a target.
No.
Okay.
But she tried to use it to advance her game and move up. Anita,
yes, she did. Okay. Anita and both Brianna Wu definitely seemed to make
created
himself
feminist. You remember how I said all this came out of HR departments years ago? She made herself useful in HR department.
Well, I just had an interview with a guy researching a Gamergate book. Supposedly,
I saw that Tachyon Blue.
Anita made several attempts before the sort of harassment narrative she attempted a few times before that really picked up. Okay. I think she made that complaint several times. I'm thinking it was that combo that I heard that and I was like, interesting. She made this attempt.
And
so
then she
make
also
themselves a target. Like
she also
Keffels
made herself.
This is why I don't trust Grums. Clearly, this is why I don't trust Grums.
She also
make themselves into targets.
She made herself a target, but at the same time, she also created herself her own cultural job, because it was Anita that coined the phrase. Like Sargon's very famous for like saying this. This is a night pointing this out. Anita would say, "This is a nice game you got here. It would be a shame if someone called it racist." That didn't come from Kim Billar. That came from Anita Sarkeesian.
Yeah, Kim Billar, sort of like she wasn't direct. Okay, she couched it with humor, and I can almost give her a pass for it. But that still seems very threatening, even as a joke. Okay. In today's culture, okay, she said, "Oh, I'm joking, but okay." She's saying it's a hyperbolic example.
But Anita
went
is
straight for the throat. Okay,
Anita is famous for the tweet that said it would be a shame if someone called your game racist. Yeah, I swear I would love to know where that tweet is, but it exists somewhere.
Maybe not. There's a lot of things that hearsay. I think he even brings it up, like certain quotes.
Have faults. I don't think it's a good idea to necessarily label them all as bad faith media criticisms. Poorly crafted, yes, but from the perspective of someone with minimal experience playing games, it's not necessarily bad faith. A lot of her errors come from someone who just isn't experienced with the medium, doesn't know the experience of female.
Dead Domains video on Stellar Blade also covers the topic. Fuck off. Okay. Okay. I'm pretty sure Dead Domain is pretty fucking biased. I tried watching a couple of her videos. I did not really like it. Okay. Wait. She clearly hates Grums more than me. I don't even hate Grums. But I called it. Okay. But yeah, about this sort of shit. I'm pretty sure this is crap. Okay.
I mean, if anything I've heard from Stellar Blade, do you know what was funny? I think it was like literally like a Kotaku article or a website almost a month, 3 weeks from release that said out of France that first talked about the gameplay of Stellar Blade.
Yeah, that sounds like that looks like a cherry picked example of that. Okay.
Bro, literally every single thing that I saw from the journalist were this is the right wingers saying you're uglifying the women. Left wing people were like, you're objectifying beauty. It wasn't until that article that I covered like on one of my streams. It was the first article that I saw. It was like PC Gamer or something like that, one of the gamer magazines. That was a left wing rag. And they talked about entirely the gameplay. It wasn't until close to release anybody started talking about gameplay. Everyone was talking about there's nerfing your ass. Like, what does a game play like?
Well, that's the other side's version of what the right wing people do. Jump in on it. It's the same exact thing. Just what he's considering right wing grifters, which aren't necessarily right wing. Okay, as you said, just some guy, not really a right wing guy, but he labeled him that. And you know what? I'm fucking gonna have to put this on a close. I'm on 6 hours, and I need to take a nap before I get up in the day. But I will probably do this weekend. So this is actually a good start. Maybe I'll actually start with this fucking Stellar Blade video.
It takes longer, but the whole thing on like X-Men 97, right? I think they plan it with like a third season. So like the big thing is, I think I said to somebody earlier, like before you, is like a lot of people canceled their Disney Plus numbers. So by Disney streaming service, it wasn't a successful show, but it got eyes because a lot of people watch like it. It's not like Shogun, right? Shogun got a lot of views on FX, got a lot of views on streaming, right? That's how everyone knew it was a smash hit. Basically,
yeah, but it's also it sounds multi-platform. You're gonna have an advantage with a multi-platform system like that, okay?
But not a lot of people have canceled. But here's the thing: not a lot of people have canceled Disney Plus because of their stupid decisions.
Well, a lot of people.
Now, I will tell you, by the way, there's a story in the works how Amazon handles Warhammer. There's already people threatening to drop their Amazon Prime if they don't.
Yeah, but as I said, as I pointed out, you're bringing up the sort of with the articles, which is the left version of sort of rage bait, the sort of prediction thing, sort of trying to talking out of their ass based on very superficial elements on the promotional shit. It's the left wing version of that crappy stuff that you see on quote unquote right wing, and it's definitely more of a center thing, a center right thing, and you even have a few lefties, as you pointed out. Okay, because really the gaming industry is really full of,
and I'll be very honest,
aggressive people and a lot of fucking little soft lefties who probably think like hell, Nick of Second Wind is definitely a soft lefty.
Now, what I would do personally is, you know why, like a game like Stellar Blade is dead to me? Only because
PlayStation 5. Okay.
I
I'm
don't
not
have a
buying it.
PlayStation. I'm a PC gamer, and I don't have a PlayStation.
Yeah, I'm not getting a PlayStation 5. Okay. I
That
really
game
want.
is like
I
dead to
actually
me.
do. I do want
You
to
do.
play Blade, but I'm not gonna buy a PlayStation 5. I would be more likely to buy it for Final Fantasy Rebirth. But I won't get that desperate until they put out the third one. So, was that 2 more years away for the final one?
What
in
do you mean the
Fantasy?
final? You'll play all three together.
Yeah, I played the first one, but that's just because it was on PlayStation 4, which I had around, and actually someone bought it for me.
I mean, if you want to
but
pick this up, and finish it midday or something.
yeah, I'm gonna have to call it close. I have something in the morning I need to be ready for. So
and I'll have an idea that I need to run past you too. I want you to ask if you want to do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna close off the stream. Thanks for everyone who's watching. Probably gonna cobble this down at some point and put it.
I would cut
video.
it down into the other part, like 2 parts. From you.
Who knows how I'll cut it down if I won't get lazy and not do it. But I'm definitely gonna finish this up and maybe even watch do the Stellar Blade, a sexual culture war into the mix, or a little bit fun. Probably Saturday night if I do it. I'll maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday at some point. I'll announce it on the channel. I'll invite you back, Tiamon, if you want to come.
They're good.
Okay, don't know if you'll be available or not, but you're welcome. Okay, so have a good night and take care, everyone.